Good evening, Newfoundland, and welcome to the CBC's coverage of Election 93. I'm Peter Mansbridge, and you are in for quite a ride tonight, a political roller coaster from east to west to north as Canadians elect the next government. Now, because you're a half hour ahead of the rest of the country, your votes will count first, and they may indicate the trend that will elect the next government. A government that probably won't look much like the last one. Let's take a look at the situation when this election was called. Here were the numbers in the House of Commons when Parliament dissolved. Tories way up there at the top, 154 seats. Liberals at 79, the NDP at 43, the Bloc Québécois at 8, Reform at 1, 2 independents, 8 vacants. I say take a good look at those numbers because it's unlikely you'll ever see them looking like that again, at least certainly not tonight. That's where things stood. Where they'll stand tonight, though, is up to you. And where I'm standing is in the new CBC Broadcast Centre here in Toronto, in the lobby in the Barbara Frum atrium. It's the nerve centre, the most ambitious election coverage in Canadian history. The finest producers, editors, and technicians in the business are online tonight. We've got a panel of political aces and a special town hall that'll link voters from coast to coast. We have Canadians here in Toronto, but also later Halifax, Vancouver, and Montreal. Now, think for just a second about what brought us here. A 47-day campaign, hundreds of speeches, 2,155 candidates, and at the end of the night, the next government of Canada. So, on with the show. And with me tonight, as she is every night on CBC Primetime News, Pamela Wallen. Pam.
We have got so many stories to really cover for you. Not only are we here to try and discover and determine who is going to be the next government and how they are going to get there, whether it'll be majority or minority, but tonight the story about who forms the opposition is just as interesting. And on top of all of that, will the leaders get their seats? 4 out of 5 of the major party leaders are in some trouble tonight as we head into this long marathon session.
So pick a storyline. There's so many possibilities tonight. And as we say, the trend starts with you in Newfoundland. Whether Newfoundlanders will set the pace for the rest of the country, you know, they have many times in the past. Other times they bucked the trend. Right. 1958, when the Tories swept Canada, the Liberals swept Newfoundland. 68, when Trudeau swept the land with the Liberals, the Tories swept Newfoundland. So it's hard to say.
And the Liberals who are looking, of course, tonight to form that majority government are going to have to start right in Newfoundland and work their way west, building riding by riding to put that majority together because the numbers are still very, well, let's say touch and go, shall we, at this point?
We will. 7 ridings up for grabs in Newfoundland, 6 of them where the polls have already closed. Some snow, understand, in Newfoundland. It'll be interesting to see what the turnout was like there on some of the ridings. The 7th riding in Labrador, the polls won't be closed there for another 28 minutes or so with the rest of Atlantic Canada. Now, tonight, we've been very lucky. We've got with us throughout the night, helping us understand the story behind the story, one of the prides of Newfoundland, Rex Murphy. He's with us, and Rex, give us your insight in what to expect in Newfoundland.
Okay, Peter, thanks very much. But before I do, I'd be remiss not to thank you for the warm welcome into the program. We Newfoundlanders are not used to being singled out, and I like to see a bit of television with inclusion in it. Anyway, in Newfoundland tonight, I don't expect a hell of a lot of change. Newfoundland has been battered a fair bit, as you probably know. So the key word in Newfoundland is reassurance, and reassurance will probably be sticking with the pattern. However, if there is to be a change, we can look for it in either St. John's East or St. John's West. Now, these ridings are not only conservative, they're genetically conservative. Either the riding of St. John's West, which was Crosby's, goes Liberal, or the one which is now held by Ross Reid, who midwifed Kim Campbell, goes Liberal, then obviously there will be a shock across this nation. I don't expect them to turn, but any twist in those figures could be emblematic of what promises to be a fascinating night. It's fascinating, of course, only if you're interested in politics like I am, and that's a clinical condition. Back to you, Peter.
We'll be looking forward to watching that clinical condition as the evening unfolds. Rex Murphy with us tonight, not only for the results from Newfoundland, but right through the evening, Rex is going to give us the story behind the numbers as we watch the various potential storylines, as Pamela was outlining them, unfold throughout the evening. Well, in St. John's tonight, former political powerhouse for the province of Newfoundland, the senior Mulrooney Cabinet Minister in Newfoundland, John Crosbie, joins us now. Mr. Crosbie, before the returns come in, you've heard the pollsters, you've heard the pundits talk about what's likely to unfold across the nation. Let's ignore them for a minute and go with your political nose, because I can remember 9 years ago tonight talking to you and you were saying, Peter, I've seen it out there. I sense what's about to happen across the land. There's a steamroller out there, a Tory one. What's your nose telling you tonight about what's going to happen across the country?
Well, I must be masochistic to even agree to appear on the program tonight. I feel like a turkey invited to the Christmas dinner. It's been a catastrophic campaign for the Tories, and it's going to be close, I believe, even in the two St. John seats as a result of events of the last 10 days. So I'm watching in stupefied wonderment.
Okay. Well, with that sense, obviously, you don't think things are going to go well across the country. But as you say, in Newfoundland, the two St. John seats, East and West, both held by Tories. Interesting races there. Could they, as we've mentioned before, 58, 68, buck the national trend?
They could, and I certainly thought that they were well on their way to doing that up to 10 days ago. But the events of that particular weekend have induced a change here as well. So it's just a question of how far it's gone, and it's going to be, I think it's going to be close.
When you talk about the problems the Tory campaign has had nationally, do you put the finger of blame on anyone?
Well, I don't like to throw blame, of course, as you know, but I'm a statesman now, no longer a politician. But I don't see how, the person in charge, the leader of the party and those around her have to accept responsibility for the campaign. It's not the candidates who are running in 295 seats across the country, and they've had no help, I'm afraid, by what happened in our national campaign.
All right. Well, Mr. Crosby, I know you're going to be with us through the evening. We'll try not to make you feel like the turkey at the Christmas dinner, but we do appreciate your comments and the way you're being realistic about what you think may be shaping up for the night. Thanks very much.
Well, I wouldn't say this if the polls hadn't closed here.
Okay. John Crosby, thank you. Polls, as Mr. Crosby mentions quite correctly, have closed in Newfoundland. The votes are being counted in 6 of the 7 Newfoundland ridings. We expect results within the next few minutes. In fact, the first result may be just on its way, and it's coming in from St. John's West. Very early going here in St. John's West, but the Liberals are leading. That's John Crosby's, or I should say, yes, John Crosby's old riding of St. John's West, where at this moment the Liberals with Jean Payne are leading. Loyola Hearn is in second place, but very early, first out of 242 polls. We'll see how that race develops. Pamela, with her panel of political pundits, is next.
Thanks very much, Peter. Let me introduce these faces. Familiar, I'm sure, to you already. You see them regularly on prime time, and you've seen them, of course, on the political stage in this country for many years as well. Hugh Segal, a longtime Tory, former Chief of Staff to former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, joins us tonight, a man who came this close to running for the Prime Minister's job himself. Stephen Lewis is here, the former leader of the Ontario New Democratic Party, also Canada's ambassador to the United Nations at one point. Also joining us tonight, Heather Reisman, one of those backroom persons for the Liberal Party, who is tonight going to try and tell us how the Liberals have put together their attempt to form a government in this country and what's gone on behind the scenes in this campaign. Tom Flanagan joins us tonight. He is a spokesperson tonight, let's put it that way, for the Reform Party of Canada, and will also share some of his insights onto to how the Reform Party has worked its campaign right across the country. Now, Hugh, I want to start with you because we've heard some really surprising, very frank words from John Crosby just a moment ago. Catastrophic. He sits in stupefied wonderment at what's about to unfold tonight, and pointing a finger at the leader and those people around her.
Well, most evenings I would point out that Mr. Crosby's great ability for exaggeration is one of his tremendous qualities as a human being. Without talking about who should be blamed for what, because that's perhaps a touch premature, I think it will be a tough night for the Conservatives. I think it'll be a tough night largely because governments in places like Italy and Japan and the United States and France have been thrown out during a very difficult economic period. Canada's economic period has been no less difficult. People are hurting. And our coalition was based upon delivering prosperity, and it's what worked for us in '84 and '88. And it's a coalition which has to have prosperity in order to sustain it. And so I think we are facing a tough night. How tough, we'll have to wait and see.
But was there any way in your mind, as you look back on this particular evening over the course of the campaign, that the Conservatives could have won? Or was everybody just too mad at Brian Mulroney?
Well, I don't think it was anger so much at the former Prime Minister. I think people who were angry at him were glad that he left, and those that weren't wished he'd stayed. I think the critical issue is that for about 3 or 4 weeks after having been chosen, Prime Minister Campbell was the most popular Canadian Prime Minister in 3 decades. So the opportunity was there. Whether it was very deep or whether it was shallow, I think we have to try and sort out by the results tonight.
All right, Heather, your party obviously benefiting from the trouble that the Tories find themselves in over the course of the campaign, and we only really saw movement in support for the Liberals in the last 10 days. Is it enough, or are you sitting here tonight wondering whether there really will be a majority government?
Well, I think we'll all be chewing our nails a little bit and in for a number of surprises, but I think at this point it's pretty safe to say there will be a Liberal majority tonight.
And how is that going to come together? Are you going to be able to beat out the Bloc in Quebec? Where are you looking to put that magic 148 seats together?
Actually, I think for the first time in a long time, we will have representation across the country. There is no doubt that the most difficult battle for us will be in Quebec, and there'll be all kinds of analyzing, I think, throughout the whole night on what Quebec performance means. But I think there's no question we will get very strong support in the Atlantic provinces. We'll get our share of support in Quebec. We'll have incredibly strong support in Ontario, and we'll pick up out west.
Tom Flanagan, a lot of people said in the early going in the campaign what reformers were doing, simply splitting the vote, taking away support from the Tories and helping elect Liberals. Are you still doing that tonight, or in some or in enough key ridings have you actually moved in front? What's your best guess tonight for your showing?
Well, there probably are some ridings in Ontario where you can describe it as a vote split that allows the Liberals to win. That may be true in parts of Saskatchewan and Manitoba as well. In other places, probably in most of Alberta and many parts of British Columbia, I think the Reform Party has moved so far ahead that the question of vote splitting becomes irrelevant and Reform is going to win.
But will you make a break in Ontario, or a breakthrough from your point of view?
Well, I'm hopeful. I would regard it as a significant breakthrough to win even a handful of seats in Ontario. Even to win 4 or 5 would provide a nucleus of a building for the future.
Stephen, the troubles for the NDP continue in the last final weeks of the campaign. Your leader's been quite philosophical about it, saying those are the breaks, that's the way the cookie crumbles, and we need to be here to be the conscience of Parliament.
We're all philosophic. What have you got left if you're not philosophic? And I'm not chewing my nails. I began biting them when I was 3 years old, and I have achieved a certain equanimity tonight. My own view is that it's going to be tough for us to get to the 12 seats. That's now clear. As a matter of fact, there may be quite a race for the bottom between the Tories and the NDP tonight.
Interesting you should put it that way, and it's something we are going to be watching literally moment by moment. We'll be back to you regularly throughout our program tonight. Thanks for being with us right now. Peter?
All right, Pamela. Well, more results coming in, and it shows a sweep developing in Newfoundland for the Liberals. They already have 5 of the 7 seats. 5 of those seats are reporting, 6 of those seats are reporting so far, including this one, Humber, St. Barbe, Baie Verte. 1 poll only, but showing an enormous early lead for Brian Tobin, popular member, Liberal member of the House of Commons, member for Humber, St. Barbe, Baie Verte. Everyone expects him to win tonight, and with a first poll result like that, he's probably already relaxing. 38 vote lead with only 43 votes counted. In Bonavista Trinity Conception, another Liberal seat, the retired Admiral Fred Mifflin also has a healthy first poll lead. Couple those two with the St. John's West riding, where the Liberals have broken out on top early in the evening in a Tory seat. If they continue that lead throughout the evening, it would be a gain for the Liberals from the Tories. So 3 polls, 3 ridings reporting, 3 up on the board for the Liberals. Early, very early, but distinguished leads for 2 Liberals in seats they hold, and an edge for the Liberals in a former Tory seat, St. John's West. And the other riding we'll be watching very closely throughout the evening in Newfoundland, St. John's East. That's where the Tory Cabinet Minister of the day, Ross Reid, is running. Tonda McCharles is standing by in Ross Reid's headquarters right now. We're still waiting for the first votes coming in. But Tonda, what's the mood there early on election evening?
Good evening, Peter. Well, Ross Reid himself is at home watching the results come in right now. We're expecting him here in about 20 minutes or so. But his workers are gathered around watching the results as they come in. There's a bit of gallows humor going around because as we heard Mr. Crosby's comments, there are quite a few laughs around the room. But I think that people are not taking things for granted here. We hear workers saying, you know, we thought we had a comfortable lead, but they're watching every poll.
All right. Tonda McCharles reporting from St. John's East, where Ross Reid is running. And as she says, Ross Reid expected there in about 20 minutes, half an hour's time. Waiting for the first results out of St. John's East. We don't have them yet, but in the 3 ridings, as we said, that are reporting, Liberals ahead in all 3 in the very early counting, and we can't emphasize that enough. But Pamela, as we've been saying all evening, a lot of expectation out there. John Crosby's words added to those of the pundits and the pollsters that the Liberals look like they're in for a win tonight. But to do it, they got to pick up seats, and they got to, starting in Newfoundland.
And that's the problem. I mean, if you look at the status quo right now, we've got 5 Liberals, 2 Tories as it is. So if they're going to actually make any gains in Newfoundland, they're going to have to wipe out those 2 Conservative seats. And that's what they're going to have to do consistently across the country. So even when you see Liberal victories, it still means it's the status quo. So we'll take a look at some of these results here. As Peter was just mentioning, in Buena Vista Trinity Conception, this is a man, Fred Mifflin, who may well be headed for the cabinet, a Liberal cabinet if there is one. Roger Simmons, here in St. George's, in a former Liberal cabinet, and he may be back again, certainly has the lead there, but again, only 1 poll out of 214 reporting at this point. Burns St. George, yes, there's the numbers. We've got 1 out of 214 polls for Roger Simmons. So the Liberal in the lead there, the Conservative running second.
And the problem, that Jean Chrétien is going to have if in fact he forms the government, and we're already talking as if that was happening, but if in fact he does form the government, the problem in Newfoundland, the tradition is you have a cabinet minister from each province, you have representation. Chrétien's talking about a smaller cabinet. If it's going to be a smaller cabinet, it's probably only 1 from Newfoundland. He's got 5 sitting MPs, all with a national profile.
And a lot of people to whom he is beholden, people who have worked on leadership campaigns for Mr. Chrétien, people who have served in former governments, who've served alongside him. So it's going to be a very tricky task indeed, not to annoy somebody who you may need as an ally.
And we've got a 5th riding reported now, and that's Gander Grand Falls. George Baker is leading in that particular riding. And as you can see, a big lead once again. That was a Liberal seat. Baker's been there for a while. He's one of those people we've talked about who has that national profile. Now, if they pick up seats in St. John's, east or west, in both cases, women candidates running for the Liberals, and there's going to be a lot of pressure on Chrétien over the formation of his cabinet that there is good, solid female representation in it. So he's not going to have an easy time.
Well, George Baker will be there with his cracking jokes one way or the other in the House of Commons.
Well, here in Corner Brook, Brian Tobin, the member for Humber St. Barbe Bay Verte, is already heading towards his campaign headquarters. Perhaps he's seen enough in that 1 poll with the enormous lead he's got that he's going to already be talking about victory. But if in fact that's the way it ends up for Brian Tobin, it won't surprise anybody. Everybody sort of assuming that he's going to do well in that
He's been very active in the House of Commons, first elected in 1980, always been an outspoken member of Parliament for his own region and on national issues as well, and was at one point a member of the so-called Rat Pack when the Liberals ended up in opposition, those feisty group of 4 that were always on their feet every day. So he's got a national reputation, as you say, maybe headed for cabinet.
All right, the things to watch for in Newfoundland will be the way the vote share, the share of the vote splits through the different parties. Now, once again, we're showing 5 Liberals leading out of the 6 ridings where the polls have closed already in Newfoundland. But it's very early going, but already you can get a sense, even from just a couple of hundred votes, of how the vote share is starting to split between the parties. This is the vote share as of tonight. Look at that Liberal number, well over 50%. 56% of the votes counted so far this evening in those 5 ridings are going Liberal, 30% for the Tories, and the rest being split between the NDP and Reform. It should be noted that Reform is not a big factor in most of Atlantic Canada, although there's a lot of talk about their possibilities around Fredericton. But inside Newfoundland, Reform only running in 2 seats, St. John's East and West, so far not making much of an impression in Newfoundland. The big Reform picture to watch, of course, will be in Ontario and in Western Canada, and as I mentioned, in New Brunswick around Fredericton. Well, we saw Brian Tobin getting into his campaign headquarters tonight, early going on those results gathering, Mr. Tobin, but I guess when you see those first few polls reporting and they show you with a healthy lead, it makes you feel pretty confident tonight.
It makes me feel fairly confident that we're on our way to a little bit of a wave building up here in Newfoundland, a kind of a red wave that's been stirred up by Jean Chrétien, who henceforth shall be known as tomorrow's man.
I guess everybody already is trying to decide, is this a national trend that we're already seeing picking up in Newfoundland, or is it clearly Newfoundland issues, specifically the fisheries, that they're moving away from the Tories? In the early going tonight, clearly that it's because of the fishery, it's not because of any potential national trend. Which way do you see it?
No, I think that no matter who you're talking to tonight in Newfoundland, they'll tell you that there's a national trend, that the national campaign has been very much present in Newfoundland. People are concerned about the issues surrounding the deficit and job creation. Fishery is a very big issue here, but clearly people want to support a party that can do something about it, not one that's going to be way down in the polls and way down in the seat count at the end of the night. So the national issues are very much present in this campaign, and Newfoundlanders are responding very well to the message that Jean Chrétien and the Liberal Party put out during this campaign.
Now, I know you may or may not have heard us talking about potential cabinet material for a Chrétien government if one's formed tonight coming from Newfoundland. When you look at that landscape of Liberal MPs coming out of Newfoundland, that's a tough choice for Jean Chrétien to make.
I think Jean Chrétien's got a whole, I hope that by the end of the night he'll have 7 potential choices to pick from when it comes to selecting a cabinet minister, but certainly going into it he has 5 potential choices.
But only one is likely to make it, right?
Well, and you know, Peter, one of the realities of politics that I've learned to live with is that neither the media nor members of Parliament get to make that choice. That's a choice that will be made by Jean Chrétien, and I'll await his decision.
Good of you to join us again as you did 4 years ago. Have you got your kids with you again tonight?
I got my kids. Where are my kids? Jack, come over here. Peter Mansbridge wants to talk to you. He's shy this time. Here we go. Here they are. You can see they're 4 years bigger and 4 years shyer too.
Okay.
I want to say one thing to you.
Make it
If
quick.
you listen carefully, you'll hear the wave that's begun right here in Newfoundland and going on.
All right, Brian Tobin reporting to us from his campaign headquarters in Corner Brook tonight. He's reporting a wave. We'll see whether it develops through the rest of Atlantic Canada and into the rest of the country. But clearly, Pam, in Newfoundland, it is developing tonight.
I thought maybe we'd ended up back at the ball game there with the waves
right.
that we were going to see in the crowds there. No, I think that Brian Tobin was putting his finger on it in some senses, that the wave will have to start there. But again, Mr. Chrétien's message resonated particularly well in Newfoundland because of the jobs issue and the fishery crisis. And he was one of those leaders talking about hope in the future. So we're not sure whether that wave won't run into a brick wall when it hits Quebec, but that's what we're here to watch all night.
And we're here to watch immediately coming up in about 7 minutes' time when the polls close in the rest of Atlantic Canada. That includes the one other Newfoundland seat in Labrador where the polls close coming up in 5 or 6 minutes. Watch for that, and also the rest of the seats in Atlantic Canada, 25 other seats. If the Liberal trend that seems to be developing already in Newfoundland tonight pushes through into the rest of Atlantic Canada, it gives them the kind of numbers that they'll need if they are going to form a majority government tonight, even a minority government. Evening has just started. The Liberals getting off to a good start. That's what the pundits and the pollsters said would happen, but still a lot of votes to be counted yet. CBC Television's live coverage of Election 93 continues in a moment. And good evening again. I'm Peter Mansbridge. Let's bring things up to date. It's just a half hour since the polls closed in the Maritimes, an hour since they wrapped up in Newfoundland, and already a very clear, very red picture is emerging. Just have a look at this. Here are the standings as we see them now in Atlantic Canada. The Liberals elected or leading in 25 seats. The Tories finally on the board here now, leading in 1 seat. We'll isolate that in a few moments' time. But keep in mind, 32 ridings in Atlantic Canada. 25 of 26 right now heading in a Liberal direction. Elected in only 4 ridings, but leading in 21. Here's the big story, though, and if this trend continues, look out, big Liberal steamship rolling across the land. 68.9% of the votes cast that have been counted so far in Atlantic Canada are going Liberal. That's up over 23%. For the Tories, down at less than 1 out of 4 votes cast. NDP and Reform are not a factor in the voting tonight in Atlantic Canada. Now, those numbers are in line with what the pollsters were predicting and way out of line with what the Tories had hoped for. If this trend continues, we could have a Liberal government. The numbers are coming in hard and fast now, and before long, in about 27 or 28 minutes, in fact, we'll start hearing from the polls and ridings across Ontario and Quebec, and there are 174 seats in central Canada, so hang on to your hat. This night has just begun. And with me, again, Pamela Wallen. Pam?
Well, lots of trends, as you say, Peter, and the Liberals there are just not leaving a Tory in sight or standing anywhere, but the night is young and there are so many things to look for. As you say, majority versus minority government. Will that trend continue enough to give the Liberals their majority government? Who will form the opposition in this country? We haven't even begun to look at what's happening in Quebec. The polls are still open there, and we may in fact have the Bloc Québécois getting enough seats to form the opposition. So those are the kind of stories, of course, the fate and future of all the party leaders at this point, including Mr. Chrétien, because despite the success of his party at this moment, a lot of doubt tonight about whether Mr. Chrétien will be able to hold on, be able to win his own seat.
So lots of stories to follow tonight, not just the big numbers as you see them now on the screen. The one lone Tory leading right now in the maritime riding of Carleton Charlotte, that's Greg Thompson, just one poll in so far, and a lead of only 6 votes. So that number, as other numbers, may change through the evening. But this is the story, seat changes. The Liberals, if they're going to form a government, have got to pick up seats all parts of the country. They've got to start in Atlantic Canada, where they had 20 of 32 last time. They're already up 9 from where they were in the past, taking seats away from, in this case, all of them Tories.
Just share some basic numbers, of course. There are 295 seats in the House of Commons, so you need half. You need 148 to form your majority government. So that's in fact the number that we're looking for as we go through the course of this evening. Will the Liberals get that number? And that's why we keep adding them up region by region. They need gains because, of course, the Liberals held a lot of the seats in Atlantic Canada. So just because they've won them again doesn't mean they're moving any closer towards a majority.
We figure that Liberals have got to pick up 66 seats tonight to get to that 148 figure. That's assuming they held on to the 82 they had when Parliament was dissolved. We don't want to throw too many numbers at you here, but the obvious idea is they have to make big gains, lots of them, all parts of the country. They've started off well in Newfoundland and the rest of Atlantic Canada, picking up 9 seats at the moment. Not all of these are finalized yet, but these are the kind of numbers they were hoping for. A better sense of what's happening in Atlantic Canada in the ridings across the Atlantic. Here is Don Newman. Don?
Thank you, Peter. Let's take a good look at Nova Scotia. There were 5 Conservative seats out of the 11 in 1988, and in Nova Scotia now, the Liberals look to be making a move on all 5 of those seats and have a good chance of picking them all up. Let's take a look at some of the ridings we've been talking about for a moment. South Shore, this is a riding that went Conservative in 1957 when Lloyd Krause defeated Bob Winters. It looks as though it is going back to the Liberals, as we've been reporting. Derek Wells leading, Veterans Affairs Minister Peter McCreath. A riding that they'll be following with some interest, Central Nova. That is the riding of former Public Works Minister Elmer MacKay. Also the riding that sent Brian Mulroney to the House of Commons for the first time in a by-election in 1983. There you see Roseanne Skoke, at the moment ahead of Ken Street. She has a lead of 171 votes in Central Nova. Now, Cape Breton, Highlands Canso, Francis LeBlanc, he took that riding back from the Conservatives in 1988. He seems to be cruising along there at the moment. Up in Cape Breton, all 3 of the ridings up there held by the Liberals in 88. It looks like they are going to stay that way again. Now, Cumberland-Colchester, that's another riding that the Conservatives took in 1957. Bob Coates won that riding. Bill Casey continued for the Conservatives in 88, but now he is trailing 131 votes behind Diane Brochette of the Liberals in Cumberland-Colchester. And you were talking to Mary Clancy a few moments ago. She was optimistic. Well, she had a right to be. She has a lead at the moment of 187 votes over her Conservative opponent. So Mary Clancy looking in good shape there. That is one of the people that they've been talking about. If there is a Liberal cabinet formed tonight, and it's beginning to look as though there may have to be one if this trend continues, that Mary Clancy may be one of the women sitting in the cabinet. Peter?
All right, Don, thanks very much. Yes, cabinet decisions, among all sorts of other decisions that Jean Chrétien will have to make in the days ahead, if in fact this trend continues. And as we've said, the Liberals doing extremely well. It's just not represented in the vote or in the seat count. It's represented in the share of the vote. And as we showed you earlier, almost 7 out of 10 votes being cast in Atlantic Canada tonight that have been counted so far are going to the Liberals. That is an astonishing number when you consider that in some ridings, most, if not all, there are two-party races, some three, some four-party races. And when you consider that many going all to one party, it is quite an accomplishment. 67% of the votes counted so far, heading Liberal. Tories around 25%, the NDP 4, Reform 2. Reform not much of a factor in Atlantic Canada. The big reform areas coming in Ontario. How well will they do? And especially then, of course, in Western Canada through the Prairie provinces and in BC. Two cabinet ministers that we've been watching in Atlantic Canada so far, both trailing or defeated. That being Peter McCreath, the Minister of Veterans Affairs, trailing in South Shore, and Ross Reid trailing in St. John's East. We haven't heard from Bernie Valcour's riding in New Brunswick yet. Tough race developing for him there as well.
Tory insiders conceding that there's some real problems there. In fact, a lot of them in the days and hours before this campaign saying they weren't sure there was going to be much left of the existing Tory cabinet at all, although there may be Conservatives elected, obviously, across the country. But you see in Atlantic Canada some different behavior than you do across the country, where people have had some other options, obviously in the province of Quebec, the BQ, in Ontario and Points West, Reform. In Atlantic Canada, there's been two choices for a long time, and they kind of stick to those two choices. The NDP never much of a factor in the races there federally, and certainly Reform making a minimal showing this time, only running a couple of candidates.
The thing to keep in mind, if it was just seats, we would not be pushing the discussion as much as we are towards the focus of a Liberal government, but it's more than seats, it's the share of the vote, it's what the polls said in the days as the campaign wound up, and it's already what some Conservative insiders and former ministers, John Crosbie telling us this is going to be probably a terrible night for the Tories as votes counted and the results come in from around the country. So the Tories now registering in 3 ridings, 25 leading or elected for the Liberals, 3 for the Tories, and at this moment, though, that is a huge gap. Remember, of the 32 last time, 1988, it was 20 for the Liberals, 12 for the Tories.
So we really do need to see some changes there. We keep emphasizing this, that we're looking from our point of view for gains, because that's how the Liberal Party is going to judge and put together its majority government if that's what it's headed for. They're going to have to do it riding by riding.
Here's that Bernie Valcour riding, and that's not a bad lead for early going. 10 of 146 polls, has got a significant lead, 220 vote roughly lead in Madawaska, Victoria. So that is the one hint of good news for the Tories right now, that Bernard Valcour is leading early in the going in Madawaska, Victoria. Well, once again, let's move over to Rex Murphy, who is trying to get for us the story behind the numbers tonight. Rex.
Okay, Peter, thanks again. Well, as you've said, obviously throughout the Atlantic region, it is the Liberals going, but I want to go a little bit towards the bowels of this election. I want to turn to Nova Scotia. In Nova Scotia, 3 of the strongest Tory ridings are already shit. But first of all, the overall numbers. You see the Liberals here at 51%. That is a key number. But look at these two here. The Conservatives have dropped 14%, and the new boy on the block with the strange accent is up 13%. Reform and the Conservative vote overall in Nova Scotia are almost identical. In other words, the Liberals could, if you will, stand still. The Tories are bleeding to reform. That might be a national phenomenon. Now, let's look at it from the point of view of some of the individual districts. And we have here in Central Nova, these are just the exact numbers, 7, 7, 6, 6, 15, 3. Well, again, there has been a bleed, but if you combine Reform, which is the stronger one, with the NDP, you see basically that the Tories have bled off into the second party, which is Reform, and the Liberals, with the little enthusiasm they got, are going over the top. There's another riding as well we could have a look at. This shows it perhaps again. The Liberals ahead by 4%. The Conservatives have dropped 12. Reform doesn't have a status there, but it's gone off to the NDP. So a 4%. In most cases, the Conservatives are bleeding, one, to a Reform if it exists. Secondly, the little pizzazz of enthusiasm that perhaps the Liberal picks up in their campaign is grabbing that. Okay, Peter, that should obscure things for you. Here you are.
No, thank you very much, Rex. That did not obscure. It gave us a lot of understanding into the decision we've now decided to make. We can tell you at this time of the evening, with the polls closed only in Atlantic Canada, the votes counted, the number of Liberal seats gaining tonight, that CBC News projects that the Liberals will form the next government of Canada. Majority or minority is unclear as yet, because clearly we're going to have to see the results developing in Quebec and Ontario, and quite possibly right to the West Coast, before we make the decision on whether it's a majority government or a minority. But the main call, the first big call of the evening, The Tory years are over. The Liberals are back in power after 9 years in the wilderness. Pam.
And one of the questions, of course, tonight we'll all be looking forward, will Jean Chrétien win his seat? Will he be there to lead his government in the House of Commons, or will he be looking for a by-election? So we'll be following that. Speaking of Liberals and how they were doing, let's take a look at some important names you might recognize. Mary Clancy in the Halifax region. She is leading ahead of the NDP candidate there. David Dingwall in Cape Breton, East Richmond. He's also leading there ahead of the PC. So we'll be following those kinds of names for you throughout the night, taking a look at who might end up in a Liberal cabinet, if in fact that's what Mr. Chrétien is going to have to do, whether he's in the House of Commons or not.
Well, that one thing we can tell you for sure now is that the Liberals will form the government. He will have to make the decisions on cabinet, and in the next few days, few weeks. But as Pam says, one of the big stories to unfold, will he win his own seat? Well, many of the leaders win their seats. The only leader that seems certain of winning is Lucien Bouchard, the Bloc Québécois leader.
And we will be waiting for those results in Yukon, in British Columbia, to find out about Audrey McLaughlin, about Kim Campbell, so it's going to be a long night here.
Okay, the underlying story at this hour, the Liberals to form the next government, minority or majority unclear. When you look at those numbers, 30 of the 32 ridings reported so far in Atlantic Canada, the Liberals out in front in 26 of them, elected in many of those, leading in the rest. The Tories leading in 4, including the seat held by the Minister of Employment, Bernard Valcourt. He is leading in Madawaska, Victoria. But the story is not only in ridings, it's also in the share of vote. The Liberals doing extremely well in Atlantic Canada, surely better than they're going to do anywhere else in the country in terms of the share of vote. But that indication to us is enough to signal that the Liberals are going to do well across the country tonight, to the point that they will form the government. Here are some of those Liberals who will be in the next Liberal caucus, the Liberal government. In Newfoundland, it's actually, we're getting 2 in 1 here. We're getting Fred Mifflin's picture, or we had. Sorry, we had a few problems there. But one of the things that we'll be showing, hopefully during the evening, is some of the decisions. Here is the big gain in St. John's West, where Jean Payne has won. She has taken the old riding held by John Crosby. Fred Mifflin wins Bonavista Trinity Conception. That is a hold for the Liberals. One of those many Liberals from Newfoundland who is going to be potential cabinet material. Roger Simmons, former Liberal cabinet minister, he's back again, holds Buren St. George's. Brian Tobin holds Humber St. Barb Baie Verte, or Baie Verte, as they say in Newfoundland. Tobin. Brian Tobin holds that particular riding. So Liberals doing extremely well. Also in Labrador, Bill Romkey, former cabinet minister from the Trudeau era.
Been around for a long time. Yeah,
that's right. He holds on to that seat as well.
But these are, as you were pointing out, Peter, these are two-way races in Atlantic Canada. We have got fights between Liberals and Tories, and that's, they're dividing up the turf that way. When we get into other parts of Canada, into 3-, 4-, 5-way races, that share of the vote that the Liberals are collecting right now, up around 70%, of 7 out of 10 people voting for Liberals, it's going to be very difficult for them to claim that in other parts of the country.
So the stories as we march into the central Canadian time zone, as the polls will close in Quebec and Ontario, and remember, we're talking a lot of seats here, 75 in Quebec, 99 in Ontario. That will make the decision, quite possibly, whether it's a minority or a majority. At Liberal headquarters in Ottawa, Don Johnson, the president of the Liberal Party, is standing by with the CBC's Kevin Newman. Kevin?
And thank you, Peter. We're inside the World Exchange Plaza, which is a couple of blocks from Parliament Hill, where the Liberal campaign has prepared a party, what appears to be anyway, so far, a victory party. And with me, Don Johnson, you heard the CBC's projection that there will be a Liberal government. We don't know whether it's a minority or majority. You must be satisfied tonight.
Well, we've sort of had that projection for some time, that it would be a Liberal government. And the minority majority is the question on everybody's mind. And those early results look like certainly on that basis we're headed for a majority, which is what we expect.
And the numbers in Atlantic Canada were extraordinarily large. Is that what you expected?
Well, we expected, there are 32 seats in Atlantic Canada, and I thought we would take 28, maybe, perhaps even 30, but we don't really know until the final results are in. There are a couple of seats that haven't reported yet, as I understand it, and they're pretty critical of those projections. But all I can say is that at the moment, it looks good.
Now, at head office, of course, everybody's on the phones during the day, trying to sense the mood. This election is about to move into Ontario and Quebec. What are you expecting there?
Well, Ontario, we're expecting to do very well. Quebec, as you know, is problematic because of the polls that we've seen, and that's where much of the focus of attention is going to be this evening. So we'll look forward to the next hour or so.
And are you prepared to predict at this point whether it'll be a minority or a majority?
Well, I thought it would be a majority. Personally, I've thought it would be a majority for some time. The real issue is how big a majority is it going to be? Is it going to be a very comfortable majority, or a majority that will be somewhat less than what we might like? But I think it'll be a majority.
Now, you've been out of power for 9 years. Some of those you've been party president. How does it feel personally tonight to know that you'll be heading back into power?
Well, it feels great, to be quite frank. It feels great. And, we owe a lot to Jean Chrétien, who's just led a magnificent campaign. He's put together a tremendous campaign team. And, I think that he deserves a tremendous amount of credit for what he's accomplished in a relatively short period of time. It's a real party triumph under his leadership.
Okay, Don Johnson, party president, thank you very much. Back to you, Peter.
All right, Kevin, thanks very much. The numbers, as we look at them now, we have results in from all 32 ridings, not the final results, but we have initial results from all 32 ridings now in Atlantic Canada. The Liberals, boy, they're painting Atlantic Canada red. 29 leading are elected. The Tories only registering leads in 3. They haven't elected in any yet. The Liberals have elected a good number of that 29 figure already, but clearly out in front, 29 of the 32 ridings. Those are the kind of numbers that give the CBC the indication that the Liberals are marching towards government, heading towards a majority, but we're not prepared to call that yet. We're not sure yet whether it'll be a minority or a majority government. Time now to get some reaction from not the political pundits, not the political experts, not the pollsters, not the journalists, but the people in Halifax tonight. Gathered for us a number of Haligonians who've been watching the results and people from across Atlantic Canada. I'd like some sense from you there in Halifax, your early reaction to the fact that the Liberals will form the next government. What do you have to say about that?
Well, it doesn't surprise me that we're painting the country red. It shouldn't surprise Canadians that Brian Mulroney's chin casts such a long shadow. And it shouldn't surprise us that Maritimers are pragmatical and practical people and don't want to be left out in the cold by having voted for the opposition, as we just suffered through the last 8 years. We're going red in more ways than one. I'm extremely angry at the way the polls have been used in this election, and I think that's why we've had such a landslide for the Liberals in this election.
You think the polls have pushed people into voting the way they voted?
Out in the regions like Maritime Canada, when we hear that the centre is going Liberal or Conservative, most of the time we're not stupid. We want to be on the winning side, so we've got some political clout. We're outvoted by the City of Toronto alone, and it shouldn't surprise anyone in this country that we flip-flop the way we do between Tories and Liberals. What the bottom line of this is, Peter, is that there's no ideology left in Canadian politics. We've turned into a nation of pragmatists and quite honestly, quite jaded, cynical people who don't really understand what democracy is supposed to be about.
All right, well, that's your point. I want to hear from Julie in Halifax tonight. What do you have to tell us, Julie?
Well, first of all, I'm not a Haligonian. I'm from Newfoundland.
No, well, we know that now.
Yes. I have to agree to some degree with the previous speaker that, especially in Newfoundland, I do believe that some of the results are a reflection of the pre-election polls. And again, that Newfoundlanders, like the rest of Atlantic Canada, did not want to be left out in the cold. People like George Baker and Brian Tobin pose no surprise to me. I was a little bit surprised, and I shouldn't have been, I guess, but I was somewhat surprised that Ross Reid is sort of down and out. But I think that's a message Newfoundlanders are sending to, well, the incoming government as well as the past government, that the fisheries is the mainstay of Newfoundland, and they want to send a message that you better take control and get that fishery, that resource base back on its feet again, because we're dependent on it.
Okay, quick comment from Glenn as well before we leave all the different Atlantic Canadians who've joined us from Halifax tonight. Glenn?
I'm a different one. I'm a farmer, and we're very pragmatic as a group. We like to see majority governments, and it looks the way it started down here that it might be a Liberal majority, but a Liberal minority wouldn't be bad for us either. Back in the Pearson days, there was a good government. It remains a question who they will team up with, and we'll watch with interest as that happens tonight.
All right, thanks for your thoughts. We'll be back to you later on in the evening and able at that time when the polls close in different parts of the country to link those people in Halifax with people in Montreal and in Vancouver and here in Toronto as well. John Crosby joins us again from St. John's tonight. Mr. Crosby, you thought it wasn't going to look good for the Tories across the country. You certainly, prediction is holding true in Atlantic Canada. Obviously, a lot of the pressure on whatever Liberals come out of Atlantic Canada end up in the cabinet is going to be on the fishery. From what you've heard of the Liberals, have they got the answers to that problem?
No, they certainly haven't. Their approach has been, very simplistic, and I don't think the results here or in Atlantic Canada are directly fishery-centred. I think it's more the nature of the campaign. It's the fact that people are deciding that they want a majority government. They're concerned about the Bloc Québécois and about Canada. These are the main factors, I believe, in this result.
Okay, let me pick up on a quick point that was brought up by one of the people in Halifax tonight that said Brian Mulroney's got to accept a good chunk of the blame for the defeat for the Tories tonight. Would you agree with that?
Well, naturally, I suppose there's and not everybody approved of what the Mulroney government did, let us put it that way. But I'm quite convinced that had he led this campaign, we would be doing far better than we're doing today, because we would have put out a vision of what we're going to do for the future and laid it out clearly to the Canadian people. There's been a lot of accomplishments, so I don't have the tendency to want to downplay his great contribution. Undoubtedly, it had some influence. All right, Mr. Crosby, good to talk to you again, and we'll talk to you again as the evening progresses. That's the standings right now. 29 Liberals leading or elected in Atlantic Canada, 3 Tories. One of those, Bernard Valcourt in Madawaska, Victoria, 1 cabinet minister holding on to his seat in Atlantic Canada. 2 have gone down to defeat, Ross Reid and McCreath, the Veterans Affairs Minister in Nova Scotia, both trailing at this hour. But the Liberals, big red sweep in Atlantic Canada. What will happen in Central Canada? That'll be coming up a little later. CBC News Election 93 coverage continues in a moment. Good evening, Ontario and Quebec. Jean Chrétien will be the 20th Prime Minister of Canada. The Liberals, the next government. Welcome to the CBC's coverage of Election 93, the World Series of Canadian politics. I'm Peter Mansbridge, and just as the Jays painted this country blue, the Liberals are painting it red, and they're painting it red big time. Just look at these numbers. Seats are going Liberal tonight. The Tories only in the game in 3. Remember last time, 20 of the 32 ridings were Liberals, but they're making gains, big gains. Now, you can't call a government just based on seats, but you can on the share of the vote. And let me tell you, the share is dramatic. Just watch this. This is how well the Liberals have done so far in Atlantic Canada. 6 out of every 10 votes counted so far tonight have gone Liberal. Barely 28% have gone Tory, the NDP and Reform, not a factor in Atlantic Canada. So, based on that massive popular support, the CBC Decision Desk called a Liberal government just over 20 minutes ago. Whether it's a majority or minority, that is still to be decided. Some political faces we'll be watching tonight, obviously, are Tory cabinet ministers.
people who may well be out of a job tomorrow. Here's one of them, Ross Reed. He is trailing in St. John's West. It's one of the ridings that hasn't been decided yet. But throughout the campaign, the Tories, when they knew they were in trouble, said the extent of the damage may well be first hinted in St. John's West. If Ross Reed lost that riding, and he's trailing now, look out for a steamroller of Liberals across the country. You know, the public opinion polls all said this was coming, and earlier tonight, an unlikely source hinted at a Liberal tide. Former Tory Cabinet Minister John Crosbie.
Well, I must be masochistic to even agree to appear on the program tonight. I feel like a turkey invited to the Christmas dinner. It's been a catastrophic campaign for the Tories.
Well, that was John Crosbie before a single vote had been counted yet tonight. He knew what was coming, especially in his home province in Newfoundland. Liberal sweep there and through most of Atlantic Canada. A lot of drama this hour, and we're poised to deliver. We're at the CBC's new broadcast center in the atrium, honoring the late Barbara Frum. But we can take you far beyond these walls. We're wired in to 45 locations around the country. Our panel tonight will make sense of tonight's results. And our town halls will link the faces and voices of Canadians from right across this land. This is our town hall in Toronto. We'll be linking it up with Halifax, Vancouver, and Montreal. Right now, though, there's lots to watch. Will the Liberal landslide continue? Will the Bloc Québécois take Quebec? What about reform? When we know, you'll know. So come with us as we go on Election 93, jaunting across the country tonight. With me, as she is every night, the CBC's Pamela Wallen. Pamela?
It is quite a story tonight, Peter. As you have already said, there is enough support building for the Liberals across the country that they will form a government, but we don't know whether that'll be a majority government, a minority government. And the other question we don't know, because the votes are just being counted as we speak this moment, is whether or not Jean Chrétien will win his seat, whether he'll be there to take up the role of Prime Minister in the House of Commons. Those are some of the questions. Will the reform really make a beachhead in the province of Ontario? Will that decimate the Tory party? There are just so many fascinating questions. We're going to be asking them and answering them all the way to British Columbia tonight.
Well, you know, in past elections, it was always who's going to win, whether it's a majority or minority. That's still very much a factor tonight, the majority-minority. We have already declared the Liberals are going to win the election. But as you say, so many other storylines that are going to be fascinating right till the end of the evening, because BC holds Kim Campbell's seat. Will she win her own seat? It's also in the same time zone as Audrey McLaughlin. Will she win her seat? Will either of their parties still have official status after the end of the
And a big reform push in British Columbia as well. And now, of course, despite the fact that we've seen this Liberal tide moving westward, we're now hitting the Quebec border, the Ontario border, and of course the Bloc Québécois has been overwhelmingly popular there. And the Liberals may be right up against some very tough competition now to see whether they can continue to build that majority.
So those numbers you see at the bottom of the screen, and they'll be reflected throughout the evening. This one, the share of the vote, and it is the one that we really look at to make the decisions based on projecting what would happen in the evening. 60% of the Liberal vote coming out of Atlantic Canada tonight. Outstanding numbers for the Liberals, pretty depressing for any of the other parties. In seats, 29 leading or elected for the Liberals, 3 for the Tories. Don Newman has the story behind those numbers and some of the faces with them. Don Newman, the CBC's senior parliamentary editor. Don?
Thank you, Peter. As you point out, the Atlantic part of Canada today, a sea of red. The Liberals running very strongly. Let's take a look again at the board you were showing us just a moment ago. There you see the Liberals either elected or leading in 29 different seats. The Conservatives only in 3. And as we were pointing out a moment ago, only 20 Liberals last time, 12 Conservatives. A big story tonight. St. John's West, you saw John Crosbie looking glum. This is his old riding. Tonight, Jean Payne, the Liberal, is leading Loyola Hearn with a lead of almost 3,000 votes now, as 70 of the polls have been counted. And the South Shore, this is a riding the Tories have held since 1957. Veterans Affairs Minister Peter McCreath now trailing by 1,200 votes to the Liberal candidate, Mr. Wells. He is in front there. And another riding that the Liberals have picked up, Cumberland Colchester, another riding that went Tory in 1957. It stayed that way when Bill Casey took it for them in 1988. But now Diane Brachette has a lead of over 1,000 votes on Mr. Casey, as all of Nova Scotia looks as though it is going red. Fundy Royal, it has been a Conservative riding since it was formed in 1917. Bob Corbett trailing Paul Zed, the Liberal candidate, by almost 1,000 votes. That would be a riding that would be a big loss for the Conservatives. Mal Peck, all of PEI was Liberal in 1988. It stays that way tonight. Wayne Easter, a former president of the National Farmers Union, he has taken the Malpeque riding. That is the seat that Catherine Colbeck gave up when she became the Premier of Prince Edward Island. Now let's take a look only in Madawaska, Victoria. Well, now look, there's Bernard Valcourt. He is now trailing. He is behind his Liberal opponent by 197 votes. Valcourt has been counted on by the Tories to lead the fight in New Brunswick. And at one point in New Brunswick, the Tories did have a lead in 3 of the seats, but now Bernard Valcourt has also fallen behind. So it is not a good scene now, even in northern New Brunswick, for the Conservatives. They had thought that with a strong cabinet minister, remember in both Newfoundland and in Nova Scotia, new ministers in the cabinet, Bernard Valcourt, a veteran cabinet minister, they thought he might be able to hold off the Liberal tide. Now only 2 seats are the Tories leading in New Brunswick, 2 of the 5 that they had in the last Parliament. Peter?
All right, Don, and with that change in Madawaska, Victoria, you can see the reflection of the 32 seats in Atlantic Canada now. What a story for the Liberals. 30 of the 32 seats in Atlantic Canada have either elected Liberals or they're leading in those races at this hour in the evening. So an extremely good start for the Liberals heading towards a government. We've already said that was going to happen. Will it be a minority or majority? The odds are leaning towards majority, but it's too early to make that call yet. We've got to wait to see the results coming out of Quebec, where it's clear the Bloc Québécois is going to do well, but how well will the Liberals do? And in Ontario, where the Liberals have a massive lead in the final polls coming out of the campaign, will that translate into big seat numbers in Ontario? They have to get them if they're not going to get seats in Quebec, a massive number, to go ahead through the rest of the country forming a majority. They'll also need a breakthrough in Western Canada. So the decision on minority or majority may take a while. We'll have to wait and see as things unfold. Helping us through the story in Shawinigan tonight, in the riding, Sam Maurice, of the leader of the Liberal Party, Jean Chrétien, CBC reporter Keith Bogue, and Keith was on the Chrétien plane, buses, wherever the campaign went. Keith was covering it for us. Keith, I'm sure news already has reached Shawinigan that the CBC has declared the Liberals will win. The big question, I guess, there, though, is can he win his own riding?
Quite right. You know, there is some happiness here that they feel they are going to form a government. But on the question of whether he wins his own seat, Liberals are split. Just over to my right here is the campaign headquarters, where the local Liberal staff has been working hard since before the election began, trying to win this riding for Jean Chrétien. They feel quite confident. They had a good turnout, they say, at the polls, something like 80%, and they feel that they were able to turn this around for Mr. Chrétien the last couple of weeks. That's not the story. With the National Liberal team, the people around the leader himself are less than optimistic. Some of them are privately saying they think he will lose the riding tonight. I must say, in the times that I've been here, I haven't seen a poll where he's leading, and the fact that they have decided now to take him out of the riding as quickly as possible after the election for news conference in Ottawa instead of here is also another indication, I think, that they are not that confident.
All right, Keith, well, it's good of you to talk to us. We'll talk to you later on in the evening as the story continues to develop, and especially those results coming in from Sam Maurice. If Jean Chrétien does lose his own seat and his party heading towards government, it wouldn't be the first time that's happened on the national scale. It happened to Mackenzie King, one of the great Liberal stalwarts of the past, a former Prime Minister a number of times, longest-serving Prime Minister in Canadian history. He lost his own seat twice, won again in by-elections. So if it happens to Chrétien, it won't have been the first time it's happened to a Prime Minister of Canada. Pamela has her panel of political pundits with her now. Pam.
For those of you just joining us now in this hour, let me reintroduce quickly our political pundits who will be here all night. Hugh Segal, former Chief of Staff to former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney. Stephen Lewis, the former leader of the Ontario New Democrats. Heather Reisman, who's speaking for the Liberals tonight. She's got that smile on her face. We'll see how long it lasts. Tom Flanagan is here talking for the Reform Party tonight, and a little bit later we'll be hearing from the Bloc Québécois. But Heather, let's start with you at this point. As we're seeing the tide sweep west, there's no question about that, but the issue really is what happens if Mr. Chrétien doesn't get his seat? What kind of a statement is that?
Well, I think we shouldn't overestimate, frankly, what kind of a statement it is. If he doesn't get a seat, he still becomes Prime Minister. He will quickly run in another seat and take his position as he should in the House. I don't think it should be overplayed. However, there's no question that the feeling in Quebec is that there is a lot of discomfort with Chrétien, and it's going to play itself out, and we're going to see it tonight as we watch the returns come in.
Hugh Segal, we were hearing from other Conservatives throughout the course of the evening, from John Crosbie a little bit earlier on. He used the word catastrophic. Is that the fate of the Tory party tonight?
Well, I think it's going to be difficult, certainly. I'm not going to compete in hyperbole with John Crosbie, but I think we're going to have a very difficult night. I think what's happened to us When we win elections, we put together coalitions of protest voters right across the country who are upset with the Liberals. We don't do it frequently. We did it twice in a majority way with Brian Mulroney. When we lose elections, it's because the coalition comes apart. And with the reform vote taking 10 to 15% out of our hide in Ontario, we even lost some in parts of the Maritimes. I think that's going to produce a lot of Liberal seats without having to increase their vote at all, in fact.
Tom Flanagan, is that in a sense what you have done by establishing a beachhead in Ontario? You've elected Liberals.
Well, I'd like to see the results. I'm hoping that we're going to elect some reformers.
All right, and Stephen, to you, a word about the state of the NDP. I mean,
I want to point out to you, we have not lost a seat yet. not one. And don't get metaphysical on me by saying we didn't have them. So let's wait to see what happens.
All right, the NDP have made no gains, but there have been no losses
Precisely.
tonight. You heard it here first from Stephen Lewis, and you'll hear it throughout the course of the evening as our pundits join in with their thoughts about why what is happening is happening. Peter?
All right, Pamela, thanks very much. Here, Mary Clancy holding the seat of Halifax for the Liberals. But the overall numbers are starting now to come in from the rest of the country, specifically central Canada. We've got some very early returns coming in from one riding in Quebec where Lucien Bouchard is leading in his, Lac-Saint-Jean, and a couple of ridings in Ontario where the early returns show the Tories leading in one, the Liberals leading in another. But they're very early as the evening progresses, and especially in these next few minutes when that load of 174 different ridings in Quebec and Ontario start to report, you'll suddenly start to see a lot. Throughout the evening, as you see the banners beneath me there, it'll give you an indication of elected results. Here's that Tory riding I was saying, Perth, Wellington, Waterloo. It is a Tory seat and is being held right now very early by Harry Brightwell for the Tories, a lead of one vote, early going, one poll obviously out of 227. Also in the Bloc Québécois leader, Lucien Bouchard, out to a quick lead in Lac-Saint-Jean. Everybody expects he'll win his seat tonight of Lac-Saint-Jean. The interesting thing is, in fact, that the only leader that seems confident of victory in their riding tonight is Lucien Bouchard. Nobody is making big predictions yet on Jean Chrétien other than that he's in trouble. Preston Manning is said to be in a very close race in Calgary. Kim Campbell, Audrey McLaughlin, both fighting for survival in the BC riding for Kim Campbell and in the Yukon for Audrey McLaughlin. So as the numbers start to roll in from Ontario and Quebec, you see the Liberals still with a big lead. And the important number for them, they're gaining in 11 seats right now. The NDP down one, so Stephen, there's the first one reporting in. It's still early on that particular riding, but the NDP in trouble in one of their seats. 31-3-1 is the seat total at the moment, leading and elected. Liberals out to a big lead. We've declared them already. They're going to win the government. Minority or majority is the question. Helping us throughout the evening, Rex Murphy, who will be with us to try and understand the story behind these numbers, which really is the important story to tell. Rex?
Peter, help is a charitable verb. Our first retrospect for right now is the Atlantic region. We want to show you rather graphically just how much the vote has shifted from 1988 to 1993. There are the board as it is right in 1988. You have 40% for the PCs, 46% for the Liberals. Now look at the change, and the graphic alone is enough to seduce. What you have here is a tremendous column of Liberal support mutating from the 1988 figures. Well, what is the reason that this large column developed in this election? Apart from a mangled campaign, and that does not explain it completely, it's two things. It's that the Atlantic region, battered economically, and Newfoundland and a few others battered savagely, wanted reassurance. The second thing is that both in the case of Reform and the Conservatives, the use of the word deficit in Atlantic Canada was read as compensation of compensation and probably changing UI. Peter, I shall return the thing to you.
All right, Rex, thanks very much. Fascinating to watch just how that vote shifted between 1988 to 1993 in Atlantic Canada. Now, there's going to be some fascinating vote shifts in both Quebec and Ontario as the evening progresses, as we see some of the early returns starting to come in. Hastings, Frontenac, Lennox, and Addington. A long name for a big riding in Ontario where Reform has its first lead of the evening. It's only the first poll of 225, but it's one of those rural Ontario seats held by the Tories where there is a Reform breakthrough expected. Whether they can win the seat is still up as a question, but if they can do well in some seats in Ontario, that's the Preston Manning plan to try and stop the Liberals from a majority government, they've got to do well in Ontario as well as in the West. Another Tory seat, another Liberal seat, in this case, Hold'em in Norfolk. The Liberals won it in '88, and they've got the early lead tonight first poll, keep in mind very early returns at this point in terms of these ridings coming in from Ontario and Quebec. Here's a tie. You don't see many ties over the evening, but on the first poll in Temiskaming French River, the Liberals and Reform tied. That's another Ontario riding. Liberals and Reform tied in that riding on the first poll. So Reform starting to make their move in Ontario based on very early returns. Not doing well in this one, though. Glengarry Prescott Russell, where Don Boudry, a longtime Liberal incumbent member, seems headed towards re-election tonight, although, of course, 1 out of 220 polls. The overall numbers, Liberals leading are elected in 34. They're going to form the government. Will it be a majority or a minority? This hour may tell that story as more ridings come in from both Ontario and Quebec. Pam.
And as we're starting to see that Reform presence felt in the province of Ontario, running second, running first in some of those ridings, there is another new party in this country, the Bloc Québécois, and it is poised to take a huge number of seats in the province of Quebec. And joining us throughout the course of the evening, an advisor, a friend of Lucien Bouchard is with us, Daniel Turp. He joins us from Montreal. And one of the questions, Daniel, on everybody's mind tonight is if the polls hold true, if the Bloc comes through with 50 or more seats, what exactly will your leader do? Will he go to Ottawa, move into Stornoway, and become, at taxpayers' expense, the leader of the opposition?
Well, it's pretty clear that Monsieur Bouchard will abide by the democratic will of Quebecers, and if he has the sufficient numbers to become leader of the opposition, he just will do that. As for Stornoway, Monsieur Bouchard has said that that's not his main concern. He talked about perks when it came time to discuss about Stornoway. So what he will do is what the Quebecers will ask him to do. Be there in great numbers and exercise the powers that have been given to him by Quebecers.
But Daniel, I guess the question for so many other Canadians is what would a separatist, a man committed to the breakup of this country, do as opposition leader? How could he speak on behalf of the rest of the country to challenge government?
Monsieur Bouchard is a sovereignist. He will want to entertain constructive dialogues with the rest of Canada. He has consistently suggested that Quebec and Canada have common interests, and those are the interests he'll be discussing in the Canadian Parliament.
But would there be any case made, and we've seen in earlier cases in this country when the Progressives sent a huge number of elected representatives to Ottawa, that they stepped aside. They said it's not our role to be opposition. They let other people come together, like perhaps Conservatives, Reformers form some alliance. Would he entertain that at all, or if you get the votes, are you there, come what may?
Well, if the Bloc gets the votes, it gets the votes, and it will probably do some alliances on some very specific issues, specific questions, and Monsieur Bouchard is very open to that kind of discussion with other parties that will be parties of the opposition, as the Bloc Québécois will be as well.
Well, Mr. Turp, Danielle, we'll be back to you throughout the course of the evening as we see those results for the Bloc Québécois come in and talk to you about all sorts of issues, including whether or not Mr. Chrétien should try to win his seat in Quebec, and if he doesn't, what he'll do. So all of those things on our agenda with Daniel and other members of our panel tonight. Peter?
All right, Pamela, thanks very much. 36 Liberals leading or elected at the moment. The Tories in 3. The Bloc now in 2 seats in Quebec. The only 2 seats we have results from Quebec so far. One of them is Lucien Bouchard's seat in Lac-Saint-Jean, where he is leading. Reform leading, well, now there's another one as well for the Bloc and Reform. Those numbers, especially in this next 15 to 20 minutes, are going to move very quickly as all those seats from across Ontario and Quebec roll in. This is one of the presentations we're going to offer throughout the evening to give you a sense, as the numbers start piling up, of how the different parties are doing. Already we've got the Liberals elected in 25 seats. We won't be putting candidates who are leading in ridings into the House of Commons yet, only in our graphic presentation, only those who've been elected. So far, elected 25 Liberals, 1 Conservative. As the evening moves along, we see how far the Liberals can get. They need 148 seats in the House of Commons to have a majority. To do that, they've got to win 66 new seats on top of the 82 they had from when Parliament dissolved. If they can do that, they'll have a majority government. So far, they're starting to add some numbers, as you can see, very quickly. The Liberals will form the government. The question, though, still remains minority or majority. A lot will depend on how they do in central Canada, both in Quebec and in Ontario. Quickly out to Vancouver, where the polls have not closed yet, but Denise Harrington is standing by in Kim Campbell's headquarters And I imagine even through the fact that the polls are still open, the word is starting to drift back to Vancouver of the Liberal demolition team in Atlantic Canada and how they've knocked down all those Tory seats that were held in Atlantic Canada. Denise.
That's right, Peter. Just upstairs here in the Pan Pacific Hotel, Kim Campbell and her advisors have been calling into Eastern Canada to people like Ross Reid and Peter McCreath, those cabinet ministers who have gone down to defeat or are pretty close to it. This is not any surprise to them. They expected very bad news. This just confirms their worst expectations. And at this moment, Ms. Campbell's people are working on her concession speech. It will obviously be tailored to how bad the defeat is, and of course they're still waiting to hear, because a little less than 3 hours before the polls close here in Vancouver, to see if Ms. Campbell herself can remain a member of Parliament. It's that close here.
What was her mood today? You watched her, you followed her as she went off to vote. I mean, it's been no secret in the Tory inner club in the last 10 days or so that this was not going to be a good night for them. How is she holding up?
Surprisingly, she's been very stoic through the last couple of days, Peter. She did a blitz of about 6 or 7 ridings here in the Vancouver area just yesterday, going around giving the stump speech, obviously not talking very much about forming a government anymore, although she did sound a bit bitter in an interview to one of the major papers here in Vancouver today, blaming the media for a lot of the problems and not saying her words were misinterpreted, although a lot of people in the party felt she made some gaffes in the campaign. But she's pressing on. Her own people now are pushing very hard to try to get her re-elected in her own riding. That would then give her the choice of whether she wants to stay on as leader. But as Tory ministers and members drop across the country, that's going to become increasingly hard for Ms. Campbell to do. All
right, Denise, thanks very much. We'll be back to you later on during the evening, and Denise's report underlining the time zones in this country. As you can tell, counting votes already in central Canada, most of them counted in Atlantic Canada, but out west they're still voting. And as Denise said, Kim Campbell's riding people trying to get the vote out to try for the Tory leader to hold on to her own seat. Having lost government tonight, can she hold on to her own seat and the Tory status in Parliament? More Ontario ridings coming in. Liberal lead, not unexpected in Northern Ontario, Cochrane Superior. This is early, though, as you can tell. 1 out of 169 polls, all 11 people who voted there, 9 of them voted Liberal. Another riding in Quebec, Laurentide, where the Bloc Québécois is out to a quick lead. How many seats will the Bloc get in Quebec? That's a big question tonight, and clearly how many seats the Liberals will get in Quebec and Ontario may decide majority or minority.
You've raised an interesting point of discussion, the whole question of maintaining party status. The rate the Conservatives are going right now, they may lose that. Back in 1963, there was actually a discussion about that, and they decided you had to have 12 seats, 12 MPs elected across the country if you were going to have all the perks of being an official party and money for research and all of those things. So that's a very important question tonight for the Liberals, or sorry, for the PCs and for the New Democrats as they look at these numbers. Will they even be considered official parties as this Liberal tide just keeps on moving?
Well, and for the NDP, not a good showing so far, right. Not a single seat on the board yet. Reform, doing well, looking at 3 leads at the moment, all in Ontario. And their NDP down 3 seats in the ones that have reported so far. But the big story, look at that transfer of votes from the Conservatives to the Liberals in Atlantic Canada and Central Canada, and to the Bloc Québécois in Quebec. The Bloc picking up seats, starting quickly now. Will they outnumber Reform at the end of the evening? Reform expected to make a bit of a breakthrough here in Ontario, but big breakthroughs as we move west, and the fight for second place clearly between Bloc and Reform.
And in the last days of the campaign, pretty clear from the Conservative side that Ms. Campbell did not want to talk about forming an alliance with the Reform Party to try and stop the Bloc, because of course that's been the nature of a lot of the Reform Party support, as people have looked and thought about the prospect of a separatist government sitting in the ranks of official opposition as the official opposition party. A lot of people saying they would go and vote for Reform to try and stop that, and with that, the votes have fled the Tory ranks over to Reform.
The other story we got to keep watching is the share of the vote. Right. That's the one that'll tell us and give us the good sense, especially coming out of Central Canada now, when you add it to those huge Atlantic numbers for the Liberals, how well they're doing. When you look at that, an incredible number for the Liberals, 59%. This is still based on scattered returns in Central Canada, so the number hasn't changed that much yet from Atlantic. Canada, where they were getting roughly 6 out of every 10 votes cast. But 59%, if they continue anywhere near that level, when we get more votes registering in central Canada, the decision to call a majority Liberal government won't take very long.
No, that's what they have to do, is keep building those numbers. But there are 174 seats out of 295 in Ontario and Quebec. It's the kind of number that makes everybody in Western Canada angry, because we know elections can be settled and decided in this part of the country, and we might very well see that settled tonight about whether there's a majority or a minority Liberal government. But there are outstanding questions about who will be the opposition, how big the reform movement will be as it heads west, already making some gains in Ontario. That's a plus in some senses as they see it. They expected to make their gains in the west.
All right, well, let's look at some of the Ontario numbers in a more general and overall view to see where the Liberals are doing it and how they're doing it. In Ontario, 24 of the 99 ridings that have to report yet tonight. So this is the first chunk of ridings, first quarter roughly. 20 leading Liberals out of those 24 that have reported so far. Reform leading in 3, the Tories leading in only 1. And to get a sense of that, the Tories had more seats in Ontario last time than the Liberals did. The Tories this time trailing way back, only leading in just 1. But here's the crucial one that we've been saying, and that is the change in the vote. The Liberals running now roughly at 54%, which is up almost 15% from where they were in 1988. Look at that Tory vote. They are plummeting straight down, spiraling downwards at a little over 18.5%. But the key there is the Reform vote, Reform and Tories splitting the vote. If that carries on through the evening, that is good news for the Liberals, bad news for Reform. In Quebec, those numbers, as you see, the first indication of the overall Quebec numbers showing the Bloc Québécois doing extremely well, leading in 10 seats, and the Liberals leading in 3, the Tories not on the map. The Tories have pretty well dominated Quebec in 84 and 88, but they're not there yet tonight in the first 13 ridings out of 75 to report. Here's the share of the vote that's developing tonight in 1988, first of all. That'll give you a sense of the way things are changing. You see the Tory vote dropping dramatically, and out of nowhere comes the Bloc Québécois. And when you look at those numbers, they're almost identical in this early vote going to the last few polls that you saw before the campaign. The Bloc over 50%, the Liberal figure upwards of 30%. And that's what they're hoping. They can get up over 30% and pick up more than the 11 seats they had last time.
But it really raises some questions for the future of the Tories, because if the Bloc really is at 50 or 53% in its share of the vote, and the Liberals are moving up, that leaves no room for Conservatives. And some people were talking on the eve of the election about there only being 2 Conservative survivors in the province of Quebec. Even trouble for Jean Charest, the very popular challenger to Kim Campbell for the Tory leadership. So we'll be watching a couple of ridings like that if there will be any Tory survivors in the province there that Brian Mulroney swept so massively.
Okay, so as the numbers continue to roll in through central Canada, they're really starting to build up now in both Ontario and Quebec. You look at the Liberals marching towards victory tonight. They're clearly going to form the government. The question still remains, majority or minority. It's looking good towards a majority now, but still not enough indications yet for us to call that. But as you can see, they're up 28 seats already from there where they were at this point in 1988. Our coverage continues in a moment. One seats for the Liberals at the moment. If that continues, 11 for the Bloc Québécois, which is a good showing for them starting off in Quebec right now. Reform making a bit of a breakthrough. It's all in Ontario. 4 seats, the Tories. Remember this, the Tories, they were the majority government in 1984, 1988. They're sitting on the board tonight at this point in the evening with 3 seats. 3 seats for the Conservatives, 61 for the Liberals, heading towards government. The change in the vote tonight, and this is the story that we continue to watch throughout the evening that will tell us whether or not the Liberals can make it to a majority government. Well, these votes, this is all the votes counted to this point this evening, half an hour after the polls have closed in central Canada, well after they've been closed in Atlantic Canada, still way more than half the votes counted going to the Liberals, an astonishing number when you consider in some ridings we're looking at a four-party race, 58.6% for the Liberals. Big gains, mostly coming at the expense of the Conservatives. The fuel propelling the Liberals is strong stuff. Now look at the difference. We just saw it in that vote. The Liberals have thus far been getting almost 60% of the votes cast, a number that's the political equivalent of steamroller. But things are far from over, and in many ways, they've just begun. Pamela, as you've been saying to us all night, warning us lots more stories than just who forms the next government.
That's right. As we sit here and try and add up our numbers fast enough to find out whether or not the Liberals will have a majority government, there's the question tonight of whether or not the Prime Minister of a new Liberal government, Jean Chrétien, will be sitting in the House of Commons to lead his party, because we are now starting to see the results come in Quebec, and the BQ are doing, the Bloc Québécois are doing what the pollsters said they would do. They're doing very well. The other phenomenon, of course, the Reform Party, cutting dramatically and drastically into the Tory ranks, right now helping to elect Liberals, but also making some gains on their own. Okay, as we continue to monitor the seat count tonight, we also want to break away from the numbers and the action to talk to Canadians who are interested from a number of different walks of life. Wendy Mesley is gathered with some of them right now in the lobby here in the CBC's new broadcast center in Toronto. Wendy?
Hi, Peter. That's right. We've invited a few dozen people, actually, from all walks of life to come and join us here in the lobby of the new broadcast center. And one of the people we've invited is from Halifax, Alexa McDonough. She is leader of the provincial NDP in Nova Scotia. Obviously, the Liberal wave began this evening in the Atlantic region. Why? Why was it so strong?
Well, I think there are a number of reasons. Clearly, people wanted to repudiate that Tory record and the devastation of the Atlantic economy, and they weren't taking any chances on parking their vote anywhere except with the Liberals, because that was the only certain way to defeat those Tories from a historical perspective. I think we also know that patronage politics still is very strong in Atlantic Canada. There was a clear sense that there was going to be a Liberal government, either majority or minority. Atlantic Canadians wanted to be on board. And let's face it, 4 Atlantic Liberal provincial governments have had the advantage of a Tory federal government to blame all the sins and woes on. That may change fairly rapidly over the next while.
All right. Alexa McDonough, thank you very much for being with us tonight. Back to you, Peter.
All right, Wendy, thank you. We'll be back to you throughout the evening. Of course, during this crucial hour, a lot of results coming in through central Canada, so we're trying to keep monitoring those as the Liberals march towards the big decision of whether it's a majority or a minority. Right now, the Liberals are picking up seats in a lot of places in Ontario. They're managing to see the Reform and the Tories split a vote, about equal number of votes right now. And for the Liberals, that's good news in Ontario. But they got to rack up a lot more numbers in a lot of ridings before we would say with any confidence that they are heading towards a majority government. They are going to head towards a government, but whether it's minority, majority, still the question. One of the architects of the Liberal victory tonight is a man by the name of John Ray. If the name sounds a little familiar, the Ray part of it, it's because he's the brother of Bob Ray, the NDP Premier of Ontario, but he's also the campaign manager for the Liberal Party, close friend of Jean Chrétien. He's in Ottawa tonight, and he's talking with our Kevin Newman. Kevin?
And thank you, Peter. I've had a heck of a time holding on to Mr. Ray. He paces. I wouldn't think you'd have much to pace about tonight.
Well, we're anxious to have the results, which should be forthcoming over the course of the next hour. We're just like all the rest of the Canadians. We don't know any more than they do. We want to see what the results are going to be.
Now, as you well know, no government in Canada has got a majority government without winning a majority of seats in Quebec. Is that why you're nervous?
No, I'm not nervous. I'm just anxious to see the results. People have been working for many years to try to form a new government for the Liberals, and we're just waiting to see the results. So I'm not nervous. I'm just in anticipation waiting for the results.
And what are you hearing from Quebec? Mr. Chrétien's seat obviously is there.
Mr. Chrétien's seat is there. We're very hopeful that he'll do well in that seat.
Now, a lot of people have asked you this before. I'll ask you this now. There's going to be a new Prime Minister, Jean Chrétien. If he asks you to serve in government, in the Prime Minister's office in any capacity, will you accept that invitation?
Well, my understanding with Mr. Chrétien was very clear that I was going to go back into private business, which is what my employment is. I'll still be there to help him, and my own position really isn't that important. What's important is for him to be the Prime Minister.
And you're feeling pretty good tonight, I would imagine, in some ways?
I feel terrific. We've had a great group of people who've worked, and I think we work with a fair degree of success, hopefully, and we've got an outstanding leader who really has performed admirably.
Okay, thank you very much, John Ray. Back to you, Peter.
All right, Kevin, thanks very much. John Ray nervously pacing the hallways. The decision is not about government, it's about a majority or a minority. And the decisions coming out of Ontario and Quebec factor into that very importantly, especially in Quebec, where the Bloc is doing well this evening already. Don Newman has been monitoring just how well they have been doing. Don?
Thank you, Peter. You're right. John Ray a little nervous if he's looking at the Quebec numbers. Let's take a look at the board for a moment. The scorecard shows the Bloc leading or elected or just leading at the moment in 16. The Liberals in 9. The PCs only in 1. Let's take a look at some of the ridings and see just how the Bloc is doing. In Laurentides, there you see Monique Gay has a lead of a few over Jacques Vienne and also over the Liberal running ahead of the Conservative. Laurentides, that is around the St. Jerome area of the just north of Montreal, so the Bloc is doing well in that area. In Charlevoix, which is a riding, guess who was the last MP from Charlevoix? You're right, Brian Mulroney. Well, that riding now, Asselin, the Bloc Québécois candidate, has the lead there. Now it's a narrow lead over the Conservative. Nonetheless, at the moment at least, the Bloc doing well on the north shore of the St. Lawrence as well. In Manicouagan, a riding that Mulroney also represented, his party is not doing well there either. Charles Langlois, who was the government whip in the last parliament, he is trailing the Liberal Rita Lavoie, by, again, just a few votes. But again, the Tories not looking at all well in Quebec at the moment. And Bonaventure, Ile de la Madeleine, the Liberals at the moment in front, ahead of Darrell Gray, the Conservatives, who held the seat since 1984. Ile de la Madeleine was not always a good Liberal seat. It was the one seat in Quebec they lost in 1968, but at the moment they have a lead of 28. Of course, only one of the polls so far reported. But at the moment, the Bloc looking healthy in Quebec. The Bloc maybe even a rock in Quebec. The Liberals, though, picking up some seats as well. The Conservatives in an awful lot of trouble. Peter?
They certainly are in Quebec, and also in Ontario, the Tories in trouble. But the Liberal story is an amazing one as they continue to rack up seats in the province of Ontario. Look at that figure now at 91 leading or elected Liberals, and the Bloc in second place at 17. A lot of ridings still to be heard from in Quebec, and that's why we're hesitating before we make any big decisions about pushing this prediction towards a majority or a minority. We want a clear indication of what's happening in Quebec. Ontario, things are breaking the Liberals' way. They're holding back the reform gains, although they are a breakthrough for reform. You know, they are making seats in Ontario. The Tories, though, are just being humbled. They're in Ontario, they're only leading in 3 of the ridings reporting so far, and there have been almost 60 results in already. Only 3 Tories leading. The Liberals leading or elected already in Ontario in 53 seats. So the Liberals making their name in Ontario, and we could have a sweep of incredible proportions for the Liberals in Ontario.
The Liberals can't do that. Of course, there are 99 seats, more than a third of all the seats there are in the House of Commons. So if they really make the breakthrough here and the spoils go to the Reform Party as opposed to the Tories, that doesn't much matter. They will have the block of that. But the real question for the Liberals tonight is still in the province of Quebec. They have got to make gains there. The block is shooting up. The Tories are, of course, disappearing off the political map. But will the BQ take those seats, or will some be left for the Liberals? They have to make gains there to continue to create a majority across the country. They need something in every province, and so far it's not there.
And as this graphic shows you right now, they're ahead in gains in 37 ridings, which is an incredible number for the Liberals overall, but they need 66 gains altogether if they're going to push this one to a majority government. Those are the numbers in Quebec right now, with the Bloc leading in 18 ridings, the Liberals in 11, the Tories in 1. They're making, and we'll isolate which one that is in just a moment. Important Tory story. I mean, they're losing a lot of seats tonight. Every cabinet minister they've got is losing.
A lot of questions, because of course we don't know the fate of Kim Campbell at this point, whether she'll win her seat, but we don't know in the province of Quebec whether Jean Charest, her top challenger in the race for the top job at the Tory party, will even make his particular bid. So a lot of questions unanswered about the future of those parties.
That one NDP seat in Quebec, they're trailing tonight to the Bloc as well. So when you look at those numbers, you're saying, Peter, Pamela, what are you hesitating for? You got
like
102 Liberals, and nobody else is in the game. Well, the trouble is, once we hit the Manitoba border, it becomes much more difficult for Liberals to pick up seats. They're expected to do well in cities. Reform is going to start picking up seats, we expect, in many of the western provinces. So it's a question of how much further that 104 figure can go.
That's the real difference
awfully close
in this election. When you're talking about 2 parties or 3 main parties, which we have for many years in this country, it's much easier to predict outcomes and divide the numbers up and see who will get how much. In some of the races, races as we move west, 5 contenders, 4 serious contenders. So when you see the vote splitting that way, it really is a roll of the dice.
But any way you cut it, this is going to be a big win for the Liberals tonight.
Absolutely.
They're smashing through, and did through Atlantic Canada. They're smashing through Ontario. The Quebec story that continues to unfold slowly. Some of the results are coming in slower from Quebec than they were from, or than they are from Ontario. Bloc has a big lead, but the Liberals have to get seats in Ontario or in Quebec if they're going to push this to a majority.
They do need some gains there. They need absolute gains, and it's been very hard. Of course, as we've been commenting all evening, there is even a huge question mark about the future of Jean Chrétien. He has been elected more than half a dozen times in that province, but it looks as if tonight it's going to be a very, very tight fight. So it'll be a mixed blessing if he gets his government without his own seat to become the prime
Remembering,
minister.
of course, that when Jean Chrétien came back into politics, came back and ran for the Liberal leadership, he then eventually had a seat in Atlantic Canada, and he did not run in Quebec in the by-election. He's back there now, but many people expecting he's going to lose that seat tonight.
And we'll have to run somewhere else.
We've just, the CBC Decisions Desk, based on the results in already, has decided to elect Lucien Bouchard. That's not going to be a surprise for anybody. In Lac-Saint-Jean, the Bloc Québécois leader winning tonight. Most likely, certainly by the numbers you're looking at so far, could be the opposition leader.
That's right, and we were
startling story.
He is the only leader, for starters, we should say that, who's absolutely sure of his riding tonight. They all have question marks beside them, but he has made it very clear in the final days of this campaign that if the people and the voters of Quebec elect him with the second highest number of seats, he will go and take up his democratically elected duty to become opposition leader, despite the concern that has caused right across the country.
And that gives you the indication of why we're suggesting that Lucien Bouchard will win tonight. Huge early lead in Lac-Saint-Jean, and clearly he is heading towards victory in Lac-Saint-Jean tonight. But for him, just like in the bigger story of whether the Liberals majority or minority, for Lucien Bouchard, will he be the official leader of Her Majesty's opposition? Well, we don't know until we find out more seats coming out of the West. But one thing we can tell you now, we've been agonizing over this for the past few minutes, crunching the numbers. We are going to declare at this point that the Liberals will form a majority government in Canada. Jean Chrétien will be the 20th Prime Minister, leading a majority Liberal government in the country. It's unclear at this point whether he'll be in or outside of the House of Commons, but what we can tell you, based on the projections we see now, the Liberals will form a majority government. Leading are elected in 110 seats already, still seats to report from Ontario and Quebec, given what we assume they will get out west in cities, in Manitoba especially, Saskatchewan a few, Alberta, and in BC, the Liberals will form a majority government. In other words, that 110 will be up and beyond 148 before the end of the evening. Pam?
Well, we have just made the declaration now that the Liberals will form a majority government, so let's hear from Heather Reisman at this particular point. You have been sitting there with a smile on your face tonight, Heather. The majority has been put together. Is it there? You think it's going to continue to grow across the country?
I think you made a pretty safe call there. We've been seeing the numbers come in all along. I think for sure we have this majority. There's still a few questions, and certainly who will be the leader of the opposition. But it's been a long haul for Liberals. It's been a tough fight, a lot of work, and it's really nice to know that it's coming together for us tonight.
And with or without Mr. Chrétien at this point?
Well, it's with Mr. Chrétien no matter what. The question is, of course, whether or not he'll win his seat. We're still hoping that he will, but it's certainly with Mr. Chrétien no matter what, and the only issue will be, does he run again?
All right, Heather Reisman, there's the view from the Liberals. Of course, she has been smiling all night. We know that.
Subdued excitement, I think is the way we'd say, at least publicly.
Do we have, okay, Peter, we'll go back to you.
Okay, we want to go over why we made the call now, because as you're looking, they need 148 seats, but right now 115, 114 that they're leading or elected in. Why have we made the call already? Well, we are clearly forecasting as the country marches towards the polls closing in Western Canada that the 66 seats they needed to get on top of the 82 they already had, they've already done extremely well in Atlantic Canada and in Ontario. They're going to continue to do well in the West based on every projection we have, and that we see no trouble for the Liberals now in forming a majority government. So we head into all the other stories. You know, clearly the end of a Conservative era, they have been smashed tonight. Look at that, 5 seats leading or elected in from the Manitoba border eastward to Atlantic Canada. That's one story. Who's going to form the leader of the opposition party? Will it be the Bloc Québécois? Certainly looks good at the moment for them, but the big reform turf out in Western Canada yet to be reported from. Will Jean Chrétien win his seat? Will Kim Campbell win hers? Audrey McLaughlin win hers? Will the Tories of the NDP form official party status in the House of Commons?
We promise this every election, Peter, that the voters of Western Canada will get their say and that they will impact an election. And tonight, in fact, they really will, because we will not know some of those key questions, nor will we know the extent of the reform movement. It started out in Alberta, but as we're seeing already, it's spread into Ontario. It's going to make inroads in Saskatchewan, Manitoba, British Columbia. So there are really a lot of outstanding questions there. And as we sort of see those results, we'll be able to see what message it is that has really resonated with the voters, because different messages in different parts of this country, a lot of very regional voting going on this time around.
You know, those are startling numbers to look at them even now. 116 Liberals leading or elected, 32 Bloc Québécois. When you consider the way the country has changed in a short period of less than 5 years since the last election, when it was basically a three-party House of Commons, here we got 5 parties. NDP, well, not on the board yet. They're still running at 0, but there are seats where they're confident of at least holding on to a couple, are all based in Western Canada. But you have the Tories humbled at only 5 so far, but an incredible lead for the Liberals. And there's every indication when you look at that share of the vote, 56% so far on the evening, that they are going to continue to do well as they march westward and do as well as they predicted in some western provinces.
But we do have to look for those regional signals, and if we do have the Liberals really cleaning up in Atlantic Canada, that's one thing. Then we'll see the BQ in the province of Quebec. Then we'll see if the Liberals continue in Ontario, but we really may see other kinds of voting results and indications in terms of that share of vote figure that we're looking at all night long, in terms of how much of it goes to the so-called protest parties. They would protest being called protest parties, the BQ and the Reform. So there's a lot of other things going on.
Trying to understand the structure of the country that we're going to see coming out. You know, will the Liberal base only be in Ontario and Atlantic Canada with just a few seats in the West? Will the Bloc Québécois clearly is going to be the regional party from Quebec? And who is the regional party if it is reformed in the West? And
some questions about the future of the New Democratic Party. As you say, for now, it's 0 on the tote board so far. And it really is, as Audrey McLaughlin herself has been suggesting, if they are wiped out in the province of Ontario, of course, some of that blame would go to provincial premiers like Bob Rae, but really some fundamental questions about the future of that party and what it does. Okay, well, enough talk from us. Liberals are going to form majority government. Let's go over and hear what some of the Canadians who've joined us here in our studio in Toronto have to say about all this. Been patiently watching these results coming in. Any thoughts tonight from any of you about how the Liberals have done this, a majority government, and what you expect because of it?
Well, first of all, I think we're allowed to relish the moment. Canadians are celebrating the destruction of perhaps one of the most reactionary governments this country has ever had. But I think we'd be foolish to celebrate a Liberal majority. A Liberal majority government won't be, in my view, much different or any better than a Tory majority government. I mean, we're talking about a corporate party, a party that talks with a social conscience but acts like a greedy Bay Street banker. And this party has been the party of choice for corporate Canada for most of the 20th century, the party that gave us wage controls in 1975 after promising not to do so.
Okay, I want to hear whether everybody agrees with that. I mean, Canadians have elected a majority government tonight. What's happening? I mean, do you feel the same way about that?
I don't feel the same way, quite frankly, Peter. I think it's great that finally we're getting a party in power that is going to give Canadians a sense of hope, a real sense of hope. For the past 9 years, the mood of the country has been filled primarily with feelings of hopelessness, anger, frustration, and despair. Finally, change, positive change in the form of jobs, may be coming in the next few years. We don't want to be fighting the deficit and maintaining double-digit unemployment. We want positive hope. And I think Jean Chrétien and the Liberal Party may be able to give it to us.
Who else has bought into the hope line tonight? No, this lady here?
In fact, I see it as false hope. Unfortunately, the same party line has been given to us. We're going back to old-style politics. The Liberals are going to believe they've been given a blank check. The deficit is a problem that must be dealt with. And double-digit unemployment, it might even get worse if the deficit isn't dealt with. And it's a serious problem here in Canada.
Are you saying, is the mood coming out of here that Liberal government you understand, but you would have preferred a minority government than a majority government? Is that what you're saying?
Some sort of accountability so that we can't go back. You know, the thought of being able to kick these guys out when they don't fulfill the will of the people. It sounds fabulous to me.
All right. Right here?
No, I think if the Liberals are coming in, and it looks like they are, then for the sake of the country, we need a majority government, because at least we have some stability. We've had no stability with even now, with considering who's going to be the opposition is really scary. But at least if we have a majority government, like them or don't like them, we go with them. We can vote them out in 4 years' time.
5 years.
Okay.
More like 5 years' time.
Okay, we'll be back, I promise, throughout the evening. Lots of results coming in already. Can tell you that the first results coming in from Saint Maurice, which is the riding of the Liberal leader and the next Prime Minister of Canada, Jean Chrétien, the early results, very early, Pamela, show the Liberal leader leading.
The Liberal leader is leading there, but we've got lots of questions. You know, I'm sitting here as you walk over there. Of course, the panel is talking to me here, and lots of questions that we've got to answer tonight, because a lot of the public opinion polls as we headed into this campaign said the Liberal sweep was going to go west, and we of course don't know. We don't have any evidence of that at this particular point. Now, there is a board that we can provide some information. Mr. Chrétien is leading in his own riding of Saint Maurice. That's 9 polls out of 166, and he has taken the lead at this point. He is, of course, the incumbent. That's what that little X means to the right of Mr. Chrétien's name. And if and when he is elected, you'll see a big check mark on our screen there, right at the Liberal side to the left of Mr. Chrétien's name. So good news for him at this point.
All right, Jean Chrétien leading, and if that continues through the evening, it certainly defies the pollsters. Bad news just in the last moment from the NDP, from the riding of Windsor, Stephen Langdon losing tonight to the Liberals. So our Election 93 coverage continues in just a moment. Good evening once again. I'm Peter Mansbridge. On our Election 93 coverage, a Liberal majority underway tonight. Across the country, Liberals sweeping in Atlantic Canada. They're sweeping in Ontario. In Quebec, the story's a little different. The Bloc Québécois doing extremely well in Quebec tonight. Let's get what Pamela wanted to get on right away. Is some sense from the panel of what's happening here. Pam.
Now, we hope their mothers told them not to eat with their mouths full. We've actually given them some sandwiches here, Peter, but we're going to make them talk anyway. So we heard from Heather a few minutes ago about the Liberal tide that we see moving. But Hugh, let's talk about your party. At this point in the evening, the Conservative Party does not have official status as a political party. This is coming out of 2 massive majority governments.
Yeah, even I'm prepared to admit things aren't going quite as well as we would have liked to see.
That may be an understatement.
Pamela, I think that what you have here is a decision on the part of voters that they really want a Liberal government, that they want the job-focused approach that Mr. Chrétien has put forward. And they've known Jean Chrétien one way or another for 30 years. He's not an unknown quantity. He's been an active proponent of a particular vision of Canada.
Is that part of it, that familiarity factor, when the going gets rough, when things are complicated, let's take what we know?
I think that's the first part of it. The second part of it is the division of our vote. In many of the constituencies that we have lost, in many parts of Ontario and other parts of the country, and we may yet lose this night, our vote has been cut in half by the reform, which is putting forward its own view of an agenda for the country, as it has every right to do. When you divide the Conservative vote, Liberals can win without increasing their vote, although they are doing very well on the popular vote tonight.
All right, I just want to bring Tom Flanagan in on that because you really do seem to be at this point. Now, we don't have results from Points West. We're still in Ontario, but all you've seemed to accomplish so far, you've elected a few reform members, but is to really give Heather Reisman and the Liberals a huge whopping majority.
Well, I think he was starting to run the spin cycle for the next election by defining a vote as conservative vote and then accusing reform of splitting it. The fact is that when you're building a party for the future, there will be a stage at which you're going to have to take away votes from other parties. In Ontario, we haven't yet built to the point where we can win very many seats. We may win 1 or 2, but we're definitely pulling a vote. In Western Canada, I believe we will see that reform will be out and winning seats. So that these are stages you go through in building for the future.
Stephen, what does it say about our political map if the Tories don't win official party status tonight, and it certainly doesn't look like your party will? What is the message from the voters? What are they trying to say to you folks?
Well, the message for the Tories is pretty clear, and I have a small spurt of euphoria welling up in me because I think that the negation of the Tories in terms of what was done over the last 9 years to Canada was predictable. For the NDP, we've got an enormous rebuilding job to do, because to lose every single seat in Ontario, which now appears to be the case, is pretty devastating for the party.
But is that just Bob Rae's fault, or did Audrey McLaughlin run a bad campaign, or how do you explain this?
Somehow, and I think it had a lot to do with the Charlottetown Accord, the NDP was seen as a traditional party by the electorate in this campaign, and the natural populist, left-wing, progressive instincts which we thought brought us to the surface were no longer there. I think that the government of Ontario had a significant amount to do with what has happened in Ontario. I don't doubt it.
Heather, I think one of the questions that Liberals have to deal with now is the question of expectations. There may be rejection of other parties, there may be anger, there may be protest, describe what you will. A lot of support for the Liberal Party, but a lot of expectation that you're going to have to work some miracles in this country.
Well, the expectations will be high. I think you're absolutely right, Pamela. But the fact that we will have representation from all across the country, I think will augur well for the kind of direction that the party will take. And I think that the work that has gone on in the last 3 or 4 years leading up to this campaign, the fact that we came into the campaign with a platform, we know what we want to do, we know that what we do is resonating with Canadians, I think we have a good shot to satisfy those expectations.
Well, a lot of people said that was the issue, that if Jean Chrétien held up that red book, it seemed to be a pacifier for a lot of people. We'll be back with our political pundits throughout the evening for their comments on this incredible story that is developing tonight. Peter?
Pamela, the incredible story, of course, the Liberal majority government, big one in the makings, 135 leading or elected for the Liberals right now. The Bloc Québécois doing well in Quebec, but not well enough to stop the Liberals from making gains in Quebec, and that's one of the pillars that they are building their majority government on. Don Newman has a look behind the numbers in Ontario and Quebec. Don?
Thank you, Peter. Taking a look in Ontario, where the Liberal machine is just going crazy. Let's take a look, as you see, 84-3 with one Reform candidate leading at the moment. Let's take a look. Metro Toronto is where the Liberals have been really running up some big numbers and taking seats both from the Conservatives and from the NDP. Don Valley East, David Collinette lost that riding in 1984 to Alan Redway. He is taking it back tonight, as you can see. A big lead there of over 1,000 votes, with only 21 of the polls counted. In Beaches Woodbine, there you have Maria Minna, one of the women appointed by Jean Chrétien. She is leading Neil Young, who's been holding that seat for the NDP for some time, but it is the Reform candidate, Prendergast, which is running second there at the moment. In St. Paul's, Barbara McDougall's old riding, Barry Campbell, the Liberal, ahead of Isabel Bassett, the Conservative candidate. Ms. Bassett, considered one of the star candidates, Reform there running second as well. So you can see in Toronto, it is a Liberal red tide. In Simcoe North, this is an interesting riding, north of Toronto. Public Safety Minister Doug Lewis running third behind Paul de Villiers, the Liberal, and Reg Lyons, the Reform candidate. So Reform really taking a whack into Doug Lewis's votes there, and the Liberals are the ones that are having the benefit of it. So as you can see, Peter, it is a red Ontario tonight.
And Don, a red country too developing tonight, as the Liberals having a powerhouse night, sweeping across Atlantic Canada, doing the same in Ontario, doing well in Quebec. 137 leading or elected. The Liberals will form a majority government. We have projected that some time ago. Now watching the results coming in just a few minutes from Manitoba. Our election coverage continues in just one moment. Good evening and welcome to Manitoba as they join our Election 93 coverage tonight. Canada will have a Liberal majority government. Jean Chrétien will be the nation's 20th Prime Minister. And welcome to the CBC's coverage of Election 93. I'm Peter Mansbridge. The Liberals are in, the Tories are out, way out. and there's still an awful lot up for grabs. The polls have just closed in Manitoba, but they've been counting everywhere else, counting this. Just look at it. These are the numbers collected so far. 187 of the 295 ridings reported, 140 Liberals leading or elected tonight already. They only need 148 for a majority government. We are sure they're going to do it, perhaps even in Manitoba. The Bloc Québécois heading towards opposition status tonight, perhaps, although they're not doing as well in Quebec as some had said. The Liberals picking up seats in Quebec as well. But 39 seats for the Bloc Québécois so far in Quebec, leading or elected. Look at this Tory number. Remember, Tories, majority government, 84, had over 200 seats. In 88, 169. Tonight, elected only one so far in the evening, leading in another 5. They're at a total of 6. Reform Party leading in only one Ontario riding. And there's an independent leading as well. We'll tell you about that a little later. Now, the share of the vote, this is the real story. This was 1988. The Tories, 43% of the vote counted in Canada. The Liberals doing second place, the NDP doing third. That was 1988. But things have changed dramatically, and we had hoped to show you this in a graphic presentation, but we can't right now. But so far, as the votes are being counted, more than half of them are going to the Liberals across the country. What's astounding in political terms is the turnaround of the voters. Think back to 88, you saw it. Look at that popular vote for the Tories. It's all gone now. It's all changed. The number's totally different. For Jean Chrétien, the prize is power and the post of Prime Minister. But he'll have the Bloc Québécois to contend with. Lucien Bouchard has won his seat in Lac-Saint-Jean in Quebec. He's gained it, a huge lead for him in Lac-Saint-Jean. But will he be the next leader of Her Majesty's official opposition? That story still to be determined tonight. Also still to be determined is whether or not the Jean Chrétien will win his own seat. Despite that, quite a night for the Liberals. In fact, they're 80. They're very confident, so confident. Earlier, the party's president had this to say.
Well, I thought it would be a majority. Personally, I've thought it would be a majority for some time. The real issue is how big a majority is it going to be.
Well, that was Don Johnson speaking in Ottawa just a little while ago. A lot of drama yet to come, though. And we've got the technology, the people, and the expertise to make your living room center stage. Our mission control is the CBC's new broadcast center here in Toronto. And here's what we'll be watching this hour. Will the Liberal wave continue to roll west in big numbers, or will it smash against a big unknown, the reform factor? Reform not doing well in Ontario, expected to do well in the West. These next hours will decide the official opposition and the face of Canada's 35th Parliament. A familiar face working with me tonight again, Pamela Wallen from CBC Primetime News. Pamela?
Well, it truly is an incredible story, Peter. Of course, we have declared here, based on the votes that some 18 million Canadians were eligible to cast today, that there will be a majority Liberal government. But if you look at some of the numbers, it's just quite incredible. Neither the NDP, the New Democrats, nor the Conservative Party have even managed to gain official party status at this point. That would mean a minimum of 12 seats, 12 members of Parliament going to Ottawa. So we are seeing a complete redrawing of the political map. And of course, the redrawing is underway because the BQ are really still surging ahead in the province of Quebec. And we have yet to see what the reform will really do as we head west. Certainly, they've already made some inroads in the province of Ontario. But mostly so far, they're just helping the Liberals rack up those numbers.
Certainly in Ontario. The story will be how will they do in the West, as you say. Some of the ridings from Quebec where Tory cabinet ministers are losing.
And cabinet ministers are in trouble right across the province of Quebec. Monique Landry there, she is running third in her riding, running well behind the BQ candidate, even running behind the Liberal. Jean Corbet, the transport minister, Anjou Rivière de Prairie, he is trailing behind the BQ candidate and again the Liberal candidate. Now we are seeing the BQ elected there. Merci and Blaine. All right, and we also have some updates on a couple of Ontario cabinet ministers as well. Doug Lewis has lost his seat, and Perrin Beatty, who is External Affairs Minister, is still trailing. So those are the kinds of big names that we'll be looking for to give you an indication as just how dramatically the political map is changing tonight when you see cabinet ministers falling by the wayside.
Okay, staggering defeat for the Conservatives, just getting hammered in every spot you can see. And right now, when you look at those numbers, NDP shut out and Reform shut out at the moment. No breakthrough in Ontario with the numbers counted. Will they make it in the West? They're certainly expecting to. Will they make it enough to catch up to the Bloc Québécois? Who knows? But the big story this hour, Liberal majority government. Joyce Fairburn was one of the people who helped manage the Liberal campaign. She's in Shawinigan tonight, talking to the CBC's Keith Bode. Keith?
Hi, Peter. Yeah, Senator Joyce Fairburn, pardon me, is the national campaign co-chair for the Liberal Party. Must be a tremendous relief to suddenly see it all come together like this. Did you have any doubt? Are you surprised at all by the size of this?
Well, I think, Keith, as Mr. Chrétien has said so many times, tonight is the poll that counts. And I think all of us have been doing, and he has been doing the finest job he possibly could in this campaign. And we have been hoping that we would be able to persuade Canadians with our platform, with our candidates, with his performance, that they can feel a confidence in supporting us. They appear to be doing this so far in this evening. We're very encouraged. He wants a government that represents the whole nation, and so our eyes will move through Quebec and Ontario with just as much interest in Western Canada.
All right, well, we'll try to get back to you again later in this evening. I sense that you're glad that your part of the job is over for now. Thanks very much, Senator Joyce Fairburn. Peter?
Thanks, all right, Keith, thanks very much. Well, if there's good news for the Tories on a night like this, it's hard to find it, but it is one riding in Quebec where they seem to be electing a Conservative MP. Jean Charest is leading in his riding and close to an election call for him. In fact, we've now made it. Jean Charest will win his seat of Sherbrooke. That's based on almost a quarter of the polls reporting so far, but we're convinced the lead is substantial enough that Charest will win his seat tonight in the Quebec riding of Sherbrooke. Charest, of course, is the man who finished second to Kim Campbell in the leadership race. Many of his supporters said he was the ticket you had to buy if you were convinced you could win the next election. Well, they didn't buy it at the Tory leadership convention. They did buy it in Sherbrooke tonight as Jean Charest holds on to his seat. And as you can see, he's got very little company on the Conservative benches right now. Only two other Tories leading or elected in the land tonight. So far, the Liberals, huge numbers, 145, 3 away from the official announcement of a majority government, but we did make that some time ago based on the forecast for what's happening in the rest of the country, in Western Canada, in Manitoba and others, as the polls continue to close region by region, and the Liberals doing well. Well, Don Newman has been looking at Central Canada results and getting a sense of just how those numbers have put together for the Liberals. Don, what can you tell us?
All right, well, Peter, really absolutely amazing numbers when you take a look at what's going on in Ontario. And of course, it's not just the Conservatives that are losing the seats, it's the NDP as well. Look at that, an amazing total up there at the moment, 96 to 000. I don't know, I don't think there's been another time in an election in Canada when anybody has been able to put up a board like that and show the Liberals in the moment sweeping every seat in Ontario. Of course, a big pond in which to fish, and they are doing very well. Look at this, Essex-Windsor. Stephen Langdon tried to distance himself from Bob Rae's unpopular NDP provincial government, but Susan Whalen, the daughter of former Agriculture Minister Eugene Whalen, is taking that riding back. It was her father's riding, or parts of it were her father's riding, and she is taking it back tonight as she has been elected. And Windsor-St. Clair, another riding that went to the NDP in 1984. Howard McCurdy is trailing at the moment Shaughnessy Cohen. Shaughnessy Cohen ran against Howard McCurdy in 1988. He defeated her then. But if you take a look at those numbers now, she has got a big lead in Windsor-St. Clair. And another well-known New Democrat, Ian Angus, the transport critic, he is trailing in Thunder Bay Atikokan, a riding he took in 1984, and it is Stan Drominski who is leading him there for the Liberals. So you can see it is not just the Conservatives who are taking a drubbing tonight at the hands of the Liberals, Peter. It is also the New Democrats. In fact, the New Democrats, who had 10 seats from Ontario in the last Parliament, particularly from Northern Ontario, being shut out tonight so far. Peter?
Don, an incredible story in Ontario. Clearly, never any doubt with those kind of numbers in Ontario that the Liberals could form a majority. They've also done better in Quebec than was expected, including Jean Chrétien the 20th Prime Minister of Canada being elected tonight with a majority government. He's leading in his home riding of St. Maurice in spite of the polls that suggested, the local polls in St. Maurice that were suggesting he was in trouble at the moment. He's capturing 56% of the vote in St. Maurice. We want to see a little more before we declare him the winner, but clearly he's doing extremely well in St. Maurice. Jean Chrétien, the next Prime Minister of Canada. Well, joining us now, Alan Gregg, who has been with us 1984, 1988 on big nights of momentum for your party, the Conservative Party. Alan Gregg is the Tories' chief pollster. This is a defeat of enormous proportions. What happened?
Well, I think when you get a defeat of enormous proportions, I mean, it's kind of silly to attribute it to either one event or one occasion. I think you have two things. One is you have a profound unhappiness with the last 9 years of Tory rule. That goes almost without saying. And then secondly, that there's been a failure on the part of our total organization to convince Canadians that they would get anything other than what they received in the last 9 years in the next 4. And with that, I think, Canadians just said, well, we'll take a pass on these guys this time and look around.
Well, is there, I assume, finger pointing already going on within the inner circle of those who tried to put Kim Campbell to the front of the line on this election night? It looked good for you when the campaign was starting. What happened during the campaign?
Well, I think there's no question that the Tories got a second chance. Canadians opened their mind to the prospect of voting Tory as a consequence of Kim Campbell's leadership. It's also clear over the course of our campaign that they closed their mind by the end of it. And I think that's because that we never really able to establish our commitment to reform and to being an activist party who is prepared to do things differently than we had in the past.
Who has to accept the blame for that? We talked to John Crosby earlier in the evening, who was saying the person at the top has to accept the blame.
Well, I truly think, and I'm among them, I think it's a failure of an entire organization. I don't think you can look at one person. I think you're going to have to look at the leader. I think you have to look at the cabinet. I have to think you look at the campaign organization. And there's a total, except when you get down to 2 seats in central and eastern Canada. As I say, you can't say it was, one ad or one policy statement. I mean, this is a massive turning of the back on the Progressive Conservative Party in 1993.
And part of the blame then, as you said earlier, has to go to the previous administration as well.
Well, I think, look, there used to be a thing called the Truman bottom, a belief that no government could ever get below 27% satisfaction. Trudeau surpassed that in June '82. This government went 14 consecutive quarters without ever exceeding the Truman bottom. So, I mean, you've had a elongated and extended period of unhappiness with incumbent rule. But, you have to look and say that this, while the magnitude of this defeat is perhaps without exception, we've seen over the last, 8 years a number of instances where parties changed their leaders, got a revival in the polls, only to go down to humiliating defeat. I mean, there's John Turner with the Liberals in '84, Tom Rideout in Newfoundland, Rita Johnson in BC, Donald Cameron very recently in Nova Scotia.
There are exceptions to the rule. John Major in Britain.
This is Canada.
Ralph Klein in Alberta.
I can think of 2, Ralph Klein in Alberta and Bill Vander Zalm in BC, both of whom actively ran against their party and their record. And it's very, very hard for incumbent governments to do that.
All right, Alan Gregg, difficult night, I'm sure, for you. Thank you for dropping by and talking.
It's my pleasure.
All right, Alan Gregg, the Conservative Party pollster, on a night when his party has been thumped. 2 seats showing on the board at the moment for the Tories. They need 12 for official party status. It's going to be difficult to get it. Here is visuals from Shawinigan, Quebec, as Liberal leader Jean Chrétien is watching the returns coming in tonight. Not only in the country, but in his riding. He's got to obviously be pleased. The 20th Prime Minister of Canada, a majority government it's going to be, and he's leading in his own riding with a fairly significant lead now. He's got a fair chunk, 54% of the vote in a riding where there is a 3-way race going on. So he is in extremely good shape in St. Maurice. We have not declared that a victory yet in St. Maurice for Jean Chrétien, but there he is, your next Prime Minister, the 20th Prime Minister of Canada, Jean Chrétien. Well, Pamela, you have some more results for us.
One of the controversial things that Jean Chrétien did when he was putting together his campaign was decide that he would appoint some star candidates, some hand-picked candidates, sometimes against the wishes of the local Liberal riding associations who might have chosen someone else. Well, we have 3 cases to look at tonight to see how Mr. Chrétien's star candidates fared. The first one Art Eggleton, no, I'm sorry. Let me just go up and do some other numbers for you here. Here's another Marcel Massé in Hull Aylmer riding. Now in 1979, all right. Leading, we have declared him elected. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get the right pictures in front of me. Marcel Massé there. One of the star candidates that Chrétien has appointed, and this is a man who will most likely be in a Liberal cabinet. He's been a long-time diplomat, not to be confused with Marcel Mass, the former Conservative Tory minister. Now, here's another face that will become familiar to you, Jean Augustine. She is leading right now, not elected, but she's leading Patrick Boyer, who was a Conservative leadership contender, written a lot of books, a big proponent of referendums. Jean Augustine came to Canada in 1961 from the West Indies, an appointed candidate by Mr. Chrétien, and she's doing very well tonight leading. And Art Eggleton, the former mayor of Toronto, the mayor for 11 years, has been declared elected in York Centre, one of those appointed candidates by Mr. Chrétien. So there's another Liberal elect. So some of the key faces that you will be seeing over the coming months and probably years of this new Tory or new Liberal government.
Right.
You have to learn to change the rhetoric.
That's
here.
right. Well, you know, an era has ended, and it might take some people some time to get used to terms like Prime Minister Jean Chrétien, the member from Saint-Maurice. We can now say that Jean Chrétien will win Saint-Maurice. We've declared him the victor there tonight. And some of those people who gathered in the broadcast center here in Toronto invited members of the public, as you are allowed to tour this building, and they're in watching the results as they pour in. And to some, clearly, that is happy news tonight. 149 Liberals leading or elected, one of them the 20th Prime Minister of Canada, Jean Chrétien. The Bloc Québécois leading or elected in 48 seats, and the Tories in only 2. An incredible story. Sheila Copps, the Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party, may well be the Deputy Prime Minister heading into her campaign headquarters in Hamilton. An early lead for her there, one of, as every Liberal is leading in Ontario, an incredible story. A clean sweep in the province of Ontario developing tonight for the Liberal Party, just like it was close to in Atlantic Canada, and in Quebec they're doing better than expected, but still well behind the Bloc Québécois. But it's going to take some time for those kind of numbers to settle in on the psyche of Canadians. 150 Liberals, 48 Bloc, 2 Tories. Let's listen to Sheila Copps for a moment. As she approaches the microphone in Hamilton to talk to those gathered.
First of all, a big thank you. A big thank you to Mayor Morrow. A big thank you to all of you who worked so hard, not only over the last 48 or 52 days, but over the last 9 years in the Liberal wilderness. You know, this afternoon as I was waiting for the results, I said to my daughter that I was uncharacteristically nervous. I said I had a knot in my stomach. And she said to me, "Mommy, it's okay. I know you're going to win." And I said, you know, when I was a little girl growing up and my dad had to face the city in an election every 3 years, my sister, Brenda, used to be the one with the knot in her stomach. And I said, that's probably why I'm the one in politics and she's the one who's out of it.
All right, Sheila Copps speaking to her supporters in Hamilton tonight. She's been elected once again, and will she be the Deputy Prime Minister? A decision Jean Chrétien will have to make in the upcoming days and weeks ahead as he has to fill out his cabinet. It's going to be a tough choice. He's got a lot of members to choose from as we see the numbers rolling across the country tonight. The Liberals up now into the 150 range. Tory number still a dazzling one to look at. 2-0 for the NDP, 1 in Reform. They wanted to make a breakthrough in Ontario. They haven't done it. Will they do it in the West? They're expecting to. Early returns starting to come in now from Manitoba. We've seen a couple of ridings. Churchill, where Elijah Harper is leading, and Portage-Interlake, where John Gerard is leading for the Liberals as well. Both those would be gains from the NDP if they hold up. But it's very early going, just very scattered returns coming in from Manitoba so far. Share of the vote, that's the story that tells you 1 out of 2 votes cast tonight in Canada has gone Liberal so far, the ones counted. Rex Murphy is helping us out with the story behind all those numbers. Rex.
Okay, Peter, thanks very much. One of the reasons why the Ontario vote is as impressive as it is that it illustrates a certain mechanism. I want now to look at the vote as it was in 1988, and please keep your eye on the Progressive Conservative vote and the NDP. If you notice, the Conservative vote is almost shadowed out of existence. The NDP is there as a sliver, and we have this massive 16%. The Liberals have improved rather strongly, but the key dynamic, and one that's going to play in this election in a lot of the Ontario ridings, is the halving of the PC vote for reform, allowing Liberals, even if they didn't have a massive majority, to do it in specific ridings. I think now we can go to the riding of Peterborough, a traditional Conservative riding. Liberals have already got it, but you see here in the green, you see Reform and you see the Conservative. You add those two together and you almost got an equivalent vote. In Ontario ridings where Reform entered as a serious factor, they cut the ground out from under the PCs. Disillusion led a few more Liberals. So this is a central dynamic leading to the proclamation of a majority. Now we have one more traditional Tory, Niagara. Niagara, you see basically the same thing. At 25% growth from zero for Reform, the poor Tories have gone and bled to 22, and now we have jubilation in the red ranks. And that's the central story, at least in Ontario, as to how they've accumulated their majority. After a burst of such enlightenment, we can go nowhere else but to Peter Mansbridge.
Thanks, Rex. Thank you very much. A good explanation of how they've made that break. The Liberals 151, the Bloc Québécois 49, just in Quebec, obviously. They're not running anywhere else. PC's at 2. Reform now leading in 1. We'll isolate that in a moment. Wondering what that others one is. It's an independent, former Tory, Gilles Bernier, running in the Beauce region of Quebec. Kim Campbell would not sign his papers to run as a Tory in this campaign because he had been charged with fraud and breach of trust in 1990. He had been a Tory MP. Sat as an independent. He is leading as an independent in Beauce right now. Whether or not he ends up winning tonight at the end of the night, that's still yet to be told. But the Bloc heading clearly towards official party status official opposition status in the House of Commons tonight. They're leading or elected in 50 Quebec seats. If Reform or the Tories are going to make a challenge for that position, they better start laying some numbers on the table soon. But right now, they are nowhere near the Bloc. Are they going to build seats in the West? That story starting to develop as the returns coming in from Manitoba, polls still yet to close in the rest of the Western provinces. CBC's Election 93 coverage continues in just a moment. And welcome back to those of you staying with our coverage. In some parts of the country, they've taken the option to do local breaks, giving a specific look at ridings within their particular areas. But for those of you continuing on with our coverage, still an incredible story. Look at those numbers. It's hard to say anything when you look at those numbers. 150 Liberals leading or elected, 50 Bloc Québécois, a very different Canada shaping up tonight in terms of the political landscape. 2 Tories, 2 only. Jean Charest is one of them. A Reform leading in 1 seat at the moment in, I believe it's in Ontario, and the NDP off the map, no seats, nowhere so far registering. But the NDP strength was in Western Canada. Will they hold any of it? That story still to be determined. Pamela?
It really is quite an incredible evening when you look at those figures there, and we've really got, and now of course the votes aren't in many parts of Western Canada, but we've got 2 parties on the map, and that's essentially it. The Conservatives and the NDP not even making official party status at this point. So we'll be looking as we head west as to whether or not there's any even coalition to be formed between Conservatives and Reformers. But at this point, it's pretty obvious that the Bloc Québécois is going to have enough seats to form the opposition. And so still questions about leaders, though, as we head west. What will happen to Kim Campbell? Jean Charest, we now know, is elected in the province of Quebec. And a lot of Conservatives at this point quietly cheering that and saying he's the guy that will take over as leader of the party next time around, and a lot of Conservatives hoping that maybe Kim Campbell won't make her seat. It might make the bloodletting a little less painful inside the Tory party. Yeah, the tough part now is going to find any Tories cheering anywhere tonight about whether or not their party can come back. Alan Gregg talking a few minutes ago that anything's possible. I mean, the Liberals were humbled 9 years ago, but this is more than humble. This is the history of the Conservative Party. They have never
receive so little votes as they're receiving tonight.
And it's a stunning statement, really, about either the rejection of what has gone on in the last 9 years or the acceptance of Jean Chrétien's message as he tried to sell some hope in some very troubled times in this country. But the analysts, the historians are going to have a field day as to what exactly the message Canadian voters were sending tonight, what they were concerned about.
Oh, well, let's get a sense of the mood of the nation tonight from some of the other people that Wendy Mesley has gathered in the lobby of the CBC building tonight. Wendy.
Thank you, Peter. Yes, I'm here with Alan Gottlieb, who was once upon a time the Canadian ambassador to Washington, and Patrick Gossage, who's now a media consultant. Before that, he was press secretary to Pierre Trudeau. I would assume that you would be a very happy man looking at this Liberal, what looks like a Liberal sweep tonight, Patrick, and yet you were saying to me you're a little bit worried.
Well, I think one's joy is tempered by the fact that there are 50 Bloc Québécois members that are going to be in the House. This is a bit scary, and if there are 20 or 30 Reform members in the House as well, you've got one party saying, you know, we want out of Canada, and the other saying goodbye, good riddance. And, you know, this is an incredible challenge for a Liberal majority government, and one that's going to be very, very hard for them. It's going to take all the conciliatory and consensus making and brokerage abilities they have. I hope they're up to it.
Do you think that they are?
I hope so. I mean, actually, Chrétien's got a much better footing and a better base in Quebec now than I think any of us could have hoped for. So this gives him a credibility in his home province that a lot of people thought he wouldn't have. So let's hope that that his acceptance level in Quebec is high and that people are voting for him with a pure heart and a good conscience.
Your overall reaction, Mr. Gottlieb?
My overall reaction? Well, I think it's good that we're going to have a majority government, which means that they'll be able to take decisions, and this government is going to have to make a lot of tough decisions, economic and other, so I think it's good that there is a government that's got that power.
You helped to negotiate the free trade agreement while you were in Washington.
Oh, yes.
What are you expecting from Jean Chrétien? Some mixed signals over the last few years on that front?
Well, I mean, from what one understands, he's saying that he would hope to improve it or get some better results, or by trying to negotiate some improvements, but it's going to be very difficult.
Are Americans worried about what he may or may not do?
Well, I don't think the Americans are worried at all. I mean, the Americans will do what they want. I mean, they're the powerhouse. They'll want to have good relations with him. Clinton will want to have good relations with Chrétien. Mr. Chrétien is now the Prime Minister by a big majority in the United States' closest neighbor, and I think President Clinton will attach a high priority to having good relations. But when it comes to trade, one has to realize that the Democrats are, on the whole, have a tremendous number of protectionist forces at work within the unions, a lot of the senators and congressmen, and Chrétien's fighting like a devil to get the NAFTA through right now.
Well, I'm sure that will be one of the questions he's asked if he does indeed become Prime Minister. Thank you both very much, gentlemen. Back to you, Peter.
All right, Wendy, thanks very much. As the continuing red banners flash across the screen tonight, with more and more Liberals being elected, in this particular case in Quebec, but mostly in Ontario. At the moment, only one seat not running Liberal at the moment in the 99 seats in Ontario, and that's the Reform leading in the Simcoe Centre riding north of Toronto, where the Reform candidate is in the lead. Very close race with the Liberal only. But Liberals picking off seats everywhere else. Returns coming in slowly from Manitoba at the moment. Still only those two ridings, Churchill and Selkirk Interlake, where the NDP are trailing in both those ridings to the Liberals. Lucien Bouchard, he the next opposition leader in the House of Commons, may well be. His party clearly well ahead of anyone else for second place. That's the story as it's developing now, as more and more Bloc Québécois members are elected in Quebec and more Liberals are elected almost everywhere in the country. Pamela.
Well, we've got some prominent Tories and NDP members of Parliament who are losing, and here are some other well-known PCs who are, getting swept away by that Liberal tide. So we'll take a look at that throughout the evening. Don Blencairn trailing, John Bosley trailing, Stephen Langdon, of course, lost, and we've seen some other key Liberals winning their seats. All of these people that Jean Chrétien will have to decide who is going to be in his cabinet. He's got Paul Martin, André Ouellette, all of these people, some tough choices for that man tonight. Peter?
I'll say, but the odds are, if you're wondering where your particular riding is and who's winning in it, if you're anywhere outside of Quebec, the odds are it's a Liberal, and they're leading tonight. The story, a Liberal majority, big numbers developing. Our election coverage returns in a moment. And good evening once again. I'm Peter Mansbridge. Time to recap tonight's amazing events. Half an hour after Manitoba's polls shut down, 3 hours after they started counting in Newfoundland, here's the big picture. The Liberals will form a majority government. Take a look at this. These are the numbers as they're developing so far tonight. Incredible as they may seem, 152 Liberals leading or elected tonight, 50 Bloc Québécois, the developing secondary story, the leader of the opposition. Will it be Lucien Bouchard? Well, he's won his own seat. Certainly enough Bloc Québécois members are winning tonight, and nobody else seems to be threatening, at least yet, for second place. The Conservatives, 2 seats. An independent, a former Tory, is leading in his riding in the Beauce in Quebec. The NDP not on the board yet. Neither is Reform. Reform doing not badly in Ontario, but not enough to stop the Liberals from picking up seats in a lot of three-way races right across Ontario. The big story, though, is that Liberal march dipping below now 50% as more votes are counted in Quebec, but still almost 1 out of every 2 seats or votes counted tonight has gone Liberal. That's up 17% from where the Liberals were in 1988. The Conservatives down a humiliating 24%, just under 24%. They're under 20% on the night. Bloc Québécois, just running in Quebec, they've got a national total, just based on their Quebec votes counted so far, of almost 14%. Reform, and these votes mainly reflecting, of course, Central Canada, Atlantic Canada, just a little over 10%. Most of the votes still to be counted yet, obviously, in Western Canada. If Reform's going to make the breakthrough and the push on the Bloc for second place, they're going to have to make it soon, but it's looking extremely doubtful now. And the NDP, well, all those reports you heard on polls that they're going to be humiliated, they are being less than 5% so far. But despite the Liberal steamroller, there's still Reform to contend with, so in political terms, the night is still young, believe it or not. Pamela Wallen is with me. Pamela, as the story unfolds, continues to in a Liberal red color.
Well, we've been hearing that cliche for years now. Yesterday's man, as many people have described Jean Chrétien, well, he's today's Prime Minister and the leader of a majority government as he heads into what continues to be a sweep right across this country. And the woman who talks so much about the politics of inclusion has been excluded. She has led her party into political oblivion tonight. Not even official party status for the Conservatives, and of course a fate that the New Democrats share as well. So as we move westward now, we will see whether the Reform, who's made a showing in Ontario in terms of support, popular support, but no seats, whether or not they can actually translate that kind of support into seats points west, and how the map will now shift again and change again.
When are we going to hear from the big players on the evening? The Jean Chrétiens, the Lucien Bouchards, the Kim Campbells, Audrey McLaughlin, Preston Manning. Well, it's usually quite a bit later. The first person to speak may very well be Lucien Bouchard, whose Bloc Québécois has done extremely well in Quebec tonight. He's expected to speak at some point in the next hour because the results in his province, the only area he's running, are pretty well completed so far tonight. He's won his own seat, and the Bloc is leading, as you see, in a total of 53 of the 75 seats in Quebec. Tom Kennedy is our man monitoring the situation in Alma, Quebec, the home headquarters for the Bloc Québécois. Tom?
Also hometown of Lucien Bouchard, so you can imagine it's a very happy crowd here tonight, Peter, but there's also a very, very small edge of disappointment. The optimists in the Bloc Québécois were hoping to get more than 60 seats, but tonight in some of the tight races with the Liberal Party, some of those ridings have gone to the Liberals. The one area of disappointment, of course, is Jean Chrétien's riding. The Bloc was very much hoping to personally embarrass Mr. Chrétien, but of course it will not. Now, Lucien Bouchard is still working on his speech. We understand he'll be working on it right up until the last minute. We'll be down here, as you said, in about an hour or so. The speech is going to be short, sober, and interestingly, unlike some of his campaign speeches, some of this speech will be in English. He wants to address English Canada directly. And the idea is, depending on how well the Bloc Québécois does tonight, he feels that English Canada may be in the need for some reassurance, and he plans on doing that tonight in English.
All right, Tom, thanks very much, but still no indication of when that may be. Sometime expected in the next half hour, 45 minutes?
Well, see, the problem is that the returns in Quebec have been coming in a little more slowly than in other parts of the country, and he was going to wait to have a really clear idea exactly how the Bloc was going to do before he showed up. So we hope it'll be within a half an hour, but it might be a little longer.
All right, Tom Kennedy reporting from Lucien Bouchard's campaign headquarters in Alma, Quebec tonight, where the Bloc has won more than 2/3 of the seats in Quebec, or is leading in them. But as Tom said, they wanted to do more than that. The question is, will they be the official opposition? It looks like when you look at those numbers, hey, what's the weight? What's the contest here? Well, Reform and the Tories and the NDP are still in a race in the Western seats, as well as the Liberals. Can Reform pick up a lot of seats to challenge the Bloc Québécois? It would seem unlikely at this hour, but there are still a lot of seats to be heard from. 32 in BC, 26 in Alberta, 14 in each of Ontario, or each of Saskatchewan and Manitoba. So there are seats there. How they'll split may well decide who forms the next opposition party in Canada. The CBC's chief political correspondent, Joe Schlesinger, is with us. Joe, you've been traveling the country through this campaign, listening to Canadians, watching the politicians, and tonight we're watching a remarkable story unfold. Your thoughts as you watch it?
Well, the main thought is that what we're seeing is the destruction of the traditional political spectrum as we're used to it. The spectrum from left to right is all of a sudden gone. And what we're left with is this centrist party, the Liberal Party, which put out a red book, a program which reassured people it had a bit of this, a bit of that, a bit of deficit cutting, a bit of job creation, but nothing too threatening. No drastic, draconian deficit reduction. And on the other hand, what we're left with is the Bloc Québécois, and I take it the Reform Party, which are more or less regional parties. And this is being confirmed, despite the strength in Ontario, by the Reform vote. It hasn't been translated to the seats. So what you have is this centrist mass, not necessarily on the political spectrum, and these two regional parties. And that's going to change this country, has changed this country.
And certainly change the way Parliament works and what we see being debated in Parliament. For the Liberals, I guess, they would argue, let's wait and see some more of these Western seats before you make that declaration, because they're still hoping for big gains in the West.
If Canadians didn't like question period before, question period now will be like grating chalk on a blackboard.
Okay, well, I guess we'll have to wait and see as the results continue in from the West, and Joe will be talking to you as the evening progresses. Thanks for your thoughts on that. So the numbers as we look at them now, the Liberals leading or elected in 153 seats, the Bloc in 53 of Quebec's 75, and the Tories in only 2 seats. Will the Tories, will the NDP, will Reform have official party status? You need 12 seats to get that. The West will decide the situation on all those 3 parties and whether or not Bloc ends up as the opposition. It certainly seems likely that it'll have to take a clean sweep by one of the other parties in the West to stop them now. So let's have a look. Pam, you're going to walk us through that cabinet.
Take a look at some of the results here, seeing Tory cabinet ministers going down to defeat tonight. Way back to the East Coast, St. John's East, Ross Reid, the fisheries minister there, despite his own personal popularity, lost his seat tonight. All right, Gilles Loisel, the finance minister in Kim Campbell's government in Quebec City, he's gone as well. Okay, well, these are coming up. There's Doug Lewis in Simcoe North, the Minister of Security, former Minister of Justice. They're in big trouble. He has lost as well, and we're declaring that. So we're seeing some of what has happened to the Conservative cabinet right across this country, and it's happening as we continue points west as well. Some early results coming in Manitoba as well, and we're seeing Conservatives lose there. Not so many results on cabinet ministers yet, but Dorothy Dobie going down, Felix Holtzman losing, and even an NDPer, Rod Murphy, losing his seat again. But at this point, we will take some time and go to the political panel.
I think we should.
Okay, that's what we'll do, and hear from them. You've been sitting patiently and quietly all night long, and this is a group of people that's hard to keep down. But Hugh, you know, we've got to come to you. As big as the Liberal sweep is it's as devastating for the Tory party if you look at these numbers. What happens now? Does everybody just have to go to their room and be quiet for a while? Will there be an attempt to rebuild? What happens?
Well, look, the Conservative Party will end up, I think, tonight second in the public vote, in the popular opinion vote. We will end up
What are you saying? You're not going to count the BQ?
No, because we're going to end up in total higher than them because we'll have our votes spread across the country. We will remain the government in 2 provinces. We're in second place in most of the other provinces. We absolutely dominate the Senate, I think, for the immediate future. We have a strong national party, 295 riding executives and riding associations, and we're going to dust ourselves off, take a look at what happened, listen to the message the people have sent, which they have every right to send, and begin the process of rebuilding. That's our responsibility to the country.
You know what people say about Tories: when the tough gets going, the wagons circle and they begin to shoot leaders. Is Kim Campbell in big trouble tonight? Is she out of a job whether she wins her seat or not?
We have a constitutional process in our own party whereby within a year of an election that constitutes a setback, all delegates to our convention get to answer the question whether or not they want a convention, and I think everybody would want to let Ms. Campbell come to her own conclusion based on tonight's results.
Now Stephen flinched when you used the word setback, but of course...
It's the first time I've heard a cataclysm described as a setback. It's a new definition of an apocalypse.
Well, there is an apocalypse for the New Democrats tonight, Stephen.
It may yet be, and I think a couple of hours ago I suggested that Hugh and I would be fighting for who gets to the bottom first, and I suspect that the Tories will end up with fewer seats than the New Democrats this evening. But it's still awful for the party, although Saskatchewan and British Columbia are yet to come where our main strength lies.
But briefly, let me ask you about that same rebuilding process. Is there the mood for it at this point? There has been so much turmoil inside the New Democratic Party now that you've got 3 provincial governments.
That is true, and I don't want to diminish for a moment the very deep divisions within the party, because they exist. Party in terms of the provincial governments, the federal people in terms of the provinces, our own redefinition as a democratic socialist party at the end of the 20th century, and what we stand for and what we mean to Canadians. But there is a surprising resolve within the party already in place to come together and do something about it. By the way, just a footnote, I'm not hopelessly troubled by this Liberal majority. I think that it will be good for the country to have a majority that will settle things out. I also think that Jean Chrétien is a very decent human being, and I think that Canada needs a decent human being as Prime Minister for some time.
So is that what you think the voters have simply decided on, that it was time for some peace and quiet?
Well, they saw experience, they saw a measured campaign, adroitly handled, and they saw a man who could be a Prime Minister and obviously chosen.
But Heather, the problem is the Bloc has still got 50+ seats in the province of Quebec, and the Liberals just aren't making the gains there they wanted or perhaps even needed.
Well, actually, I think we are making more gains than some people had predicted, and if we end up with a good 25 seats in Quebec, I think that's a very solid show for Mr. Chrétien, and particularly his own riding. Right. But mostly, I think what Canadians were saying is they did want a majority. It's clear that Canadians wanted a majority, a strong government to deal with the times, to address issues, whether it is the challenge by Lucien Bouchard or it is the economic issues. Canadians are saying, we want a majority, we want it under Chrétien, and that's what we're seeing.
Mr. Flanagan, Tom, a lot of the people who are voting reform that we've been talking to over the last few weeks and months have basically said they wanted to do that to send a message. They didn't want that majority government. They wanted a minority government, and they wanted the reformers to be there to shake things up a bit. If, in fact, as we've got now, a majority government, what role does that leave for reformers, regardless of how many you elect tonight as we move west?
Well, personally, I think this is not such a bad thing for the Reform Party to send a new group down there to Ottawa, holding the balance of power in a minority parliament might have put them under intolerable strain. Reform Caucus will have to go. They'll have to dig in. They'll have to learn how to use the procedures of the House to make it work for them. They'll have to sharpen and deepen their policy and get ready for future conflicts. I think you're looking now at the prospect of perhaps a protracted warfare between a three-cornered warfare between Reform, NDP, and Conservatives for dominance in the provinces, at least west of the Ottawa River, because Reform challenges both the NDP and the Conservatives. We don't take votes only from the Conservatives, and it's going to be an extremely interesting three-cornered contest.
Okay, a quick final comment to you, Hugh, on this. I mean, any talk of the Tories, the Reformers getting together and forming some grouping?
Well, there's talk,
on the right?
But it would come from people who don't appreciate the Tory tradition of Sir John A. Macdonald, which is national, nation-building, embracing French and English Canadian and all those who are parts of other parts of the country, and not a regional rump, and that's not who we are. We don't intend to ever become that.
At least it's not who Hugh Segal, the Red Tory, is.
Well, that's one bias.
All right, thanks.
And we love him for it.
Thanks for your comments. We'll be back shortly to our political panel. Peter?
All right, Pam, thanks very much. As the results continue to trickle in, we have the Liberals now leading or elected in 155 seats, the Bloc Québécois on 53. The Reform Party now has edged into third place, but they're still miles behind the Bloc. They're at 3 seats, the Tories at 2, the NDP at 1, and it's Jason Schreier the son of former Manitoba Premier Ed Schreier, is leading in the early returns in Selkirk, Red River in Manitoba. Let's go up to Ottawa. Kevin Newman is talking with key Liberal strategist Mike Robinson. Kevin?
That's right, Peter. And Mike Robinson is one of those guys that knows the numbers. Have these numbers surprised even you?
Oh, I think so, Kevin. I mean, I think we were very optimistic coming in tonight that we'd do well. And I mean, we were hopeful we'd see a majority government emerge. But I think the sheer magnitude of the support that the party is getting is surprising us. But it's very gratifying. It really is.
Well, clearly the Liberals have been the beneficiary of splits between the Tories and Reform.
No, I think that is right. I think that in a lot of ridings in Ontario, there's no question that we've been beneficiaries of that. But I think it would also be fair to say that the sheer magnitude of the popular vote shows there's a lot of people voting for the Liberal Party as well. It's not just simply the split of the Tory vote, if you will. There's a lot of ridings we're winning with absolute majorities.
Okay, now let's predict a little bit here. You know where the numbers are now. You know what your projections were right now. Do you think Reform has enough numbers coming out of Ontario and Manitoba in order to surpass the Bloc Québécois' official opposition?
Well, certainly at this stage, I mean, the level of support that they got in Ontario doesn't seem to project well for how well they're doing in the West, although at this point in time, it's really too early to say whether or not they will be able to overtake the 52 or 53 seats we're seeing up on the board for the Bloc right now. But we're really hopeful that we'll see the same kind of support for the Liberal Party in Western Canada. I mean, we truly do want to form a government that has representation from every province, and so we're really optimistic that we'll see this kind of support go right across the country, and I think that would probably mean that they would come up short.
Now, as a strategist, there's an old phrase, of course, that people don't win governments, they lose them. Which happened to the Liberals tonight?
Well, I think that if the Tories could go back and do a few things over again, they might change one or two of them. But I think it would be too simplistic to say that they lost the election. I think that you have to look at the performance of Mr. Chrétien, the way that he reintroduced himself to Canadians in the course of this campaign, and give him a lot of the credit for this victory. I think you have to look at the plan that we put forward early in the campaign that I think demonstrated to Canadians in a very clear way that we were ready to govern. And I don't think you can put those aside and say it was simply a vote against the old government or mistakes that they made. But as I say, I'm sure the Tories could go back and start again. They'd probably do one or two things differently.
Okay, now the party has started here. Obviously, this is where people in the campaign is partying tonight. How high do you think the Liberals can go? What's your range projection?
Oh, I think it's a bit of a mug's game to project. I mean, I'm hoping, as I say, we can get a really sizable support across Western Canada. I mean, I'm originally from Alberta. I want to make sure there's a couple of cabinet ministers from Alberta before the night's over. I'm sure people in BC will like to feel this.
180, 190 seats.
I think that's realistic. I think that's realistic. I mean, we may find that in fact as we move across the West, our hopes aren't fulfilled. But I mean, based on what's happened so far this evening, we're gonna still be optimistic right through to the end of the evening.
All right, Mike Robinson, thanks very much. Back to you, Peter.
All right, Kevin, and every reason for the Liberals to be optimistic in Manitoba as they're picking up potential gains in Manitoba already. Of the 9 or 10 seats reporting so far in Manitoba, the Liberals are leading in 7. But here's the big story in Ontario. How many ridings are going Liberal? Liberal color is red. That's a map of Ontario. Do you see any color other than Liberal? No, you don't. 99 seats. The Liberals taking in Ontario. It's never been done before in the history of this country where all the Ontario ridings have gone to one party. It's an incredible number. It does come with built-in problems, though. When you represent overall Ontario, they have to keep picking up seats across the West. They did extremely well in Atlantic Canada. They're running second in Quebec. But you heard Mike Robinson there suggesting as well, they're hopeful in the West. They got to represent more than just one particular region of the country. Well, they're clearly representing Atlantic Canada and Central Canada in Ontario, running second in Quebec. How well will they do in the West? They're doing well in Manitoba so far. It is a sweep of enormous proportions taking place, and it's happening in every part of the country, including to some degree in Quebec, although they are running second. But seats picked up in Quebec tonight as well. Now, one of the other underlying stories, those secondary stories, Pamela's talked about them a lot tonight, other than who's going to form the government, who the next prime minister will be. It's what happens to the political landscape, parties that we're used to, parties that we've seen, the traditional third party in Canada, the NDP, at this moment only leading in 1 seat, and that's in Manitoba. Bob White is one of the vice presidents of the NDP. He's also the president of the Canadian Labour Congress. He's in Ottawa tonight. Mr. White, you must be somewhat devastated when you look at those numbers. What does it say about not only the NDP but the left in Canada when you see that kind of result happening?
Well, I'm not a vice president anymore, Peter, but let me say, I mean, I'm troubled by the NDP results, but I'm also encouraged by the fact that the Tory corporate agenda, which has created so much devastation in this country, has now gone in a trash can, and that Mr. Chrétien is winning this massive support across the country on a platform of jobs, of protecting social programs, of bringing honesty and integrity back to the country. And I know in the Labour movement we've been campaigning on the basis of jobs, on the basis of social programs, the basis of cancelling helicopters for a number of months. We had 100,000 people in Parliament Hill on May 15th saying jobs is the issue in this election, not deficit reduction. So I'm hopeful that they can move on that agenda quickly. I'm troubled, obviously, by the loss of NDP colleagues across the country. Some votes are going to the Reform, a lot are going to the Liberal. But I'm encouraged by the fact that the Tory corporate agenda has gone in a trash can after 10 years of devastation.
Okay, but focus on the NDP for a moment, because a lot of people are suggesting that the big problems for the NDP, specifically in Ontario, where we saw their vote collapse tonight, but also in other parts of the country, rests in the performance of the NDP government in Ontario. Do you put your finger of blame at Bob Rae and his government, as many others have?
Well, I want to be fair. Some of it, certainly. There's an enormous amount of frustration with what happened in Ontario, especially with the social contract legislation, the taking away collective bargaining rights. And what happened to us was that a lot of the activists were discouraged and really disappointed in what happened, and that had an impact on us in Ontario. I don't know if that made a difference. Certainly had an impact on us. I think what happened, Peter, that a lot of people were so determined to get rid of the Tory government. They saw the Liberals as the only opportunity to form a majority government, and they moved there. But yes, I mean, some of the provincial stuff had some impact on us.
All right, Bob White joining us from Ottawa tonight, former Vice President of the NDP.
Thanks.
And current President of the Canadian Labour Congress. Bob White in Ottawa. Let's have a look at the overall numbers as we have them now, with the polls about to close in Saskatchewan and Alberta. Here are the numbers: 216 of the 295 ridings reported so far. A huge total for the Liberals, 157. It is clearly a strong majority developing tonight, and whether it will be a full class sweep in the upper 180s, 190s, that yet to be determined. But how are the Liberals doing it? They're doing it by collapsing the votes from the Tories, and they've done it, taken 15% up from where they were before. The Tories have dropped almost 25%, and that vote has gone to Reform, to Liberal, and clearly to the Bloc Québécois in Quebec, as the Bloc continues to march towards the opposition party status. And how have they done it? Well, they've done it this way in the province of Quebec. As you see, the numbers of seats they're going to get tonight in Quebec. Bloc is blue, the Liberals are red. That's clustered around Montreal. It represents a good chunk of seats for the Liberals, but nowhere near what the Bloc Québécois is getting. Bloc Québécois at 53 seats, the Liberals 19 in Quebec, and the Tories 1. And that one Quebec MP, Jean Charest, who lost the Kim Campbell for the Tory leadership just a few months ago. Jean Charest will be going back to the House of Commons, but will he be in a party that even has official status? That yet to be decided, as CBC's Election 93 coverage continues in a moment. And good evening once again to those stations that are staying with us on our election night coverage. The Liberals, a big majority government underway. Pamela Wallin, it is a story that continues to show incredible numbers on the board, but still leaves a lot of questions still to be answered as the evening progresses.
A lot of questions. 99 seats. 99 out of 99 seats. So let's just reinforce that for the Liberals in the province of Ontario. That is going to have some repercussions, of course, not right at this moment, because people in other parts of the country have to vote before they understand or know what the results are. But tomorrow morning, when people wake up, there are going to be some regional blocs in this country. We are already seeing the Bloc in the province of Quebec. We're seeing Liberals and nothing else in the province of Ontario. And now as we head west, we're going to start to see some of the reforms showing, perhaps even a sign of life on the part of the New Democrats, because right now there's not even a pulse in that party. It is, Stephen, I know, is got some comments.
A small pulse in one riding in Manitoba.
That's right.
Where Jason Schreier is leading, the son of former NDP Premier Ed Schreier. Don Newman has more of the understanding of the way things are unfolding inside Manitoba, and he gives it to us now. Don.
Thank you, Peter. Speaking of Manitoba, the Liberals making gains there, as they have all across the country. The Liberals, remember, won 5 seats in Manitoba in 1988. Let's take a look at how they're doing right now, if we can, though. In Manitoba, you see the Liberals have 8. They're elected in 1 but leading in 7, and the Reform leading in 2. This is the first real action we've seen by the Reform Party, leading in 2. They are also running second in a number of ridings, and the NDP, as you say, Jason Schreier, the son of the former Governor General, he is leading in Selkirk Interlake, or Selkirk Red River at the moment. There's a familiar name, Elijah Harper, formerly a New Democrat MLA, the man who did not allow the Meech Lake Accord to come to a vote in the Manitoba legislature. He is now running as a Liberal in the Churchill riding, and he is leading Rod Murphy of the NDP, who's held the seat since 1979. Elijah Harper, not a very big lead at the moment, but it is a lead nonetheless. Portage Interlake, a riding in the middle of Manitoba, the town of Gimli, one of the major centres in Portage Interlake. Felix Holtman, you see there, he has been the MP since 1984. He is running third. John Gerard, the Liberal, is in front. Don Sawatsky of the Reform Party running second. Felix Holtman, a slow third at the moment in Portage Interlake. Lisgar Marquette, this is the riding of Agriculture Minister Charles Mayer. He is running third in that riding. John Hepner, the Reform candidate, is in front at the moment, and he is leading a cabinet minister. And Johnson, the Liberal candidate, running second there at the moment. Charlie Mayer, now it's not all that many polls, only 6 of 205, and Charlie Mayer way back at the moment. Winnipeg South, Dorothy Doby, a sometimes controversial candidate and a member of Parliament for the Progressive Conservatives. You see her trailing now. She's also running third. Reg Alcock, a former provincial politician for the Liberals, he is leading. The Reform candidate, Jim Hughes, is second. Dorothy Doby from the Constitutional Committee, she is running third. So you see it there, Peter. The Liberals looking strong in Manitoba, and the Reform running second in many of the ridings.
All right, Don, thanks very much. Enough numbers, enough ridings, enough politicians, enough pundits. Let's get back to the people. And when I last left you, you were about to say something. What was it over here? Yep, go ahead.
Oh. Well, I am concerned about a Liberal majority government because I don't know what majority governments have really done for the country so far. Look at the huge majority we got in Ontario and the NDP now. Look at the huge majority the Conservatives got the last couple of elections, and yet we still have a fractured country. You know.
Are we looking at a fractured country tonight, do you think? I mean, obviously the Bloc has done extremely well in Quebec. The Liberals, though, are cementing. It doesn't look like a fracture. They're leading in every other province in the country.
But 53 ridings in Quebec is still a lot, you know. Like, I love Canada. I don't want it to come apart. And you have 53 seats that are committed to separation. You got something to...
Okay, let me bring in our audience in Quebec who are listening to this, and I want to hear what they have to think. Our town hall in Quebec, Pierre, I think, has a comment on that. We're concerned in English Canada about the feeling of having 53 Bloc Québécois members and what impact that may have on the country as it moves into this new government. What do you think, Pierre?
Well, I think tomorrow morning it'll be business as usual. You know, it's people have spoken and will be speaking in the West. I don't think there'll be great changes. It'll be business as usual, I think.
You don't think it'll have any difference, the fact that these are members committed to the separation of Quebec from the rest of Canada?
No, I don't think so. We'll have, Quebec has spoken to have a representative, to be represented by people that we think will do a better job. We'll have to see.
Okay, let's move to Halifax. Terry is standing by in Halifax. Your thoughts on this? Does it bother you the way the next parliament seems to be shaping up?
It's not bothering me, but what I'm worried about is we see an anti-conservative vote in this country. People are trying to send a very clear message to our government that we're not going to be held hostage anymore. We're going to vote as we see fit. And I think the Liberals must be up to the challenges now. Tomorrow morning when we wake up, we're still going to have the worst unemployment rate in all the G7 countries. 300,000 people in this country are going to wake up tomorrow morning and they're not going to work because free trade killed their jobs.
Okay, I've got to move on. I want to go back to Montreal. Hélène, you're making good comments in Halifax. Hélène in Montreal, you wanted to jump in on that point?
Well, I do believe that a government being Liberal and the opposition being Bloc, I think this was going to make really a country, that we're going to be able to get our act together and see what happens when you have a majority.
Okay, well, listen, promise to get back to all of you. We've been crushed with results. As the evening progresses, we're going to have a lot more talk from our Canadians gathered in our town hall format in Halifax and in Montreal, here in Toronto, and joining us in just another hour or so, an audience in Vancouver, and we'll get an understanding of how they feel about the decision that was made tonight. A clear Liberal majority formed, big numbers, big seats, official opposition certainly looking now like it's going to be the Bloc Québécois. Our continuing Election 93 coverage will continue in just a few moments' time as we welcome viewers in Saskatchewan and Alberta, so stay with us. Good evening, Saskatchewan and Alberta. A big red express train heading east to west has carried Jean Chrétien to a Liberal majority. Welcome to an astounding evening of victory, of defeat, of Canadian history. And welcome, Saskatchewan and Alberta. Good evening once again. I'm Peter Mansbridge. The Liberals are sweeping this country, cleaning up at the Tories' expense, and with an awful lot of new members of Parliament elected. Just look at this. This is the situation in Canada tonight with the votes counted all the way up to the Manitoba-Saskatchewan border. Look at those numbers for the Liberals. An astonishing set. 159 leading or elected. For the Bloc Québécois, though, in Quebec, this is the secondary story, just like many of you had thought. The Bloc Québécois heading for opposition party status. Why? They've got 51 seats leading or elected. Reform, only 5. All 5 of those leading or elected at this moment in Manitoba. They got nothing in Ontario. The Liberals, believe it or not, a clean sweep in Ontario. The Tories, they were your government, 84-88 majority, 2 seats so far tonight. The NDP leading in 2 seats, both of those in Manitoba. Now you hear a bunch of numbers tonight, a lot of numbers, seats, elected, defeated, but the whole crunch comes down to these numbers, the share of the vote. The Liberals crowding that 50% figure. Almost 1 out of every 2 votes cast tonight is going the Liberals' way. The Tories in share of votes still in second place, over 18%, but it just has not translated anywhere into seats. 18% is less than the Tories have ever had in the history of running in Canadian parliamentary elections. The Bloc Québécois just behind them at 16%. Reform, 11%, but the big Reform votes obviously just starting to rack up as polls close in Alberta and Saskatchewan. The NDP under 5%, not a factor, up to Manitoba, where they are now leading in 2 seats. That's what did it, the trend that will propel Jean Chrétien to a brand new address, the 20th Prime Minister of Canada. There he is. He'll be at 24 Sussex Drive. He's also won his old seat in St. Maurice. Those stories you heard that he was in trouble didn't show tonight when they started counting votes in St. Maurice. Despite some earlier doubt, as we said, he won his own riding in Quebec. Now, a lot of pollsters saw a Liberal government coming through perhaps not one this big. But some Liberals apparently had a gut feeling about this tonight. Just listen to what MP Brian Tobin had to say much earlier tonight in Newfoundland.
If you listen carefully, you'll hear the wave that's begun right here in Newfoundland and going on.
Well, Brian Tobin was right. There was a wave. It swept through Newfoundland, all of Atlantic Canada, into Quebec, not as much as the Bloc wave, but enough to help propel them to a majority status and a clean sweep of Ontario. A big factor in Canada's 35th Parliament will be Quebec, and the Bloc Québécois is proving a force to be reckoned with, nabbing the majority of seats there. Here's the situation in Quebec. Lucien Bouchard won his own seat handily in Lac-Saint-Jean, but he also is leading or elected in 53 seats in Quebec, and that will very well propel him to the leader of the opposition's house, Stornoway. He said he won't live in it, but that decision's still really yet to come. It's all adding up to a very different look for the House of Commons, so different that you might not even recognize it. If you've just joined our coverage in Saskatchewan and Alberta, let me briefly set the scene. Our home tonight is the new CBC Broadcast Centre in Toronto, our command central located in the Barbara Frum atrium here in the lobby of the Broadcast Centre. We've got a lot of ways to bring context and texture to tonight's events. A panel of some of the most respected political analysts in the country, some voters who will put a personal spin on the results through an electronic town hall here in Toronto, in Vancouver, in Montreal and Halifax. We'll be talking to them in some depth and some detail as the evening progresses. All told, it's the most ambitious television coverage in Canadian history, history being made tonight, believe it. Pamela Wallen from CBC Primetime News is with me, as she has been all evening. Pamela, an incredible story unfolding tonight.
Well, that Liberal tide is indeed high and wide, and Mr. Chrétien will be in the House of Commons as Prime Minister to lead his party, despite, as you said, some polls to the contrary. One lone Tory cabinet minister out there, Jean Charest, who challenged Kim Campbell for the job as Prime Minister and leader of the Tories, he managed to hold on, but to hold on to what? The Tories are being absolutely decimated. They do not have official party status in this country. Neither do the New Democrats. Now, that said, we are heading into the Western region, traditional turf for both of them. But what the pollsters and the numbers are telling us already is that that is where the Reform Party is really going to make its breakthrough. There are 72 seats up for grabs out there. They could, in fact, by the time the night is done, rival the Bloc Québécois for opposition status. So we are headed for an unknown. We could have three regional blocs in this country. In a sense, the Liberal Party, the Bloc Québécois in Quebec, and the Reform in the West. That story is just beginning to be told right now.
Yet there has not been a border prop-up yet that has stopped the Liberal steamroller.
Not
You
so
could
far.
argue it was stopped somewhat in Quebec, clearly by the Bloc Québécois, but the Liberals did do well there. They still won seats, more than 20 of them in Quebec. But will any of the Western provinces stop the Liberal train? Didn't stop it in Manitoba. They're leading
And
in
where
more
will those
seats there
votes
than
go?
anywhere
Do
else.
they go home to the traditional votes of Conservative or NDP, or take their chances with Reform? And that's really the story that's about to unfold.
So the story that we've had no trouble telling is that the Liberals will form the government, and it's a majority, clearly by the numbers you see there. Bloc Québécois in second place and looking very firmly in there, but they have a ceiling. They can't get beyond that 50 mark.
That's right.
There's a couple of ridings that are close and it bounces back and forth, but they're going to be 50 or the low 50s. Reform at 4 now. But can they really pick up steam, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and BC? They're going to have to do a big sweep there to catch the Bloc. It seems impossible, but it's been a night. I mean, who would have said?
Who would have
Two
said this?
Tory seats.
And it's very much what the Reform has been campaigning on, particularly in the final days of the campaign, that it looked as if there were a Liberal majority. This was the only way to try and stop that tide, or at least have a counter force in the House of Commons, because the West has not been traditionally a friendly territory for the Liberals, at least not for the last 20 years.
They're hoping tonight, right, almost exactly 20 years, back in 1968 to 72, when the Liberals did well with Trudeau in the sweep of 68. The Liberals, some Liberals suggesting they can do as well in the West this time as they did back then. If they do, well, then Reform is not going to form the official opposition.
Well, some very interesting developments now, and still two important races that we'll be watching. Will Kim Campbell keep her seat? Will Audrey McLaughlin keep her seat? And those are going to be interesting developments for those parties in terms of what happens next. Do they start the process of rebuilding, and if so, how? What will happen to the Conservative Party leader if she stays on? I suppose it's an easier question if she's defeated tonight. Jean Charest has got his seat in the province of Quebec, and a lot of people looking toward him as perhaps a new hope as the rebuilding process begins for the Conservatives. But those questions still unanswered, and the fate and future of both the Tories, New Democrats, and of course the Reform Party, the new kid on the block. And we have to be careful how we use that word block tonight, don't we?
That's right, absolutely. Okay, the polls close now, as we know, in Saskatchewan and Alberta. It'll take a while before we see the first results. It should be a few minutes, but they have been closed for a little more than an hour in Manitoba. The Liberals doing well, Reform doing well, the Tories in Manitoba doing poorly, as clearly they are doing everywhere. Only 2 Tories leading or elected tonight. One of them, by the way, if you're just joining us, Jean Charest has won his seat in Quebec. One of the outspoken Tories of the last couple of weeks in trying to stop especially the Reform crush that was taking place in Western Canada, Dorothy Doby. You may well remember her in her travels in the Charlottetown Committee in the referendum campaign last year. She was up for re-election tonight in Winnipeg. Didn't look good for her and hasn't been good for her. She's in Winnipeg tonight talking with Danielle Kiefler. Danielle?
Thanks, Peter. Ms. Doby, What happened to your riding tonight?
Well, I think we just simply went the way of the rest of the ridings out here, and we follow the trends that are, obviously emerging here in the prairies, so no surprises.
You spent a lot of time focusing your attacks on the Reform Party, yet you lost to a Liberal. Was there some mismanagement? Should you have focused more on the Liberal at this point?
We've done our polling. We knew where the vote was, and I knew that the Liberals would probably win. But I had enough concern about what the Reform Party was saying and doing that I made a conscious decision 3 weeks ago to focus some attention on them, and I think it's worked. I think that we've stopped them in Ontario. I'm very glad to see that.
Do you think that they'll be stopped in Manitoba?
I don't know. It's a little bit early to tell yet, but I must say that I'm a little bit concerned to see the way it's shaping up with the regional blocks, the bloc in Quebec, and it looks to me like we may get a bloc of reformers in Alberta and Saskatchewan and BC, and I'm concerned about that because we need a national government, and I think this regionalism is very dangerous for the future of the country. So that was the focus of my attention on the Reform Party right from the beginning.
If the seats are split between the Reform Party and the Liberal Party, what's the future for the Conservative Party in this province?
Well, this party has been around a long time. I mean, this is the party of confederation with Macdonald and Cartier, and we aren't going to be that easy to get rid of. We'll just lie back and perhaps we'll bleed a while, as they say. We'll regroup, reform, and we'll come back stronger than ever. I think there might be a little bit of a reaction to a strong majority like we're seeing now, and that may be favorable to us in 3 or 4 years up the road.
And what will your future look like?
I don't know yet. I think I have a new grandson. You can probably hear him in the background.
But how will you make a living?
Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see about that. I'm going to take a little rest. I've worked very hard the last 5 years, and I'm looking forward to a little bit of time to myself. And then we'll see. Life's an adventure. I'm going to have a good time. We'll see what we do.
Thanks very much. Dorothy Dobie in Winnipeg. Peter?
All right, Danielle Kiefler, thanks very much. Well, Dorothy Dobie at least keeping her sense of humor tonight on a disastrous night for the Conservatives. The first result coming out of Saskatchewan, where the polls have just closed a few minutes ago, is in Kindersley-Lloydminster, where the Reform Party has a 1-vote lead based on 2 polls. So if they're going to start making the move in Saskatchewan and Alberta, they got to make it in places like Kindersley-Lloydminster, where they clearly are now. It was a Tory seat in the past, the Reform leading now. Swift Current, Maple Creek, Assiniboia, 2 out of 140 polls. The Tories and Reform in a tie for the lead there. And that is why we're registering 3 Tories leading or elected in the country right now. That's one of them, very close, very early. And the one other riding, sorry, I thought we had another one from Saskatchewan, but those are the 2 early returns coming out of Saskatchewan. Just if you're wondering, those 3 Tory seats, Jean Charest is one. Elsie Wayne, former mayor of St. John, New Brunswick, is the other. She appears to be, or has won the seat in St. John, New Brunswick. So at the moment, the Tories have 1 seat in New Brunswick, 1 in Quebec. That is it. That's all. They're tied in early lead, early returns in that one riding in Saskatchewan. Rex Murphy is trying to help us understand the story behind the numbers, incredible numbers that we're seeing. Rex has been telling us tonight how those numbers are appearing on the board with the story behind it. Rex?
Okay, Peter, and I'm going to try to pry a little bit into the province of Manitoba. The story there is the same as it is in most of the country, almost all of the country, that the Liberals are continuing their sweep in Manitoba, but it's the breakdown of some of the opposition parties in that vote. Let's see how the vote has changed from 88. You see there the Progressives and the Liberals are the 2 strong columns. Now in the 1993 vote, you'll see how they get completely redisposed. Obviously, the major substance is the Liberal, but here are the ones to have a look at. The Progressive Conservatives have been reduced basically to a shadow of their former selves. Guess who's holding the Reform back? Possibly from winning some seats. It's the reverse of what we saw in Ontario. Reform had some growth. The Conservatives collapsed, but not quite enough to give it to them. We'll see this illustrated actually in 2 ridings, or sorry, in the riding list of this time around. Sorry, the change for the Liberals is 8%, but we have a plus 23% here. You have a minus 5%, and you have the Tories down 26%. That plus 23 obviously taken from there. And in the case of the Liberals, is that little bit extra, and especially in new territory, in rural Manitoba, where Liberals really didn't have much of a chance to see it. I think if we go to the riding of Portage Interlake, we'll see exactly how it works. There we see the Liberal win at a plus 9%, Reform 17. Add that to the lost Tory of 19%, and we see that basically it's the shift between those 2 that's allowed the Liberal to win. And in the case of Portage, if the Tory vote had been added to the Reform vote, the Reform would have got the seat. Reform is being denied seats in Manitoba simply because the Tories continue to exist. That's the unusual dynamic out of that province.
All right, Rex, thanks very much. Jean Charest, as we said, one of the 3 Tories who are leading right now. In fact, he's been elected in his riding of Sherbrooke in Quebec. And we have pictures now from Sherbrooke as Jean Charest arrived in his campaign headquarters. Happy man in the sense he's won his riding, but clearly disappointed as the party has been humbled, humiliated, destroyed as a national factor tonight. And if it continues this way, they go from a majority government to not even any official status in the House of Commons by the end of the evening. Still Tory ridings to report from in Alberta and Saskatchewan, and of course the poll's not closed yet in British Columbia. But if the trend continues as it is now, the Tories have been humbled. Jean Charest, who was the second-place finisher in the Tory leadership in June, wondering tonight whether his party made the right choice or whether going with Kim Campbell tonight has cost them a majority government down to what may be not even an official party at all in the House of Commons. Pam.
It makes you reminiscent of the days where Iona Campanola stood on a stage and said one had the party's heart and one had the party's votes, and what happened in the leadership contest. But we won't discuss that with our political panel because we've got so many other issues. Let me briefly reintroduce them to those of you who have just joined us. Hugh Siegel is here, former Chief of Staff to Brian Mulrooney. Stephen Lewis, former leader of the New Democratic Party in Ontario. Heather Reisman, a Liberal Party strategist, and spokeswoman Tom Flanagan from the Reform Party. And we have been talking about how we may end up in this country tonight when all is said and done with some regional blocs. We have the Bloc Québécois in Quebec. We have the Liberals solidly, 99 out of 99 seats in the province of Ontario. And we may be headed, Tom Flanagan, into a region now where the Reform could in fact respond to that, and that may be the third bloc. Is that what you're thinking?
Well, I think that Reform will do well in Alberta and British Columbia. As we've gone across the country from east to west, we've seen that the polls of the last week have been more or less substantiated. The results have been due to the vote splits and the effect of the electoral system. But the basic polling that was done in the last week has proven to be more or less accurate in the rest of the country. So if it continues to be accurate in Alberta and British Columbia, I would think that Reform will win, at least 30 to 40 seats.
But not enough to challenge the Bloc Québécois.
Well, it's hard for me to do the arithmetic and get it up that high. I think they'll certainly be on the scoreboard, but I don't see them getting over the 50 at this point.
Stephen, on the Bloc and on this regionalism that we may be seeing now?
Well, let's not again get it out of perspective. The Liberals are winning seats across the country, province after province. They are not a regional party, they are a national party. So the government will represent the whole country. The Bloc, I'm not as paranoid about as some others are. I think that Quebec will sort itself out during the life of this majority Liberal government, and we may not have as much anxiety around the Bloc in the House of Commons as some suggest. I think Reform will show well in the West, but I don't know what they're going to do in the House of Commons, and no one else does either until they're tested on legislation and we see how they vote. But don't yet diminish the NDP. I notice we're up to 4 now, which means that the NDP juggernaut is slowly moving west, and one shouldn't be gratuitous about what we'll end up with.
Forever the optimist tonight. You're doing yeoman service, Stephen Lewis. Heather, I'd like to go to you on the question, because we really are seeing this massive majority government being formed, but there have been a lot of questions about the Liberals throughout the course of the campaign. Which Liberal Party, in fact, is being elected? Is this the Jean Chrétien of Trudeau days? Is it Paul Martin, who's put together the policy platform? Is it the left wing, the right wing? What Liberal Party has been elected tonight?
Well, to some extent, Pam, we have all of the above, and I think it's precisely because we have all of the above, building on the history, but in fact taking a fairly meaningful step into the future. I think that's the reason that we're seeing the majority that we're seeing.
What do you mean, towards economic pragmatism, or?
Towards economic pragmatism, toward recognizing that there's only so much that a government, and particularly a federal government, can do. The entire platform was based on coalitions with the provinces and with municipalities, and most important, with industry. I think you're seeing that combination, but I just wanted to mention quickly that one of the things I think that has stood us well is that we weren't repudiating our past. We weren't saying, oh, all of that was bad. We said there was something to build on.
Okay, Hugh, a quick point to you. Can they have their cake and eat it too? Can they be both Liberal parties?
They always campaign from the left and govern from the right. The policy document was, in fact, a pretty center-right document, which is why we're in such difficulty ourselves tonight.
Our political pundits with their wit and wisdom and comments and insights into what is happening on this incredible election night here in Canada. Peter?
All right, thank you very much, Pamela. The overall numbers, Liberals leading or elected in 164, the Bloc at 51, the Tories at 3. 3 ties them for 4th place as the Reform starting to pick up seats now, at least early leads in both Alberta and Saskatchewan. They're at 7, the NDP at 3, and that other is an independent, former Tory running in the Beauce in Quebec. Here's one of our first results from Alberta. In Edmonton Southeast, where the Reform candidate, Mr. Royer, has a fairly healthy lead over David Kilgore, the Tory turned Liberal. Here in Lethbridge, once again, Reform leading, Speaker leading the Tory candidate, and it's once again a fairly healthy lead. Now these are early returns, very early, but in all these Alberta ridings, the Reform is leading, and both in the city, in Edmonton, and also in rural Alberta, early returns, just the first poll, and that is a indication. Well, here's one Liberal leading in Edmonton North, as the Liberals leading slightly in Edmonton North on that one. So very close in Alberta in the early results, but Reform starting to march into a number of ridings in Alberta already. Well, usually at this hour, at least in some parts of the country, on a Monday night, you'd be tuning into CBC television to watch a new program. This hour has 22 minutes on a night where we've heard a lot of serious discussion, perhaps time to get away from the serious and look at the election results in a different light. Let's go to Halifax for This Hour Has 22 Minutes, short form.
Thank you, Peter. And tonight the country has spoken. We have stood up together and said we want change. And already the Progressive Conservative Party transition team is hard at work doing all that they can do to ensure that the transition of power is a smooth one. We go now to Parliament Hill.
Charlottetown Accord. Helicopter deal. Helicopter deal. Pearson International. DH-101. Deficit figures. USA deficit figures. Deficit figures. Here.
The scene in Ottawa tonight. Prime Minister-elect Jean Chrétien has kept his promise to return to the good old days. Responding to the inevitable sweep by the Bloc Québécois, tonight in Quebec, Chrétien has evoked a liberal tradition, the War Measures Act.
Lucien Bouchard is excited tonight. He is up in his tree fort trying to come up with names for his new country. When last contacted, Mr. Bouchard said he wasn't certain, but he was leaning towards Lucien World.
And Kim Campbell is in her home riding of Vancouver Centre tonight. She's locked in her downstairs bathroom and sobbing hysterically. She has been quoted as saying, "Prozac, Prozac, who's got some Prozac?" We go now to Vancouver Centre.
Oh, Kim, I can't find Kevorkian in the phone book. Now, this is silly. Now, just let me in, Kimmy. Kim, I got some more cream puffs for you, darling. Well, come on, let me in. Oh, I know you're upset because I voted for Remax, but they had the most signs. Oh, now, Kim, come on. Come on, Kimmy. This is stupid. Kim.
Well, maybe we'll check in with her a little later when she's feeling better, maybe 10 or 15 years.
This just in, a message for Preston Manning. Under the B6.
The Liberals are thanking many people tonight, but perhaps the most thanks is going out to none other than future Liberal Senator Dalton Camp.
And while Canadians right across the country are saying to the Progressive Conservatives tonight, na 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 na, na 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 na, hey, 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 goodbye.
Unfortunately, all of our election data processing machine, tracking poll, analysis systems have failed. Even the phone is broken.
Which means we don't have a clue what's going on out there. It's just surprise, surprise, surprise for us.
This hour's election desk is amazed, actually, based on our polling, that the Natural Law Party did not make any inroads in the Atlantic provinces. We really thought that that whole vegetarian bouncing yogi thing would have been much larger, especially in the more rural ridings.
Yes, Frank, especially with those tofu-eating fishermen that are so frequent there on the coast of Labrador.
Indeed.
Well, that's it. Back to you, Peter.
Back to you, Pam.
Back to you, Peter and Pam.
All right. What can you say after that, other than our Election 93 coverage continues right after this? back to the election 93 story. The Liberals, the story is tonight, the Liberals painting the country red from one side to the other. Extremely well in Atlantic Canada, second place in Quebec. All the seats in Ontario, all 99 of them, doing well in Manitoba. Saskatchewan and Alberta, Reform starting to make a move. The Liberals, though, at 165, the Bloc Québécois at 51. Reform in third place at the moment, but well back of the Bloc. It seems impossible that Reform could catch Bloc for second place. They'd have to do a clean sweep in Alberta and BC, almost a clean sweep. That is unlikely, but we want to hold off on that until we see more results from both Alberta and from British Columbia and from Saskatchewan, for that matter. The Tories, 3. 2 of those decided, Jean Charest and Elsie Wayne in New Brunswick. Tories also leading in one riding in Alberta at the moment. NDP leading in 3 seats, all of that in the West. They got 0 out of Ontario. First time in the history of the NDP that they have not won a seat in Ontario. Same goes for the Tories, as a matter of fact. 1 independent leading in the Beauce region of Quebec. We're going out now to Vancouver, where Denise Harrington, who has been covering the Kim Campbell campaign from the start, is standing by at Campbell headquarters. Denise, what can you tell us at this hour?
Well, Peter, there's only about an hour now to the polls close here in Vancouver, and this sweep across the country is very bad news for the Campbell organizers out here. I talked to some of them earlier, both here in the city and also people back in the east who were associated with the party, who felt that if the results were not going very well, that it would be very, very hard for Ms. Campbell herself to hold on to her seat. Just about a half an hour ago, our cameras went to Campbell campaign headquarters to see people in a last-minute phone bank. They're here phoning people all over the riding, trying to get them to pull out the vote. This has always been a very, very close race. Ms. Campbell won by just 269 votes the last time.
You have? Okay, that's great.
And as you remember, Peter, in 1988, when the Liberals appeared headed to defeat and Mr. Mulroney was getting another majority, a lot of people in Vancouver were pushing for voters here to turn out for John Turner to make sure he got re-elected. Probably much the same push here in the city, but this makes the Tories very nervous, the fact that if prominent ministers all across the country are going down to defeat, if there's a real Liberal wave, Kim Campbell may go down to defeat in that Liberal wave here too.
All right, Denise Harrington reporting from Vancouver tonight, and as Denise mentioned, 35 minutes now, or just a little under, before the polls close in British Columbia, and we find out another one of those intriguing stories of the night, whether Kim Campbell will win her seat or not, Pamela, in her Vancouver riding. You'd almost say at this point, with the way the things have gone for the Tories tonight, you could probably make an argument that she'd prefer not to win it rather than even win it.
And a lot of Conservatives are making that argument themselves. They've had a lot of difficulty in the Conservative Party over the years dealing with their leaders and getting rid of leaders that they don't want to. Of course, Ms. Campbell's going to pay a heavy price for the result of this campaign and the devastation of the party. With Jean Charest, the one lone Tory in Quebec with his seat, and perhaps in many ways the party's favorite. A lot of people at that recent Tory leadership convention, that's where their heart was. They were with Mr. Charest. They thought perhaps Ms. Campbell could deliver a win for them, and as Alan Gregg was saying earlier, she did at least open the window for them briefly. But a lot of Conservatives saying maybe if she lost her seat, it would make it a lot easier for the next move. Mr. Charest takes over.
Well, whoever is in that Tory caucus by the end of the evening, though, the very real potential, very lonely, but the very real potential of they won't even have official status in the House of Commons. Right. There may be some pressure, depending on who they are, especially some of the Western Tory MPs. There may be some pressure for them to move over and join the Reform Party to help Reform achieve official party status if they don't keep picking up seats. Right. And here their total already has dropped another one. They're only at 6 seats. Quickly, let's go down to Wendy Mesley, who has somebody to talk to. Wendy?
Thank you, Peter. I'm here with Peter Nicholson. He is with the Bank of Nova Scotia. There had been some speculation during this election, a lot of talk about there being a minority government and that sending messages to the financial community, some fears about instability. I guess those are gone now.
Well, that's true, and I think that the markets right up until last week, until this very day, in fact, were anticipating a majority, so there won't be really a lot of surprises tomorrow. If there's any surprise, it's the extent of this majority that's now apparent. And the markets, I might add, react very favorably when their expectations are confirmed.
So what does that mean?
Well, I think it means that there really probably won't be a lot of change tomorrow from what you've seen in the last week. I don't expect a lot of instability in any of the financial markets or any of the indicators we like to track.
Much earlier in the campaign, Jean Chrétien talked about some of the things he didn't like that the governor of the Bank of Canada was doing, John Crow, in terms of high interest rates and inflation. Do you expect him to follow up on that or soften the message on that?
Well, I think that the message has been softened throughout the campaign. We heard some comments at the beginning, but I think Mr. Chrétien understands, as all political leaders in the industrialized world understand, that one is now heavily dependent on the good graces of international financial markets. Few countries more than Canada, and I don't think anyone will do anything to disturb that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
We've got to go back to the desk now. Peter?
All right, Wendy, thanks very much. CBC's Election 93 coverage continues in a moment. And good evening once again from the CBC Broadcast Centre in Toronto. I'm Peter Mansbridge. Let's recap where we are tonight. Smack dab in a nation that's turned Liberal red. It is a stunning majority for Jean Chrétien, a mind-numbing defeat for the Tories, and a possibility still very real at this hour now, that the Bloc Québécois could form the official opposition. Here's why. Look at these numbers. 169 seats for the Liberals as of this hour. Leading or elected, the vast majority of them elected, well over the majority needed of 148. The Bloc Québécois at 50, Reform at 8, the Tories at leading or elected in 4. The elections so far, the Liberals have won 31 seats in Atlantic Canada, 18 seats in Quebec, 96 seats in Ontario. There have been a few bouncing back and forth. There are only 99 in Ontario. At one moment they had a sweep going of all 99. 96 seats at the moment the Liberals have won in Ontario. A lot of Conservative heads are rolling tonight, but right now there's a new story to watch. Will the Liberal Express stay on track through the prairies, or will Reform hijack the train? So far, it's looking pretty good for the Liberals, but it's anybody's guess and everybody's government. So let's continue on with our coverage. Lloyd Axworthy. Used to be a time when Lloyd Axworthy was the lone Liberal in Western Canada. Back in the early and mid-1970s, Lloyd Axworthy there joining us from his headquarters in Winnipeg. He's won his seat again tonight, and he's got his supporters around him having trouble hearing us. But Mr. Axworthy, remembering those days when you were the only Liberal west of the Ontario-Manitoba border, seems like you're going to be joined by quite a few in Manitoba, points westward, and a lot points eastward.
Well, Peter, it's an incredible night, I think, for the people of Western Canada, that they are voting for a constructive change, not for a negative change. And it's going to be thrilling to have so many highly talented members of caucus. All the memories of being the lone Liberal are wiped out tonight, and I pay real tribute to John Chrétien for a wonderful job of leadership and making this kind of breakthrough in Western Canada.
Now, I imagine that as well as the smiles and the handshakes going around that room tonight, a lot of your supporters and a lot of people in your riding are saying, well, Lloyd Axworthy, it's great that you guys may have won, but what about number 2, Bloc Québécois? What are you telling to your supporters and the people of Winnipeg tonight about that situation with the Bloc seemingly the official opposition in Canada?
Well, what we've said all along is that if we follow our basic program, which is to get people back to work in this country from coast to coast to coast and live up to the agenda that was put forward, then these regional parties, the Bloc Québécois, the Reform, will begin to recede, because I think they were riding a certain amount of dissatisfaction with what they saw in the system, and it's up to us now to show that the system can work, and that the hopes that so many people place in us tonight can come true. So we have a big load on our shoulders, probably no more heavy than here in Western Canada, where we really are given a chance by the people of the West to show what we can do, and we're going to do it.
What's priority number 1 for you to show in terms of the West?
Well, I think for us in particular, we have some very serious issues out here in terms of the changing nature of our resource economy, and we're going to have to demonstrate that there is an equal share of interest and attention around the government table. And in particular, I think we're going to have to show that we can rebuild this country in a way that everybody has a good stake in the outcome.
All right, Lloyd Axworthy joining us tonight from Winnipeg. Congratulations
Pleasure,
on your victory. Thanks for talking to us.
It's very sweet, Peter. It's very sweet.
All right, Lloyd Axworthy from Winnipeg. The numbers now, the Liberals just moving into that 170 range, which would be one of the biggest majority government victories for them certainly in recent history, approaching numbers now equivalent and past the Trudeau sweep numbers of 1968. 169 now, bouncing back and forth. The Bloc at 50, Reform at 11. They are now starting to kick in seats in both Saskatchewan and Alberta, as you saw a moment ago. The only province the Liberals have not put up a number on the board yet is Saskatchewan. Doing well in Manitoba, doing well in Alberta, but nothing so far for the Liberals in Saskatchewan. Reform doing okay in Saskatchewan. The NDP holding on to seats in Saskatchewan at this hour now. Look at that. The Liberals, the Tories running 5th at the moment as the numbers continue. Well, let's try and get a story behind the story in Saskatchewan. Here's Don Newman. Don?
Well, you're right, Peter. In Saskatchewan, for the moment, the Liberals running second in some of the ridings, but it is the Reform Party that is looking strong at the moment. The NDP holding on to some of its strength in Saskatchewan, a traditional province for the NDP. And the NDP there with 4 leading, and the Reform with with 3 and the Liberals with just 2, and the Tories holding on to 1 as well. But look at Kindersley Lloyd Minister. That is the riding that Bill McKnight held in the House of Commons for so long. But look, at the moment, a very tight race, but it is Reform. It is Elwyn Hermanson leading Jock Sandberg by just 1 vote, only 2 polls, but nonetheless, Reform showing some strength. Now, this riding has been bouncing back and forth as the polls just start to come in. Doug Wilson, who took the riding in 1984, who kept the riding for the Tories in 1984, he is now leading by, well, no, they're in a dead heat. I said it was bouncing back and forth. It's landing just very quietly there. But you see again the Reform running right with the Conservatives in Swift Current, Maple Creek. And that, of course, some way to go yet. 2 out of 140 polls announcing for the moment. Let's see if we can see a couple of other ridings from Saskatchewan. Remember, 14 ridings in the province. Regina Lumsden, the NDP now holding on. This was an NDP riding, and they are holding on for the moment. The Liberals, though, running a fairly strong second there. Reform running third. It is the Conservatives down at the bottom of the pile there. The NDP, though, holding on as they try now to build some of those seats to get up to 12 and keep their official party status. Regina Lumsden, that is at the north end of Regina, and that is a riding that they are holding on to. But here is the star of the NDP in Saskatchewan, Lorne Nystrom. He has been in the House of Commons since 1968. At the moment, though, it is Breitkopf, the Reform candidate, who's got a lead. Not very many polls yet, but at the moment, Lorne Nystrom looks to be in a little trouble in Saskatchewan. So at the moment, Reform starting to show a few legs in the last 3 western provinces, Peter, and in Saskatchewan showing they've got some speed.
They certainly are. If Lorne Nystrom is in trouble to Reform, it's a good indication of the power of Reform across Saskatchewan and also in Alberta as well. Preston Manning leading in the early returns in his riding in Calgary, just coming in, as Lucien Bouchard heads into his campaign headquarters in Alma, Quebec tonight. 51 blocked seats racked up in Quebec. That number, as you've noticed, keeps changing back and forth. There are a couple of very close ridings in Quebec, but clearly he's going to be around the 50 mark. That's the number Reform has to get to if they're going to challenge for second place tonight. It seems like an impossible task, but still, mathematically, there is a possibility of that. So we're not declaring for certain yet that Lucien Bouchard will be the leader of Her Majesty's official opposition, the separatist leader in Quebec, federal separatist leader, saying that independence is #1 on his agenda, but he is going to Ottawa to fight for Quebec, not to destroy Canada, he says. But clearly, we know his agenda. He has said it enough times. He was very upfront in the debates, as he has been since he left the Tory party during the Meech Lake situation, that he wanted more powers for Quebec, and if it meant heading down the road to independence, that's what would have to happen. So Lucien Bouchard, heading towards the front of the hall in Alma, Quebec, we'll be listening to his remarks, Pamela, when he gets there. Tonight it'll be interesting to see not only what he has to say to the people of Quebec, but whether or not he makes an attempt to reach out to those outside of Quebec as well.
Well, he's talked throughout the campaign about the whole purpose of this campaign being a consciousness-raising exercise for the rest of Canada, that while, yes, he is committed to separatism, he is there because he believes federalism is broken, a broken system, not just for Quebecers, but for everyone else. But he does, in interviews that we've done with him in the course of this campaign, I just talked to him last week, he is aware that there's an awful lot of hostility in other parts of Canada to the notion of a separatist, a man committed to the disintegration of the country, becoming the opposition leader. So he is trying to get that message out that he wants to talk about everybody's concerns about how federalism isn't working.
All right, and as we wait for him to get up to the front of the room here, where he'll be speaking to the crowd and through the magic of television to all Quebecers and all Canadians, Reform numbers starting to bump up now as more and more ridings are reporting from in Alberta and in Saskatchewan. The Reform numbers now up to 16. Keep in mind, 32 seats to be heard from in BC, and still some races unsettled. Looks almost impossible that they can catch the block, but we'll have to see as the evening progresses. Lucien Bouchard speaking now in Alma, Quebec. You'll hear translation for his remarks in French, and we do expect that he will speak to some degree in English as well.
Merci. Merci à vous tous.
Thank you all.
Merci.
Thank you.
Merci. Chers amis,
Dear friends,
Chers amis, il
Dear
me revient en
friends,
mémoire le
I
visage et la voix
remember
de René Lévesque
the face and voice of René
le
Lévesque
soir du 20 mai 80,
the evening of the 20th of May
lorsqu'il nous a dit
1980
tout simplement,
when he said
"À
to
la
us very
prochaine."
simply, "We'll see you next time."
Nous savons bien
We know very well
n'est pas la prochaine.
that this evening is not next time.
Le peuple québécois
This evening,
nous donne le
the
mandat
people
de
of Quebec
veiller à ses intérêts à Ottawa,
have given us the mandate of looking after their interests in Ottawa, but also to mark the road that leads to the next time.
Ce soir, le peuple québécois
This
a
evening,
dit
the
oui
people of Quebec have said
à un
yes
parti qui n'existe que
to a
par
party
lui et que pour lui,
that only
un
exists
parti
for it
souverainiste qui l'envoie
and
à Ottawa.
for Quebec, a sovereigntist party that it sends to Ottawa.
Il nous donne du cœur à l'ouvrage, le peuple québécois ce soir.
The people of Quebec
Tout en nous confiant
have given
une
us a lot
lourde
of heart tonight,
responsabilité, celle
entrusting
de
this
ne
very
pas
serious
décevoir.
responsibility to us, not to let
La
them
moitié
down.
des électeurs,
Half
en
of the
gros, nous ont
voters
fait confiance. Et
have
ils se sont
shown their
reconnus
trust in
dans le
us,
message du Bloc québécois.
and they have
Je
seen
veux les
themselves
remercier.
in the message of the Bloc Québécois, and I thank them.
Je veux leur dire ce dont j'ai
And I want to
pleinement
tell them
conscience.
what I'm
La
fully aware of.
responsabilité qui nous échoit
The
est à la mesure de
responsibility
la confiance qui nous est
that has
faite.
fallen upon us
La confiance,
must be at the level of
nous
the trust shown to us.
consacrerons toutes nos énergies
We
à
will
la
devote
vérité
all of our energy to
et à
deserve
la
this trust
conserver.
and
La
to maintain it.
responsabilité, nous
The
l'assumerons
responsibility,
dans l'intérêt de nos
we will
concitoyens,
take it on
dans
in the
le
interest
respect
of our
des
citizens
institutions qui nous
and in the
régissent et
respect
qui
of
nous
institutions
régiront
that
aussi
govern
longtemps
us
qu'elles ne
and
seront
have
pas
governed us
démocratiquement
as long as they are not replaced democratically.
Aux milliers de militants et de militantes du Bloc québécois, à tous les militants et militantes du Bloc
To all of the
québécois, je
militants
dis
of the
merci
Bloc
et
Québécois,
bravo.
I'd like to say thank you and bravo.
Je m'adresse tout particulièrement
I would like to speak
aux
particularly
électrices et aux électeurs
to
du
the
comté de
voters
Lac-Saint-Jean, un beau
of the
comté,
Lac-Saint-Jean riding, a wonderful riding,
et les remercie de la confiance
and I'd like to
renouvelée
thank
qu'ils
them
m'accordent aujourd'hui.
for the renewed trust that they have in me today.
Une gratitude
I would like to
spéciale
express
aux centaines
special
de
gratitude
bénévoles
to the
de
hundreds
mon
of
comté
volunteers in
qui
my
se sont
riding
dévoués sans relâche.
who have shown
Je veux
great
dire aussi à
devotion.
mes collègues victorieux du Bloc
I would also like
combien
to
j'ai apprécié la campagne
say to my
exemplaire
successful
qu'ils ont
colleagues in
menée.
the bloc how
Je les
I have
félicite.
appreciated the
Et je
campaign
tiens
that they
à souligner
left.
que leur
I
esprit
would
d'équipe
congratulate them,
augure bien la
and
qualité du travail
the
que
team
nous
spirit
effectuerons
is a
ensemble
good
à la
sign
Chambre des
of the
communes.
quality of work that we
Il
will
faut
do
enfin
together
remercier
in the House of Commons.
les candidats et
And I have to
candidates de
thank
notre
the
parti
candidates
que la
of
démocratie
our
n'a pas
party
favorisé aujourd'hui
that
et
democracy
les
did not
assurer
favor
de
today,
notre gratitude.
and I can assure them of our
Je m'en
gratitude.
voudrais de ne pas remercier
I
vivement
cannot
Monsieur Jacques
overlook
Parizeau et nos amis du Parti
Jacques
québécois.
Parizeau and our friends from the Parti Québécois.
Monsieur Parizeau et le Parti québécois
Mr. Parizeau
qui ont
and the
admirablement
Parti Québécois,
soutenu les efforts du Bloc.
who have admirably
En
supported
faut-il
the Bloc's
davantage
efforts.
pour démontrer
Do
que
we
la
need any more to
solidarité
show
est la clé
that
du succès?
solidarity
En
is the
moins
key
d'un
to
an,
success?
elle nous a
In
valu
less than a
coup
year,
sur coup une victoire
we have
référendaire
received
et
a
une
referendum
réussite
victory
électorale.
and an electoral success.
Cette solidarité,
This solidarity,
disons-le, cette solidarité
let's admit it,
a été
this
d'autant plus
solidarity
efficace
was even more
qu'elle s'est
effective
nourrie de nombreux apports
as it
venus de
supplied
plusieurs horizons politiques
by
et
support
de
that
tous
comes from
secteurs
different
d'activité.
political horizons and different
Je félicite
sectors
les
of
vainqueurs
activity.
des autres partis
I'd like to congratulate the
salue
winners
tous
of the
ceux
other
qui
parties
ne connaîtront pas la victoire.
and salute those
Je
who
dois
will not know
féliciter
victory.
Monsieur Jean Chrétien
I must
pour son
congratulate
élection
Jean
personnelle
Chrétien
et
for his
son
own
accession au
personal
poste de Premier
election
ministre du Canada.
and his accession to the position of Prime Minister of Canada. Let's admit that, on the whole, the campaign had elements of fear that have stained the electoral process. I'd like to give credit to Kim Campbell, Audrey McLachlan, Jean Chrétien, and Preston Manning. The discussion of our respective future will be vigorous and sometimes difficult. We have to count on the democratic sense of everyone to guarantee the population that they will be the ultimate winner in this discussion. I will take the liberty of thanking my wife, André. I owe a great deal to her encouragement and to her constant support. I would also like to greet another very important woman, my mother. How can we not think about the man to whom I owe so much? My father, Philippe Bouchard. The election of the Bloc in Ottawa is part of Quebec consistency, whether we like it or not. The decision that has come out of the polls tonight is a part of a direct extension of the people who prepared it. You have to be blind not to see that all took place in a cascade. May 1980 put Quebec in a position of weakness. The Meech Lake Agreement had to correct that injustice, but his rejection had led to the creation of the Bélanger-Campeau Commission. The consensus that comes out of this collective thought led to a true possibility for Quebec. The sovereignty in case of the ultimate failure of federalism. We know that this failure now has a name, Charlottetown. And if the Bloc emerged from the rejection of Meech, its election in Ottawa is the direct consequence of Charlottetown. Therefore, logically, the Bloc Québécois is sovereigntist. It's therefore under the sovereigntist banner that its MPs elected tonight will enter the House of Commons. Of course, the Bloc Québécois will not carry out sovereignty alone. It's not its mandate. Only the people of Quebec can decide the sovereignty in a referendum. It's in Quebec that this will take place, under the responsibility of the Government of Quebec and the National Assembly. I hope that this act of pride and hope expressed today will inspire and encourage the people of Quebec. This election, I am sure, will be one of the main features of accession to sovereignty in Quebec. The sovereigntist project is not led against Canada. It's, above all, the only adequate answer to the challenge that has been launched by this world that is constantly changing. Support for the Bloc has thus taken place around the refusal of the status quo, as well as the need for change. That is why a growing number of disappointed federalists have voted for the Bloc. They know that the traditional political parties no longer are part of this new reality. And while waiting for the decision to take place in Quebec that will lead to sovereignty, the MPs of the Bloc will go to Ottawa to defend the immediate interests of Quebec. It will be their first duty. It's high time that the voice of Quebec is heard there in order to correct the inequities of this regime. My friends, the Bloc will carry out this task with dignity, and the Bloc will do Quebec proud. It's the other part of the mandate of the Bloc Québécois, the defense of the interests of Quebec. The Bloc will fight for employment, for the unemployed, for those who are less well off. We know that it cannot be done without a simultaneous effort to cut spending and put order in public finances. The interests of Quebec will often be the same as those of the rest of Canada. For us, we have to stop the downward spiral. The status quo leads to a constant deterioration. When a society stands still, it goes back. We hope that Quebecers on all political sides will move towards sovereignty, but the outside world will not wait. We have to stop damage and protect the future. Therefore, we are going to tackle the most urgent tasks in a House of Commons, which will reflect the true nature of Canada. Because not only Quebec, but the rest of Canada as well, has become more transparent tonight. This transparency gives us the possibility of having a real dialogue based on a true perception of the real issues and the major stakes which have been hidden for so long. Yes, there are two countries in this country. As of tomorrow, those two countries should and will speak more frankly, where it counts the most, where it's possible, in the Parliament. The Bloc's action will be positive and responsible. The Bloc exists to promote Quebec in the respect of democratic institutions. And I say to my friends in English Canada that our victory this evening represents a unique opportunity to start a new relationship based on truth and respect. And if you allow, it's important that we do this. I will speak directly to them, to our friends in English Canada.
Tonight, Canada and Quebec have changed for the better. Tonight, the veil of complacency has been lifted, bringing under the sun the real complexion of Canada, obscured for too long. A new chapter has been opened. We are going to Ottawa to build something new, something that will prove positive for both nations. We will, of course, vigorously pursue Quebec's interest and expand on the merits of sovereignty of Quebec, but with all due respect to the rules of the House. Our common values of democracy and tolerance should lead to a more serene dialogue. Moreover, in the Parliament, we will have common objectives to achieve on many crucial issues. I state once again that our goal is not to rend the fabric of Canadian institutions, but to make the House of Commons more aware of the aspirations of the people that have elected us today. Nous du Bloc.
We in the Bloc have proposed to the men and women of Quebec the real power. They answered yes to our call. This power, because it is real, is made up of solidarity. That's the word that I would like to keep in mind for this campaign. For this evening, Quebec solidarity, this solidarity will reunite us at the great meeting that awaits us, the referendum, where will we decide our future and that of our children. Thank you.
Lucien Bouchard speaking in Alma, Quebec tonight, and while he was speaking and going through how he sees the mandate for the Bloc Québécois and his mission to Ottawa now, that he's heading there with as many as 50, 51 seats perhaps for the Bloc Québécois. While that was happening, if you've been watching those numbers at the bottom of your screen, you're noticing something else is happening as well. If Lucien Bouchard is banking on being the leader of the opposition in Ottawa, he may not be, because Reform is really starting to connect with seats now in Western Canada, and we've yet to come to that big block of major Reform support in BC. But look at in Alberta. Alberta, 25 of the 26 ridings reported so far, leading in 25 of them the Reform candidate, the Liberals in one other. Remember, Alberta used to be a province painted Tory blue. They used to own Alberta, every seat in it. Lost one last time, but tonight they're not in the picture at all. 24 now. This numbers will change back and forth. Still early going in the poll counting, but Reform out to a lead in 24 of the 26 ridings in Alberta. And look at the share of the vote. 1 out of every 2 votes cast going Reform's way. The overall story this is telling you is this is going to be very close, right down to the wire, and that's why when it looked so obvious that the Bloc was going to form the opposition, we were saying, wait, hold on a minute, lots of seats to come in Western Canada, and that may make the difference. Close race in Saskatchewan, where it's a real three-party race as it was forecast to be. The Liberals ahead by leading or elected in 6 of the ridings, the NDP in 5, Reform in 3. So very close in Saskatchewan, and the NDP holding on to seats there for the NDP, which has placed them in 4th place right now. 4th place for the NDP. They're ahead of the Tories, but neither the Tories or the NDP in overall numbers are anywhere near official party status. If they're going to make that 12 figure, they're going to have to do it in British Columbia. So lots to wait for British Columbia. They'll be happy when the polls close there in a few minutes and we come on saying they'll decide at least who the official opposition is going to be. Joe Schlesinger joins us, the chief political correspondent of the CBC. And Joe, you were watching Lucien Bouchard and trying to understand how he sees his mandate going there to Ottawa now as the leader of the Bloc Québécois.
Well, you know, he said in French something like there are 2 countries in this country tonight. But there are also 2 blocs within the bloc, and he's well aware of it. One is the sovereignist bloc. The other are the voters who voted for the bloc because they couldn't bring themselves to vote for the Tories anymore, and they couldn't swallow Chrétien, and he knows that. His other problem is that the Italian parliament strategy wouldn't work anyway. First of all, the Liberals have a majority. The other thing is that he knows that, and he said so, the decision about sovereignty will be made provincially after the elections next year. So he's left, and he said that he will cooperate in Ottawa because he was elected too, promising to fight joblessness, so he has to fight joblessness. Now, where the irritants will come in is he will fight joblessness, but he will propose, for instance, a rapid rail line in the corridor between Quebec City and Toronto with federal money and the railroad cars to be built in Quebec. And he will fight, he wants to reduce the deficits. He wants Canadian bases closed. But he will argue that the bases to be closed should not be in Quebec because Quebec numerically does not have a proportional share of bases. So the bases that should be closed will be outside Quebec.
Well, in some ways, it makes it easier for him than all the other politicians because he's very focused on a mandate in terms of a region. He's arguing for one thing.
That's right.
But the overall mandate is still a confusing one. He knows he's got votes tonight that aren't necessarily on his side in a move towards independence.
But the people who voted for him, who say they're Federalists, can't say that he doesn't have a mandate for independency. I mean, he said all along, I'm a sovereignist. So it should be very interesting.
All right, Joe Schlesinger, the CBC's chief political correspondent, who will be back with us later on in the evening as he continues to analyze some of the peculiarities of the election night 93 results. As you look at the overall numbers, still once again, as they're bouncing across the West, Reform doing extremely well in Alberta. 23 of the 26 ridings they're leading in right now. Don Newman has been monitoring the situation as the results have been pouring in through Saskatchewan and Alberta. Don.
Well, Peter, Alberta is an interesting province. At any time, people seem to like to vote the way that they are going to. So let's take a look, if we can, down there at the bottom. You see Reform now leading in 23, and the Liberals in 3. The Conservatives, as you were pointing out, who used to own Alberta, they do not have a lead anywhere. And the NDP, who had a seat in the last Parliament, Edmonton East, they do not have a seat and do not have a lead anywhere either. So they are in a tough spot in Alberta. Reform, one of the ridings we've been watching is Calgary Southwest, and Preston Manning is at the moment in front of Energy Minister Bobby Sparrow. She is trailing him there. There is a couple of the Liberals. One of them is Colin McKenzie, and if he wins, he is anticipated perhaps to be in the cabinet. The Liberals in Alberta are sort of back to where they used to be, which was if you win, you're in. That's how you got in the cabinet. If you could win a seat, you would go into the cabinet, and it looks that way perhaps in Alberta. If you win, you are in. But that is a tight race for the Liberals there. They've been up as high as 3 as they are now, but they were down to 2 a couple of minutes ago. And at one point, as you were pointing out, they were in fact down to only 1 seat. So it is Reform. That is the story, certainly in Alberta. One of the other people who is leading now in Lethbridge is Ray Speaker. Ray Speaker has been a social credit MLA in the provincial legislature, a conservative MLA in the provincial legislature, and now he is going to be a Reform MP in the House of Commons. So, Peter, an interesting scene in Alberta, but it is all Reform out there.
Absolutely, it certainly is, and the question still continues, who will be the official opposition in Canada? Reform making big moves in across the West, especially, as Don says, in Alberta. So the story continues as we march into British Columbia, where the polls are closing in the next couple of minutes. We'll analyze those results. They very well may determine who will be the next official leader of the opposition in this country. The Liberals have the majority government, a big one, huge in numbers, but still many questions left unanswered. Opposition, Campbell's riding, McLaughlin's riding, will they win their own ridings? CBC's Election 93 coverage continues in a moment. Good evening to British Columbia. Canada has a Liberal majority government. Jean Chrétien will be the nation's 20th Prime Minister, and the Tories are plummeting toward their worst defeat since Confederation. And welcome to British Columbia as you join the CBC's coverage of Election 93. I'm Peter Mansbridge. This has been a night unlike any other in Canadian political history. The Liberals, who've held power almost 64 years this century, are going to hold it again. You could count Tory seats on your fingers, and the Bloc Québécois could yet become the official opposition. So too, though, could Reform. Here are the latest standings as we look at them now, with all the provinces reporting so far, except British Columbia, where the polls have just closed, also the polls just closing in Yukon and parts of the Northwest Territories. This is what the country's map looks like. Red, the color of the Liberal Party. Look at those swashes of red. Up north, through the west, all through Ontario, mostly through Atlantic Canada. Overall numbers, look at that. Liberals leading or elected tonight, and most of them are elected now, in 170 seats. The Bloc Québécois leading or elected in 51. That includes their leader, Lucien Bouchard, as Jean Chrétien won his seat for the Liberals in Quebec. Reform, though, has just been making a move in the last half hour. Did not do well in central Canada, not at all. Didn't pick up very many votes or seats in Ontario, but started, once they crossed into the west, doing extremely well in Alberta. British Columbia will decide tonight who is going to be in the Stornoway, the official opposition. Here's the share of the vote. This tells you the story about how votes are moving back and forth. The Liberals, 45% of the vote tonight. Bloc Québécois, 17%, all centered in Quebec. The Tories, the lowest they've ever done in popular vote, 17%. You saw what it meant in seats, 3. Reform, 12.4%, but just starting to roll up the votes now in Western Canada. The NDP down at 5%, but for the NDP, so far it's translated into more seats than the Tories have got. Both the NDP and the Tories on the verge of being eliminated from official party status in the House of Commons. So a very sweet night for Jean Chrétien's Liberals and for the man himself. Despite some indications he'd have a rough ride in his riding, he did not. Jean Chrétien won his seat. He won it big time. All those stories you heard that he was in trouble did not materialize tonight. Jean Chrétien wins in Saint-Maurice in Quebec, back in his old riding that he held for so long, from the mid-60s until he retired from politics early in the 80s, and then came back as leader in 1990. He wins his seat of Saint-Maurice in Quebec. Now, Lucien Bouchard, the Bloc Québécois, it could well occupy the front rows on the opposition side unless that reform push keeps going through into British Columbia. Lucien Bouchard wins his seat, and so do a lot of other Bloc Québécois members in Quebec. We can also tell you at this hour that Preston Manning has been elected in his Calgary riding. He has that news just coming in. Close race for a while, but Preston Manning has won in Calgary. There was some doubt about that. Often in campaigns, doubts about how well leaders are going to do. So far, they've all won their seats. Still 2 to come, though. Kim Campbell in Vancouver, Audrey McLaughlin in the Yukon. Votes are still coming in. Of course, British Columbians will decide 32 seats. Based on the numbers already elected, we're going to have a very different parliament, that's for sure. Let's take a computerized tour of what will be the very near future. This is a look inside the House of Commons right now, as we've been accumulating votes all night, making projections, predictions, and elections. This is what the seats look like now. These are definitely elected already. This does not include candidates who are leading. 157 Liberals elected already. They're in red. They're in the House of Commons. So many that they got to put extras on one other side of the House. Reform elected 10 so far, but remember, leading in almost every Alberta riding, upwards of a total of near 30 if they keep winning. 49 Bloc Québécois members elected. There's a couple of ridings undecided yet in Quebec. How many Tories? Look real hard. Deep into that corner down there, you see 2. That's it. That's all for the Tories right now in the House of Commons. We'll see what happens in British Columbia. That'll be the scene in Ottawa. Let me set the scene here at our new CBC Broadcast Centre in Toronto, with Mission Control located in the atrium that's dedicated here to the late Barbara Frum. We're geared up to provide you with instant results, reaction, and analysis from right across the country. We've got our panel of razor-sharp political minds gathered tonight to talk to us about what's happening. And we've also got a cross-section of Canadians all the way from Toronto to Vancouver to Halifax. We're now able to link up with our Vancouver audience shortly to join this audience here in Toronto, as well as Halifax and Montreal. And we're hoping to spend a good deal of time in the next couple of hours talking to them about the decisions that, in fact, they've made today as part of the Canadian electorate on returning a Liberal majority government. Still a lot of drama to unfold, a lot of history to be written, so on with the show. Pamela Wallin is with me, as she is every night on CBC Primetime News. Pamela, the story continues to unfold.
Well, we know the big picture, that's for sure. There's a Liberal majority government in this country. Jean Chrétien has been elected in his seat, so he will be the Prime Minister and he will lead that majority government. We know the Bloc Québécois right now stands as this country's official opposition, but the interesting twist at this point as we move into British Columbia is whether or not the Reform can actually do it. We're all busy sitting here with our calculators and our high-tech computers trying to figure out whether or not they could actually rival the BQ, the Bloc Québécois, and become the official opposition. So we'll have to see what happens in the province of British Columbia. That's the big story that we're looking at now. And of course the fate of the 2 leaders, Kim Campbell, and that says a lot about the future of the Conservative Party, what happens to her, and Audrey McLaughlin as well in Yukon.
Right, British Columbians often complain to us that they never get to decide anything by the time the polls close in BC.
They'll be deciding something tonight.
They certainly are tonight. Right. Not the big picture story in terms of who the majority government is. It is the Liberal Party, but they may very well decide whether Reform gets to go to Ottawa as the opposition party. Right. They also may decide, as you said, the fates of 2 particular leaders, McLaughlin in the Yukon, where the polls have just closed, and Kim Campbell, but also whether the NDP or the Tories. I mean, look, Tories are running 5th here tonight. Well, they're just 1 ahead of independents.
Our political panel was talking about that a little bit earlier on. I mean, there was going to be a race for last place in this country, too, as we have seen, really, the devastation of 2 mainstream traditional parties in this country. We'll see how many seats the 2 can revive in the western part of the country, because it is traditional turf in a way for them. But boy, Reform is on the roll there as we've seen the numbers move. So.
Okay, well, as we signed on just a few minutes ago in British Columbia, the rest of the country have been watching for some time now. We said the word had just come in from the Calgary riding that Preston Manning is running in. He has won his seat. Kevin Tibbles is standing by in Calgary tonight. He's watched Preston Manning throughout this campaign, covered him for us. Clearly a very interesting race as it's developing now for the opposition leader's spot. Kevin?
Well, Peter, it was mighty quiet in here when our broadcast went on the air in this time zone. Everyone was looking at Ontario, and everyone was shaking their heads in disappointment with what has happened there. Spirits picked up when the election moved across through Manitoba and Saskatchewan. Now that it has hit Alberta and is going into British Columbia, all eyes are on the television sets here. Everyone is looking for the results coming from British Columbia, and most people are hoping that, of course, here at Mr. Manning's headquarters, that they will indeed catch Mr. Bouchard and the Bloc.
All right, Kevin Tibbles, we'll be back to you later. And when should we expect that Preston Manning will be coming down there?
Well, interesting point. Originally, he was supposed to come down early. He did not because of the Ontario results, I'm told. At this point, throughout this campaign, Mr. Manning has always said he does not want to be another regional rump party. At this point, I believe he's upstairs right now trying to come up with an answer to come downstairs and explain to us just exactly what he's now going to do in Ottawa, considering that he does not have very many seats east of the Manitoba border.
All right, Kevin, thanks very much. He's probably also wanting to see a final determining factor as to whether or not he's going to finish 2nd or 3rd overall in terms of seats tonight. The Liberal story is an amazing one in the country, but the Reform story in Alberta is just as amazing. 22 seats they're leading or elected in right now. The Liberals in 4, the Tories 0. It's been 53 years since the Tories have been shut out in Alberta. 1940 was the last time the Tories failed to win a seat in Alberta. Tonight, they are not leading in any of them. The overall numbers, 172 Liberals, 53 Bloc Québécois, 28 Reform. If they're going to finish number 2 overall, they are going to have to win the vast majority of seats in British Columbia tonight. Nothing is impossible, we've learned tonight. When you look at these other numbers, 7 NDPers, 2 Tories, 1 other, that's an independent in Quebec, a former Tory who Kim Campbell wouldn't sign the papers for because of a conviction that candidate had had. He has been elected in the Beauce region of Quebec. He will sit in the House of Commons as an independent. The share of the vote, 45% of the vote has gone Liberal so far tonight, 17% for both the Conservatives and the Bloc Québécois, 13% in Reform, and you'll see that number edging up as the votes are counted in BC, NDP at 5%, and the various selection of other parties at 3%. Rex Murphy has been helping us understand the story behind the numbers. You get caught up with a lot of numbers on election night. Rex tries to analyze them, tell us what they really mean. Here he is now, Rex Murphy.
Okay, well, what we've been seeing here is that the complete evisceration of the Conservatives and the Liberal wave that's been rolling across Canada, apart from Quebec perhaps, has hit a breakwater in Alberta. First, we're going to have a look at the change of seats. As you can see right here, the jump for the Liberals right here is just in terms of numbers is 0.3, but it's Reform that's made the big leap in Alberta. It's 35%, and if you notice, it's almost a mirror image of the 37% of the Conservatives. But there's still one more interesting thing. In Alberta, it has up to this point been almost federally an exclusive one-party province. It's almost a one-party province again tonight. It's Reform. Reform had hoped to do something different, but we have now almost a block, if you will, in the province of Alberta. We can see the change of this in our more graphic board. There's the Conservatives when they were in their palmy and high days. Watch what happened over the last 2.5 hours here. Egad, the growth of the beast is now complete. Reform has concentrated its effort, and it's constituted itself as a single entity in Alberta. It is the major thing right there. It's probably the stop of the full Liberal sweep. We can illustrate this one more time just in the riding of McLeod. There you see Reform with a vote of 68%, which is quite astronomical, a gain of 37%. How many did the Conservatives lose in this case? 33. So the Liberals made tepid gains in Alberta, but Alberta now has become a Reform fastness, a fortress. It is the second block on the Canadian map. Back to you, Peter.
All right, Rex, thanks very much. Early returns coming in from the Yukon, very early returns, show Audrey McLaughlin trailing with 1 poll counted. And when I say early returns, it's early. The Liberal candidate has 7, Audrey McLaughlin has 4. So I think we'll be waiting for a lot more from that before we decide whether there's a trend developing in the Yukon. Overall numbers, there you see them. Keep watching them and watch that Reform number. Will it edge up as the BC ridings start to come in? They should be starting in the next few minutes. Meanwhile, here's Pamela.
Well, let me introduce to all of you in British Columbia joining us and Points North, our political panel. They have been here all night analyzing these results, explaining what they all mean. Hugh Segal, former Chief of Staff to former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney. Stephen Lewis, the former leader of the New Democrats in the province of Ontario. Heather Reisman, who is a Liberal Party strategist and businesswoman. And Tom Flanagan is here speaking for the Reform Party tonight. And Tom, let's take a look at those Reform numbers. You didn't actually make your beachhead in Ontario. You didn't actually make that breakthrough. The question now is, can you gather the numbers as we move into British Columbia to actually rival the BQ, the Bloc Québécois, for opposition status?
Well, Pamela, looking at this in more of a long-term context, I really don't think it's a major issue as to whether or not Reform becomes the official opposition. I think the story for Reform is that it's going to elect members in 4 provinces. That's going to provide a base to build for the future. It would have been better to elect somebody in Ontario, but Reform did get 20% of the popular vote in Ontario, showing that there's considerable strength there.
But with no seats there, does it not make Reform Party really just a Western regional party?
Well, you're talking about 4 provinces and substantial showing in Ontario. I think that this is a springboard for the future. You start with the West and you work out across the rest of the country. So
Okay,
That's a good result.
I want to come back and pick up on your point that it doesn't really matter whether you form the opposition or not. Certainly your leader has been campaigning in the last couple of days about the disaster that might unfold if we hand that job over to separatists in this country. I mean, is it not important?
Well, certainly it would be nice to be official opposition, but as I said, look at the context here. We're talking about a party that at dissolution had 1 member and is going to come back with 40 or more from 4 provinces. This is quite a success story, and whether or not it makes official opposition is not something that I'm going to lose sleep over.
All right, Heather, how do you see this phenomenon that we're heading into? I mean, obviously there is a Liberal sweep across the country. There's no question about that, but we are seeing these regional blocs in Alberta, in Quebec. Is it going to make it pretty tricky?
I think the best interpretation of it, or implication for the future, is we do need to listen to and understand what voters were thinking and saying when they voted for the Reform Party and for the Bloc. I mean, the Bloc is clearer. I think the Reform Party votes, many of them I still believe were protest votes, and I think we have to understand what that is and reflect it in the directions we take. I, for one, am happy to see that they did not make the kind of progress that they had intended.
Stephen?
I think it will be quite fascinating to watch the dynamic of the House of Commons, and I'm awfully skeptical about making predictions now. The Bloc will be the official opposition, yes, but it will ask questions that are geographically and regionally centered. The Reform, coming in third, will have an opportunity to ask questions in broader terms. They'll probably do that. I'm not excited about it, but I have to accept it as a reality. If the NDP edges up to 12 seats and has official party status, and that is possible with the BC results yet to come, then the dynamic of 3 opposition parties jostling vigorously and ideologically could make for a fascinating House of Commons. I'm not as anxious about it as are others.
Hugh, is that something just to be said? I mean, if this is what the Canadian people want, if this is what they voted in, so be it.
Well, of course, the voters are never wrong. They can, on occasion, be a little excessive, as I think they are tonight, but they're never wrong.
Or recessive.
And, you know, these parties will have the numbers, and they'll have perhaps a substantial presence. The small band of loyal but intellectually focused conservatives will keep them all honest, and that's our responsibility.
How was it that you were going to get back to the House of Commons, Hugh?
Well, there's going to be 1 or 2 there, and maybe 3 or 4. We'll have to wait and see.
Hugh was saying earlier that you could count the Conservatives on the finger of one hand.
We may be to that at this point. Now let me introduce a face that some of you will be seeing a lot of in the days and weeks to come. Daniel Turp. He's a close friend and advisor to Lucien Bouchard with the Bloc Québécois. They're sitting there right now with official party status. Mr. Turp, we heard from Lucien Bouchard a little bit earlier on. I guess as far as you're concerned, you're moving ahead. You will take up the role of official opposition in this country unless something dramatic happens in British Columbia. Is that how you see it?
I think that might exactly be what Monsieur Bouchard is intending to do, seeing the important number of seats the Bloc has won. It should be seen as a major victory, not only in Quebec, but in Canada. This number of seats shouldn't be underestimated, and I think the Bloc will deserve being the official opposition. As Mr. Bouchard said, on the other hand, is that he will have a very responsible, constructive role in the House of Commons, that he will want to discuss common interests to both Quebec and Canada.
Well, if your stated intention, it certainly has been stated by Mr. Bouchard repeatedly in the course of this campaign, is to take Quebec's interests there, to make sure Quebec's interests are represented and ensured, and to make sure that Quebec gets its fair share, how is it that you would be able to speak for other regions not represented?
Well, Quebec will not speak for other regions, and Monsieur Bouchard will not speak for other regions, but he will take into account interest of other regions when he will be speaking as a leader of the opposition. And I think there will be other opposition parties that will talk for other regions, and together the opposition might be very strong and might make the House of Commons a more interesting, more challenging place to be for parliamentarians.
It certainly is going to be an interesting place. Daniel Turp, thanks very much for your comments tonight, and that's really what we're waiting to see unfold at this point. What will be that final shape of the House of Commons? How will the Reform perform in Western Canada? So we'll be looking at that. Peter?
That's right, Pamela, because if it's going to happen for Reform, it's going to happen in British Columbia. They're going to have to do extremely well in British Columbia tonight, because as you see, the Bloc settling in now around 53 seats, Reform at 28 as the votes are starting to be counted in British Columbia. Still very early yet. but at 28 seats, 32 seats available in British Columbia. You can do the math as well. They're going to have to do extremely well, get almost all the seats in BC to push themselves up and above that Bloc Québécois number. Anyway, that story's still yet to come. The panel was talking about the impact of both Bloc and Reform in a House of Commons. The number 2, 3 parties, you pick it which way they're going to end up, but they'll certainly end up in one way or another in that order. So let's hear from the people now. We've gathered them here in Toronto, in Montreal, in Halifax, and in Vancouver. Let's go to Montreal first. Denis, your thoughts on the impact and the success tonight of the two parties, the Bloc Québécois and the Reform Party.
Well, as far as the Bloc Québécois is concerned, I'm very disappointed to see such a success on their part. I think they have created an illusion amongst Quebecers that if you're a French Quebecer, you have to be a separatist and a sovereignist. And I think that is not a good image to reflect upon Canada. I think Mr. Bouchard will have to become more reasonable and more responsible with such a big mandate that he has now. As far as the Reform Party is concerned, I believe that maybe the Anglos, the rest of Canada has become more comprehensible about the situation that is now in Canada, and they make more sense out of their vote, and that's why the Reform Party got just an amount of 31 or 32 seats.
And it may be more than that too, depending on how voters in BC decide tonight. Here in Toronto, David, what's your reaction to this when you hear the Reform Party doing so well and the Bloc Québécois party doing so well?
I'm very disappointed, truthfully. In my opinion, I would be very happy if they split whatever they have right now. In my opinion, I'm very ecstatic, actually, about the Liberals having majority government, because I think we'll have a good government now.
Let's hear that. Vive le Bloc, why?
Why? I think that, there's now been a death of the left in Canada. What has effectively happened is the NDP has been wiped out. The Bloc Québécois, if we can look beyond the sovereignty issue, really is a left of center social democratic party.
How can you look beyond the sovereignty issue? I mean, Lucien Bouchard in his speech definitely put that as the major agenda of this party, and I think that's the problem with Quebec, is that they got conned into voting the Bloc because they thought that's what they have to do. This is a vote for Quebec, but instead you're giving the power to the wrong person.
Canada was a marriage of convenience, and its divorce is inevitable.
Don't you think it's time that English Canadians wake up to the fact that Quebec is not a province like the others? It's not a region.
I agree.
It's a nation that's fighting for self-determination. The Charlottetown Accord was the last gasp for the old liberal federalism.
And that's why I think
one at a time. Got to be one at a time.
I think that's why it's important that the Liberals got the majority that they got, because you've got the Reform Party pulling for the West, and you've got the Bloc pulling for Quebec. Who's going to pull for Canada? And that's the problem that all the electorate has to face today.
I want to go out to Halifax quickly. Susan in Halifax, you want to buy into this discussion as well? What are you thinking about this? Susan in Halifax, can you hear me?
Hi.
There you are, Susan. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's all okay. I really don't see it as that big a problem. We've always had Quebec as a big factor in Canadian politics, and they've always been within the context of the party that was in power.
Susan, just a sec. Susan, just a sec. Hold on. A couple of stations have got to break away here now to analyze the results in their area. We'll be right back to Susan in just a moment. All right, for those of you in our continuing coverage on Election Night 93, Susan, I'm sorry interrupting you like that. Go ahead, perhaps start over with the point again, once again.
Hi, that's quite all right. What I was saying was I don't really see it as big a problem as a lot of people do. Quebec has always been a major force. The federal parties have always tried to placate them and deal with them. Now maybe Quebec's cards will be on the table and the federal politicians won't have to dance around them. Maybe now they can get into serious negotiations. Maybe now the Quebec people will feel more satisfied. Just like with Reform out West, maybe the West will feel more satisfied that they're being truly represented. Obviously, the federal parties have not been able to do it. We've had several referendums, but yet Quebecers have always voted to stay in Canada. So maybe they want to be more represented to what they need, but maybe it doesn't mean that they're going to leave Canada.
All right, Patrice in Montreal, you've heard a number of different opinions on how we should be looking at the Bloc tonight and their representation, the impact it might have on Parliament. What do you think?
Well, I think many of them are right. I would say that both Quebecers and reformists have sent a very strong message towards decentralization of Canada. In Quebec, that decentralization might end up in sovereignty. In the West, it might end up differently, but it's still a strong message toward regionalization of Canada. It's also a strong message towards speaking the truth for the government, which the Tories haven't done, and the vote has gone to the Liberals and to the regional parties in kind of a protest vote for that.
All right, Patrice, thanks very much. Here in Toronto, a comment, yeah, right here.
I'm just concerned that the electorate is back to getting what they had, where we were a year and a half ago. Back to constitutional issues again. And I don't think that's what they wanted. They got very angry about the Tory concentration on the Constitution and not paying attention to the economic issues that they were concerned about.
Well,
so here we go again.
But I don't think that anybody who thinks that national unity is not an issue is dead wrong. Because obviously it is, if Quebec feels as strongly as it is to vote in as many Bloc as they have.
I don't in as a protest against Mulroney, against the Liberals. That's what it was more of a protest vote.
It goes a lot deeper to that than that. And the issue is not national unity, it's multinational unity. You know, when peoples in Eastern Europe fight for self-determination, we praise them to the skies. When it happens in our backyard, we go frantic.
I mean, they want to talk about economic issues, and what we're talking about is Quebec saying that they want to take care of their own house.
Okay, let's go to Halifax. Michael in Halifax, you want to get into this discussion?
Hi, Peter. I'd like to raise the sights a little bit. I think the majority that we have seen take place tonight or get established tonight has a much larger mandate than dealing with the domestic issues that have just been mentioned. I think Canada, with the position that we're going to see our government in over the next several years, has an obligation to send a message to the world. 25% of our national debt is owned outside of our borders. That's the scariest debt situation in the world today.
Well,
and
what's the message then that you want to hear sent?
The message I want to see go out is that we can manage, one of the most resourceful countries in the world, that we can deal with our domestic issues, pull a rich and resourceful country together, solve our problems, not take a place in the world because somebody allows us to get it, but to earn it, and contribute as we should feel obligated to do, rather than playing a much more passive role as we have in the past. So we've got to clean up our act domestically. If we don't, our international creditors are going to pull the plug. What we saw in New Zealand over the past number of years is nothing compared to what could impact on Canada unless we do it. Okay. We see a government now that can do that. It has the mandate. I sincerely hope it'll make it.
Okay, well, interesting points. More here in Toronto. This gentleman right here.
Well, I guess I'm saddened by the results, really. I mean, you go and you travel, you go to different parts of the world, and Canada is envied by everybody, almost. You know, you go out there and this is a stable place. It's a wonderful country, the best country to live in. And tonight I see the results, and I think, is it a protest vote? Is it more than that? I'm not sure myself. I'd like to think it is.
But why are you saddened? What saddens you about it?
Because of the potential breakup. Because the way Mr. Bouchard was speaking tonight, there was no reassurance to English Canada. There really wasn't. He was not reaching out. He was being even more militant in a sense, I think.
Okay, other comments? Yes.
I think it's clear that this is a protest vote. People want accountability. They're tired of politicians not listening to them. And so they've gone to the regional parties. I believe Canadians love Canada. Whether Lucien Bouchard has his own agenda is not necessarily what Quebec wants. And while he may get into opposition and try to promote that agenda, I believe Quebecers, as with English Canadians, love this country and want to keep it together.
All right, just over here.
We have to understand that Quebec has been separating for the last couple of years, and what we're doing is negotiating with Quebec. It's a de facto thing unless something dramatic happens to turn it around. Now, I find that very disturbing, because my Canada very definitely does include Quebec, and I really hope that it can stay in. But I think we have to understand in English Canada, in the rest of Canada, that Quebec is separating and we're negotiating. I don't think this is a protest vote. I think this is a real vote.
And right beside you there, you wanted to mention?
Well, I believe that the result of tonight's election, with the Reform and the Bloc Québécois doing as well as they have done, is a clear signal that Canadians are fed up with the old politics. They are fed up with listening and dealing with the politicians who make promises they don't keep, who speak with both sides of their mouths, and who really just don't live up to what they say during their campaign. So it's a clear sign that Canadians are ready for change and eager to take on the non-traditional parties.
Okay, I'm sorry, I got time for one quick comment from Halifax. Go ahead, Halifax.
Hi there, I just got to say something about the Bloc Québécois. One of your speakers
You'll have
said
to make
that
it quick.
One of the speakers said that they don't represent English Canada. I have to say that in Acadian, I'm concerned that the Bloc Québécois' voice will deafen the rest of French Canada's voice and will be reduced to a mere whisper. You have to remember that the Bloc Québécois is not the Bloc Acadien, not the Bloc Français, and English Canada has to
stop you
realize.
there. Sorry, we've got other parts of the country joining in now. A sense from our town hall. We'll have more of it coming up on our live CBC coverage of Election 93. And good evening once again. I'm Peter Mansbridge. Let's bring things up to date. The Liberals have a majority government. The Tories have been relegated to the political wasteland. And two newcomers, the Bloc and Reform, are fighting it out for second place. Here's the big picture, and boy, did it ever change. Here are the numbers we're looking at. Well, actually, here's one look. This would hardly be the big picture. It's the small picture in that one particular riding. Here's the big picture, the map of Canada. Let's have a look how it's shaping up in terms of colors. Red is Liberal red. That map gives you some extent of how big the Liberals are doing, how they're stacking up seats everywhere. Well, you can translate it into real seat numbers. Look at that. The Liberals at 172 seats leading or elected. The vast majority of those are elected right now. The Bloc Québécois at 53, the Reform at 29, the NDP at 6, the Tories, that's right, these are Conservatives, 2, count them, that's it. Elsie Wayne in New Brunswick, Jean Charest in Quebec, the only 2 Tories elected so far tonight. Now, the big picture, in the space of one election, we've seen a pillar of Canadian politics, the Tories, crumble. We've seen a party devoted to a sovereign Quebec grab more than 50 seats. And we're seeing right now the rise of Reform. Things aren't going to look the same on Parliament Hill, not at all. In fact, with the help of a computer, you just saw what things might look like on Parliament Hill. We go inside the House of Commons now to have a look at what it'll look like in here by a computer-generated graphic. The seats in the House of Commons, what'll they look like? You got to look at it in terms of the seats that have been elected so far. Who's got the seats? 164 Liberals, as we said. Most of them, of that other number, the 170-odd number, were elected. 164 elected Liberals, so many that they spill over onto the other side of the House. The Reform has elected 24 members so far. The Bloc Québécois at 52. The Tories, 2 seats. That's it. That's all they've got right now in the House of Commons. But the big numbers still to come in British Columbia. British Columbians will decide whether the Bloc or Reform takes the opposition House. At the moment, it's looking like Bloc. Reform will have to do extremely well in BC to stop them. A lot of Tories are shaking their heads tonight. A lot of historians are sharpening their pens, and a lot of results are still to come. So this night isn't over yet, far from it. Pamela Wallen is with me. Pam, it's still, every time you go up and look through those numbers, as we've been doing for the last couple of hours, hard to describe them, and you're running out of adjectives.
Yes, we are. There's no question that the Liberal majority government is a huge majority, and Jean Chrétien is the leader. He was elected, despite some of the polls that said he might not be. He will sit as Prime Minister and leader of his party in the House of Commons, so that's been established. Preston Manning, the leader of the Reform, has been elected, and of course Lucien Bouchard, the leader of the Bloc Québécois, has been elected. So now that we are into the area of British Columbia and the Yukon, we'll wait and find out what happens to Kim Campbell and Audrey McLaughlin. But as Peter was saying, really what we're trying to establish at this point, as we count those votes in the province of British Columbia and points north, is who will be the official opposition. Right now it's in the Bloc's hands. The question is, can Reform capture enough in the province of British Columbia? And boy, they'd have to take most of those 32 seats to do it, but to give the Bloc a run for their money. So that's the story that, as it unfolds, as we broadcast in British Columbia and points north.
An amazing story it is. Look at that, Liberals, 92 seats they've taken from other parties tonight. And the Tory number is like absolutely amazing. How do you describe that? They've lost 156 seats tonight. Never before in the history of Canadian politics has any party come anywhere near losing that many seats in one night of politics in this country. The NDP losing 21 seats. No party, as we said, has lost more seats in any single election.
It really is an interesting question now, because we have 2 parties so far. The only time the Conservatives finished lower than second was back in 1921, as we're seeing on our fact board there. But the question, of course, that both the Conservatives and New Democrats are facing tonight is, what next? How do they rebuild parties and put them back together? Because when you're looking at this kind of result on the election board, it's a pretty dismal future there.
Okay, so 3 stories to watch for in BC. Will Reform pick up enough seats to form the opposition? Can the NDP get more seats, enough to keep official party status? Same goes for the Tories. Seems unlikely in many of those counts. Don Newman is watching BC. Here he is now. Don?
Thank you, Peter. Well, 2 of those stories in a way are tied together. How many NDP seats? Remember, the NDP had 19 of the 32 seats in British Columbia in the last Parliament. How many of those 19 seats can the Reform take, as they take Tory seats as well? Interesting to see. Let's look at the scoreboard, if we can, from British Columbia. And there you see it at the moment, Reform leading in 3, the Liberals leading in 2, the NDP at the moment only leading in 1. Let's go through some of the ridings that we've been able to see. Kootenay East actually counts with Alberta. That's why we can say already the decision desk has said Reform has taken that seat. Jim Abbott has taken that seat. Sid Parker, the New Democrat who held it in the last Parliament, has lost. He ran 3rd in the riding, as you can see, behind the Liberal. So there is a story there. That is one of the ones that Reform had to get, and it has it. But that hurts the NDP as they try to become an official party or remain an official party in the Parliament, in the new Parliament that's being elected. So there you see again, just to refresh your mind, Reform leading in 3, Liberals leading in 2, and the NDP in 1. Let's see if we can see a couple of other ridings. Can we see perhaps a couple of other ridings coming up? Well, Skeena, that is a riding that the NDP has held. A new candidate, though, that is Joe Barrett. He is the son of Dave Barrett, the former NDP premier and the member from Esquimalt. He is trying to hold on to that seat for the NDP, but there it is the Liberals who are in the lead at the moment. Again, just 2 of 180 polls. Reform running second. Reform, if they want to get into that official opposition position, are going to have to move up on that. And the NDP, if they want to keep their status as a party, are going to have to win that seat too. Now here's Brian Gardner. He has been trailing the Reform, but for the moment at least he has moved in front again. So that is a good news seat for the NDP as they try to remain an official party. Bad news though, Reform were running at the top of the poll there. Now they are running 3rd. So the obviously very early polls. Capilano Howe Sound, that's the Health Minister Mary Collins. She is trailing at the moment, but that is really 1 out of 155 polls. And as you can see, a tight race there, the Liberals with a 3-vote lead and the Reform only 10 votes behind. So Peter, you can see as we look at the polls in the early returns from British Columbia, those stories both still in play. At the moment it would appear though that the Reform are going to have a hard time making it as the official opposition. The NDP are going to have a hard time making it to maintain their official party status.
And
Peter?
unlikely that the Tories are going to retain their official party status. But as you said so well, all 3 of those stories link together depending on which way the votes break out in British Columbia. But as you also mentioned, on very early results so far in British Columbia, actually much slower than many of the other provinces tonight in getting results out. We're still only looking at 6 or 7 ridings having reported so far in British Columbia. Liberals with 3, Reform with 3, and these are just all leadings. Nobody's been elected yet. NDP at 1. The latest word out of the Yukon has Audrey McLaughlin now ahead in her riding, but it's close and it's early yet in the Yukon. But she has a lead of a couple of hundred actually right now, so she's starting to make a good move in Yukon. 366 votes to 192, but obviously that's early. Still just a few polls reporting in Yukon. But so far, Audrey McLaughlin keeping the trend alive of all the leaders either leading or elected in their seats. In Vancouver Centre, though, this could be the one that bucks the trend. First poll, very early. First poll out of 246 reporting. The Liberal candidate, Fry, ahead of Campbell, the Conservative leader, and the candidate running in Vancouver Centre. That's early, 1 poll only reporting. Let's go down to Wendy Mesley. Wendy.
Thank you, Peter. I'm here with 2 women, the former and the current president of the National Action Committee on the Status of Women, Sunera Tobani and Judy Rebick. We're just getting very early returns now on both Audrey McLaughlin and Kim Campbell, the leaders of 2 traditional parties that are not doing very well tonight. We could even see the end of these parties in terms of having official status in the House. Could it possibly have anything to do with the fact that they're women?
No, I don't think it's to do with the fact that they're women. With Ms. Campbell, it's very clear during the summer she enjoyed a lot of popularity when she presented herself as doing politics differently. She didn't do politics differently, and she didn't support policies which were different from Mr. Mulroney's, and that's the big factor. That's the clear message which is being sent to the Tories tonight. And as far as Ms. McLaughlin, also, I don't think it's the fact that she's a woman as much as it's the party and, you know, the position the party took during the referendum, and also the experience with provincial NDP governments.
Judy Rebick?
I agree with that. I don't think that their gender had very much to do with the defeat of their parties. I am concerned, though, that in the post-election period, some of the backroom boys will draw that conclusion and say that it was a factor of gender. But in fact, when Kim Campbell talked about being a woman, talked about bringing women's reality into politics over the summer, that's when she was most popular. And the votes she lost, a lot of the votes she lost were the women's vote. She had, opened up a gender gap where more women than men were supporting the Tories over the summer. And she lost that in the course of the campaign, as well as losing, obviously, a lot of other votes.
We haven't yet seen the final results for the Reform Party, but obviously they are going to be a major voice in this new parliament. Judy Rebick, what do you think? What their position on women's issues? Is it something what do you expect?
One of the things I said is some of these Reform candidates make John Crosbie look like Gloria Steinem. I mean, they are so retrograde on women's issues. It's unbelievable. You know, they're against every step that women have taken toward equality, against childcare, pay equity, maternity leave, employment equity. 68% of the candidates that answered are against abortion. They're basically against women's equality, and I hope that there's a lot of strong liberal feminists there who can stand up to them in the House of Commons.
Thank you both very much. Back to you, Peter.
All right, Wendy, the results still trickling in from British Columbia. At the moment, no real trends starting to be established yet in BC. We haven't seen enough votes yet, but for Reform, they've obviously got to do, as we've said, if they're going to catch Bloc for second place, they've got to do extremely well in British Columbia. We can't update you on one race we've been watching closely tonight. It has been declared now. Lorne Nystrom, the NDP long-time NDP member from the Yorkville area in Saskatchewan, has lost tonight, so he joins those in the loss column for the NDP. Lorne Nystrom not back in the House of Commons. Now, some sense of who are those two Tories? We've mentioned them to you a couple of times tonight. One, the very popular Tory member from Sherbrooke, obviously very popular tonight because he's one of only two who's won in his riding of Sherbrooke. A very healthy lead for Jean Charest, nationally known #2 runner-up to Kim Campbell in the Tory leadership race. A lot of Tories wondering tonight whether they picked the right person. St. John, New Brunswick, Elsie Wayne, former mayor of St. John, very popular there. Healthy lead as she wins with all the polls reporting tonight. Elsie Wayne is the other Tory. Of the of the NDP, some familiar national faces. Rod Murphy trailing in Churchill. He's losing to Elijah Harper. You remember him from the Meech Lake debate. Elijah Harper at this moment leading Rod Murphy in the riding of Churchill. And Vic Althouse in Saskatchewan. He is leading. He is one of the few NDP candidates tonight leading. Longtime veteran member from Saskatchewan. And Vic Althouse leading in his riding, but it has not been declared yet. Here's one of the other NDP losses at the moment, shaping up to be a loss in Moose Jaw Lake Centre, where the NDP is trailing, but not by much. It's still a race. We haven't declared it yet. And the lead here is a victory for the NDP in Regina Lumsden. And I think, if I'm correct, that is the first confirmed elect for the NDP tonight. The other ridings the NDP is just leading in. No, here's another one. Simon DeYoung will be back from Regina Capel as Simon DeYoung wins his riding in Regina Capel in Saskatchewan. So we'll look at some of the faces from the Liberal caucus. Here is Chris Axworthy from Saskatoon Clark's Crossing. He's leading in his riding right now. It hasn't been declared yet. Axworthy making a national name for himself in 1988 when he defeated the then Justice Minister Ray Natition out of the Conservative cabinet. And Natition went from defeated cabinet minister to government house eventually. Moose Jaw Lake Centre. And we saw this one just a few minutes ago where the NDP is trailing in that riding.
We're really seeing the impact of Reform in some of these ridings in Saskatchewan where they're splitting the vote. And there's Audrey McLaughlin from the Yukon, only 15 out of 78 polls, but so far she is leading.
All right, so that will be one of the other stories we continue to watch as the evening continues to unfold. We sort of lost track of the fact here in the last half hour or so that the Liberals have a huge majority government. I mean, this is 180 seats. It's one of the biggest majorities the Liberals have ever had. Louis Saint-Laurent had the biggest one in terms of numbers in the early 1950s, but Jean Chrétien getting close to those numbers now.
295 seats in the House of Commons, and as we began this evening, we were talking about the 148 that Mr. Chrétien would need and how he would have to build that province by province. Well, he's been building it, and they've been moving ahead with like a steamroller really right across. Some problems in the province of Quebec. As far as the Liberal Party is concerned, the Bloc still has a big chunk there, and they are still sitting at this moment as the official opposition in this country. But we're waiting for those results in British Columbia.
Well, we've just decided we've seen enough of the results in British Columbia, and we are going to declare that the Bloc Québécois will be the official opposition party in Canada at the end of the evening. We're projecting the Bloc Québécois as the official opposition. When we've looked at the BC results, we've waited, as Pamela said, to see enough ridings, see the way the trends are developing. Were the Liberals making the breakthrough? Were Reform picking up enough seats? We say no, they can't catch the Bloc now, so the Bloc will finish second, and we have that interesting situation where a party and a leader determined to take Quebec out of the country becomes the nation's opposition leader.
And Mr. Bouchard has been saying repeatedly in the last few days of this campaign that the voters of Quebec, their votes count just like anybody else's, and it's not his problem if they're all geographically condensed, and if that's the second highest number of votes in the country in our first past the post system, he will be the official opposition leader. Now, some questions about whether or not he'd move into Stornoway and into the residence of the official leader of the opposition.
And as you look at that share of the vote from BC, this is not to say, in spite of the fact we've made this decision, that Reform isn't doing well in BC, because they clearly are. 45% of the vote, but it's not going to translate, we don't think, into a sweep proportions
they
anyway.
Would have had to take most of the 32 seats in British Columbia to get up there. They, you know, and to be even numbers with the Bloc Québécois. And there's still some seats outstanding at this time of night in the province of Quebec, so they can't quite do that. But we certainly are seeing another regional bloc form there. We have a very powerful bloc in the province of Quebec, and in Points West, the Reform has really made some serious inroads there, and will be a powerful political force to be reckoned with. So we will have to be dealing with those regional questions when the House of Commons reconvenes in its new shape and configuration.
Regional questions and real regional tensions.
Yes.
I mean, we heard the town hall participants talking about not only the Bloc situation, but the real dominance of power now in terms of Western seats. The Bloc West, as it may end up being called in seat terms. Preston Manning won't like that kind of a description because he did campaign hard. Other parts of the country didn't translate into seats, but it did translate into votes in a number of areas in southwestern Ontario and other parts of Ontario. Quickly, just a sec, Pam, we're going to, you know, on a night like this with that many defeated Tory cabinet ministers, there are a lot of long faces in the country. One of them belongs to the, most recently, the Minister of External Affairs, Perrin Beattie, who's gone down a defeat tonight in Ontario, where every Tory lost his or her seat in Ontario. Perrin Beattie has been good enough to talk to us tonight. He's talking with Kelly Crow. Kelly?
Thank you, Peter. Mr. Beattie, this must be an unusual feeling for you. You've won 6 consecutive elections. You've been an MP for this riding since you were 22 years old, I believe. Did you expect this to happen tonight?
Kelly, you can never take any election for granted. I guess the only thing to keep in mind is even the Blue Jays don't win every single game.
What do you think went wrong? Why are you reduced to, at this point, 2 seats?
Not enough votes.
But was it something wrong with the campaign? Is this the Mulroney legacy that we're seeing? Was it the wrong leader, the wrong time?
Oh, I think what you're looking at is a whole range of chemistry that's unlike any we've seen before. There are new parties that have been created, which are regional in nature, and you have to look at it on a case-by-case constituency across the country. I think the important thing for us is to catch our breath, to have a chance to get caught up in our sleep for a little while. It doesn't look like we'll be into another election within the next few months, and there's plenty of time for us to look at what could have been done differently or where we go from here.
What does this mean for Canada, do you think, having the Bloc Québécois as the official opposition?
Well, I think it means that all of us who are committed federalists will just have to redouble our efforts and do everything we can to make sure the Confederation works. The key for us is to never, never, never give up on Canada. All of us must work together.
Now, you told your people here today that they must continue to, I'm sorry, that's all the time we have. Thanks for talking with me tonight.
Not at all, thank you.
That's it from here.
Thank you very much, Kelly Crow. A couple of quick updates. Audrey McLaughlin still leading in her seat in the Yukon, but not enough votes yet to make a declaration. In Vancouver Centre, Kim Campbell still trailing in her seat. You see the overall numbers. You've been watching them all night. One thing we can report, and it was much discussed before the campaign started, and that was the number of women who were running in the election this time by the various parties. Whether or not, clearly, the 2 national parties led by women, neither one are doing well. But it's interesting to note that already tonight, of the declared elects, 43 of the members of the House of Commons will be women, at least 43. We're waiting to see those BC results. And at 43 already, that has surpassed the record number of women elected in 1988. which was 38. So news comes in various forms over the evening. That piece of news, 43 women elected to the House of Commons, more than any other time in Canadian parliamentary history. We've taken a couple of breaks tonight to get away from the punditry and the analysis and the numbers to look at the election through perhaps a different vehicle, and that one is comedy. If you're a regular watcher of CBC, especially on Monday nights, one of the hot new tickets in town is a program called This Hour, has 22 minutes. It runs on Monday night at 10:30 in your region. A couple of regions it's roughly 10:30 now. This is what This Hour has 22 minutes has to say tonight on the election.
Thank you, Peter, and welcome back, Canada, to This Hour Has 22 Minutes' election coverage. Preston Manning won his seat tonight and is on his way to Ottawa. For those Canadians who do not recognize Preston Manning yet, he sort of looks like a cross between Mr. Dress-Up and sort of a Jimmy Stewart's evil twin brother thing happening. Enjoy.
I personally don't know why anyone would run for public office. If you're really looking for trouble, why not just move to Detroit and open a liquor store?
And we apologize for an earlier report. The Marxist-Leninist Party did not, in fact, sweep Alberta, as reported earlier. We apologize to repeat, no Marxist-Leninists have been elected in Alberta.
In a last-ditch attempt to appear to be connecting with minorities, Preston Manning attended Boomy Day celebrations with a group of East Indians in Calgary today, but he just seemed uncomfortable.
And well, the NDP have actually eclipsed the Progressive Conservative Party, and, oh, this just in, hell has frozen over. And that pact that Brian Mulroney made with the devil in 1984, well, that's just about up. And you know what that means, guys? It's conga time! Mulroney is no more. Hey, 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 he's no more. Hey, Mulroney is 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 no more. Hey, he's no more. Hey, Mulroney.
Well, a very different look at election night 1993 from the comedy group This Hour has 22 minutes. Just starting off on CBC television this year, and they've got off to a great start tonight. You will be voting on their performances tonight, just as you voted on the politicians' performances throughout today. The results of that vote showing a huge Liberal majority. 180 seats. We're saying the Bloc Québécois will form the official opposition. They're at 53, and they've hit their ceiling. Reform still racking up seats and leads in BC, but we've had a good look at the numbers, and we are convinced that as well as they're doing in BC, they cannot catch up to the Bloc Québécois. So those are your numbers as you look at them now, and CBC's election coverage continues in just a moment. And welcome back to the CBC's Election 93 coverage. Glad you're with us tonight as we look at these numbers. A huge Liberal majority shaping up. The Bloc Québécois is the official opposition. Reform still picking up seats. We are convinced, though, they cannot catch up. The numbers just don't exist. Only 6 seats still to be heard from tonight. If all of them head Reform's way, you can see how close it would be. Many of these are still not decided yet, of course, but you see how close it would be even if the 6 still to be reported in British Columbia come in and fall into the Reform section. They're not going to quite catch up to the Bloc Québécois. The share of the vote on a national basis, the Liberals at 44%, the Tories at 16%. It's only meant 2 seats for them. The Bloc Québécois also at 16%, but obviously all concentrated in one province, the province of Quebec. It's meant more than 50 seats, 53 at last count for them. Reform, 15%, much of it bunched up in Western Canada, and it is delivering seats, and a lot of them, well into the 40s now. The NDP at 6%, it's meant more seats than the Tories. At the moment, 6 to 7 seats for the NDP, some of those seats yet to be decided. Various other parties in the country have accumulated 3%. We've heard of no riding anywhere where the National Party has made any progress at all. They certainly have not elected any members tonight, and that includes their leader, Mel Hertig, in Edmonton. Pamela.
Let me introduce our political panel to you at this point. Hugh Segal is here, Stephen Lewis, Heather Reisman, Tom Flanagan. I guess I just have to ask this one question as we're waiting for all these results in British Columbia at this point. And Tom Flanagan, I'm going to come back to you at this. You're very close to the bloc numbers, despite the fact that they're ahead. Any suggestion that you might try and appeal to Tories, the Hughes' remaining 2 Tories, and try and challenge them in any way, or you really wouldn't consider that?
Well, it's not my decision to make, but I certainly don't think that Preston Manning will, and I would not advise him to. The whole appeal of Reform is as a new party which has many different things to offer to the voters, and for its first official act in the new House of Commons to invite in politicians from other parties would be nonsensical.
So that wouldn't work, so you just deal with the bloc and say that's the fact of life?
Well, I think this, regardless of official opposition status, this has to be an extremely satisfying result for the 100,000 members of the Reform Party to have over 40 members, to have swept 2 provinces with the 2 most dynamic economies in the country, to have also elected members in Manitoba and Saskatchewan, and to have gotten 20% of the popular vote in Ontario. This is as much as one could ever have reasonably hoped for.
Hugh, fair statement about what Canadians have said tonight and how the new Canada looks?
Well, I think the Reform Party has done well, and I think they deserve credit for that, as does Prime Minister-designate
Not
Chrétien.
Kim Campbell.
It's just
John
hard.
Chrétien.
It's just hard. It'll get easier. It's just hard. And I think the message to the Conservative Party is, A, if you take the Conservative Party vote that Mr. Mulroney got consecutively for us, and if you divide it in 3, chances are we're not going to do very well. And that's what happened to us tonight, fundamentally. But I think it's an opportunity, unburdened by too many parliamentary duties, to begin the process of restructuring and rebuilding the party, focusing on what makes us different and distinct from the other parties, building from the grassroots level up. I think it can work for others, it can work for us, and Canadians have sent us the message. They want us to go out and do that to earn their trust again, and I don't think we should be discouraged. We should embrace the task.
I guess, Stephen, who is there to keep an eye on Heather Reisman and her Liberals? They've got this whopping majority across the country, and what Canadians have been saying through the course of this campaign is it's dangerous when you give people all that power. They forget about all the things they promised you during a campaign.
And that will happen inevitably to the Liberals, as it has happened to others, and the media will go on a rampage of performing the role of the official opposition. You'll take great fun at eviscerating Liberals, as you have done to others. But I think within the House of Commons there is still the voice of the Democratic left. I'll admit to you, I'm quite devastated by what's happened to social democracy tonight, but I also understand that we've been in 4th place before in 1962 and 1963. I remember it from my own father's candidacy and incumbency at the time. So I think that the left will come back. I think that the Tories will come back. In fact, I think it's time to utter the most heretical view of all. I think that reform is indeed a passing phenomenon, and this cyclical reassertion of more modest but more representative parties of left, center, and right will happen cyclically in Canada as it has happened in other countries.
Well, I hope we have time to pursue that about whether these are phenomenons, but I want to bring Heather in just for a word about whether or not what will keep the Liberals in check.
I think the same thing that we were talking about a couple of minutes ago, that the Liberal Party today is a bit of the Trudeau Liberals, a bit of the Turner Liberals, a bit of the Jean Chrétien, Paul Martin, and I think that's one thing. But overall, I think we as Canadians should feel pretty good tonight. I think the democratic process has worked, and not only for the election, but it has worked in the last number of years to bring these various regional groups in.
Well, when we reconvene again, we will discuss that whole question of whether or not these are passing fancies tonight, some of the things we've seen on the political stage, or true change in our political system. Peter?
All right. Well, Pamela, one thing that may not be a passing fancy is whether or not Bloc is really going to end up as the official opposition tonight. We've analyzed the numbers. We say they're going to, but look at what's happened just in the last couple of minutes. You've had the Liberal leads in a couple of ridings in BC shorten and, in fact, drop. And the Reform is now leading in those ridings. So you've got Reform now leading or elected in 50 seats. So this just may not be over yet. Still 4 seats to be heard from. They'd all have to go for Reform to get ahead of the Bloc, but they'd only need to go ahead in 3 of them to tie them. Then you have a really interesting constitutional situation as to who gets the offer as to leader of the official opposition in the nation. Anyway, at this moment, it is still unclear. A couple of changes in the last few minutes. We may just have to reconsider that call of making the bloc, calling the projection as the bloc as the official opposition party. So this story is not over yet. This is going to take a while before that decision is made. The big one, Liberal majority, that's clear. But who's going to finish number 2? Well, maybe that's not so clear. CBC election coverage continues in just a moment. So let's recap what Canadians have decided. A Liberal majority for Jean Chrétien, a stunning rejection of the Tories, and the Bloc Québécois leading at the moment for official opposition. Still a couple of ridings to be heard from in BC. That may make the difference. Reform could end up as the official opposition. Here are the standings right now. As we look at them, 177 for the Liberals, mostly elected, leading in 11. And that's where the problems come for the Bloc in the past few minutes, interestingly enough, as they've led and elected all 53 of their ridings. But some of those Liberal leads in BC, and I think one in Alberta, have turned around in the past few minutes. The Reform Party has taken the lead in a number of ridings. But as you see, the Reform situation, elected in 26, leading in 25. And in those 25, there are some very close leads that have bounced back and forth. So they're going to have to hang on to all those and do well in the couple of seats that are yet to come. Overall numbers, though, 177, 53 for the Bloc, 51 for Reform, 8 for the NDP. Almost certain now, but not final yet, that they're not going to have official party status. You can kiss the Tories goodbye, though, not only from government, but from official party status. They're not going to make it to 12 seats. And the share of the vote, 43.6% of the votes have gone Liberal tonight, 16.4 for the Tories, 15.6 for the Bloc Québécois, 15.5 for Reform, and growing as the numbers keep being counted in BC, and NDP under 6%.
Well, it really is an incredible night as we see these shifts going on throughout the night. The Liberals started on the East Coast and really built their lead. They ran into a bit of a block in the province of Quebec. And those numbers now as we head west are really changing. But the difference between those BQ numbers is that those are solid. They have elected 53. The Reform 53 that you see there on the screen, they're leading in half of them. They've elected half of them, and so some of those seats are going back and forth. So we still don't know any final results as we wait for the votes to be counted in British Columbia, just as we're waiting to see how Kim Campbell does. She's trailing at the moment in her riding in Vancouver Centre, the Liberal there, but no official numbers there either. So we'll be hanging on for a few minutes yet to see the final result of this election.
So it's a cliffhanger for the leader of the opposition. Who's he going to be? Reform Party leader Preston Manning, who has won his seat in Calgary, or Bloc Québécois leader Lucien Bouchard, who's won his seat in Quebec. At the moment, both sitting with 53 seats. The difference here, and it's an important difference right now, the Bloc 53 are all in the column, all accounted for, all elected MPs. For Reform, they're at 53 as a combination of elected and leading, and that's about half and half. A slot of those Reform seats yet to be decided. So the Bloc has the advantage, even though the numbers are tied right now. 2 ridings still to be heard from, and they are in British Columbia. So an important difference there for BC.
And some changes possible there on the NDP front as well. They are only elected in 3 seats, and there's other numbers that are changing there. They're leading in some. So there still is a big fat question mark beside not only the overall result for the Reform Party, but then what that would mean in terms of who does form the official opposition. So as per usual, there are some interesting races. As we head west in this country, it's never over until it's over. Wasn't it Yogi Berra that said that?
It was Yogi Berra. And he was right, just like he was right again as a baseball analogy a couple of nights ago when the Blue Jays came back with that stunning, remarkable bottom of the 9th victory to win the World Series. Don Newman is watching those ridings tipped back and forth in British Columbia tonight. Don, what can you tell us?
Well, I can tell you, Peter, the tipping isn't over yet, and so we don't know how it is going to go. But we were talking earlier, could Reform make official opposition, beginning to look as though they might? Will the NDP keep their official party status in the House of Commons with 12 seats? Beginning to look as though they won't. Let's take a look at the BC board if we can. The scoreboard, you see the Reform doing very well now, leading or elected in 22. The Liberals, though, in 6. And some of those seats were NDP seats. The NDP just down to 2. The NDP, those 2, Sven Robinson in Vancouver, and this man In Kamloops, Nelson Rees still ahead, 20 of 212 polls counted at the moment, but Nelson Rees, the deputy leader of the NDP, has a lead of 340, and it looks as though he may hang on to be one of those 9 New Democrats in the new House of Commons. Let's take a look at Sandwich Gulf Islands. Lynn Hunter won that riding in 1988. Really, the Reform helped elect her by splitting the Conservative vote. This time, the Reform, though, going all the way with a big lead now. As you see, Jack Fraser is leading, and the Liberal Alec Phillips is also in front of Lynn Hunter. That is not a seat that the NDP will hold on to tonight. In Okanagan-Silkameen, there you see Reform as well, pulling out a fairly good lead there. Whitaker of the NDP taking the riding in 1988, but he is now well back, not only of Reform, but also of the Liberals. So there's another seat that is going to go Reform. The NDP not able to hold on. That's a riding right next to Nelson Rees's, but it didn't matter tonight for the now let's take a look. That's North Island Powell River. That was one of the Skelly brothers. That's Ray Skelly, who was at one time the NDP leader in British Columbia. Remember, in the last election, the 7 ridings on Vancouver Island all went NDP. Not this time, no. And here's one of the ridings that we've been looking at as well in Surrey North. And there you see the NDP are Jim Karpoff trailing both the Liberal and Bridgman, the Reform candidate. So the Reform doing very well in British Columbia, coming very close now to making the goal of official opposition. The NDP, with only those 2 leads, Sven Robinson and Nelson Rees, it looks, Peter, as though they are going to fall short of their aim to remain an official party in the House of Commons.
But it does also look like they're going to be able to say at the end of the night that they beat the Tories, which is the first time in their history that they've been able to say that. Tories only with 2 seats showing so far tonight. Even more remarkable when you consider that they've captured over 2 million votes in the country tonight. But because of the way the system works and where those votes have spread, they has translated for them only into 2 seats. Once again, if you just joined us, that one other that is showing nationally is an independent running in Quebec. Here are the British Columbia overall numbers. Reform leading in 22 seats. The Liberals in 6, the NDP in 2, as Don just went through many of those ridings for you. Now, the important thing to remember, while the Bloc and Reform are tied overall, once again, this is important to emphasize, because while the numbers show them tied, the Bloc has all their seats in hand already. They're all declared elected. Reform, many of those seats they're just leading in. I can tell you in a half a dozen, the lead is less than 100 votes, so they're very close. So Reform may yet end up tonight as the official opposition, but everything's going to have to break in their favor for them. And as Don showed you just a few minutes ago, races like this, where the lead is not bad, it's over 200 votes. But here's the other kind of lead that is very short at the moment in the Vancouver Island riding of Esquimalt-Wandafuka, which is just a lead of 7 votes at the moment over Dave Barrett of the NDP, former NDP Premier of British Columbia. Here's another short lead, 7-vote lead for the Reform candidate in Vancouver South. So that gives you an indication that early counting going on in many of these ridings in British Columbia where the lead is close. This one not so close. The Tory Mary Collins, former Minister of, what is she now, Health, and former Associate Minister of Defense. Mary Collins running third in her
But a lot
riding.
of these races, Peter, may be going on well into the night when you do see results that are that close. There'll be even some recounts possibly.
So you never know. It may be a while yet before we know for sure who will be the leader of the opposition. It may well explain how Preston Manning has not spoken yet. He's watching these results coming in too, wants to know where is he standing by the end of the evening when he gets up to the microphone, and which mandate will he be expressing.
There's no constitutional precedent. Of course, we have all our researchers busy working on these very kinds of questions about what happens if there's a tie for official opposition leader. That's never happened before, and so there would have to be some questions asked and decisions made at that point about how you would decide and whether or not one of the parties, the BQ or the Reform, would have to go and try and recruit some others to their side. What kind of arguments would be made? Would Federalists make an argument against the BQ that you can't have separatists leading the opposition? There's all sorts of questions that would be raised, at least politically, if not constitutionally, legally, and officially. So those are the kinds of things we'll be dealing with.
All right, we're going to slip to the other end of the country now. After looking at those BC results, we're going to go right into the hometown of Jean Chrétien in Shawinigan, Quebec, where Keith Bogue, who's been covering the Liberal campaign for us from day one, is standing by. And I guess in Shawinigan tonight, Keith, Jean Chrétien waiting to make his remarks as well. as they wait to see the real landscape unfold.
Sure, they're waiting just like everyone else is to see what happens in Vancouver Centre, because the trigger for the appearance of Mr. Chrétien is going to be a phone call from Prime Minister Kim Campbell conceding the election to him, and only after that will he leave his cottage where we saw him watching the results earlier and travel the 15 minutes it takes to get here and be among his supporters.
Okay, Keith, sorry, just missed the tail end of that. So it's obviously it's going to be a while before we hear from Chrétien.
Depends, I guess, on how tight it really is in Vancouver Centre and how long it takes Prime Minister Campbell to make that call. His handlers who've been drifting in and out and talking to us have said that he would be here variously a half an hour ago, 10 minutes ago. He still hasn't shown up, so I wouldn't care to predict when we will actually see him. Though, as you can see, people are drifting in here, and the mood is turning considerably more party-like as the evening goes on.
Okay, Keith Bogue reporting to us tonight from Shawinigan, where Jean Chrétien will be making a statement at some point later on in the evening. So far, the only leader we've heard from was the Bloc Québécois leader, Lucien Bouchard, and a chance now to talk about some of the things we heard from Lucien Bouchard, as we're joined from Montreal by Jean-François Lisée, who is one of Quebec's leading political analyst, commentator, and writer for the magazine L'Actualité, and Denis Dawson, who was a former Liberal MP. Jean-François Lisée, you listened closely to Lucien Bouchard's remarks, both clearly to his supporters in Alma, overall to the province of Quebec, and his attempt to talk to English Canada as well about the mandate he's received tonight. What did you find particularly interesting in the remarks you heard tonight?
Well, I think he's been very consistent in the message that he brought to Quebecers all through the campaign, and for the 2 years he's been leader of the Bloc. And one thing that struck me very much is how great a match there is between the intent of the voters of the Bloc and what Lucien Bouchard has been saying. Of course, Quebecers have been polled to that in the last 2 weeks, and we have a pretty good picture of what they wanted, what motivated their vote. When we asked them up or down, do you favor sovereignty? 53% of all Quebecers said yes. And that's been a pretty stable figure for the last 4 years in a row. It never went below the 50% mark. So it's still there this week. When we asked Bloc voters if they favored sovereignty, 84% said yes. But then when we asked them, well, what do you want your Bloc MPs to do in Ottawa? Well, they were spread. Some said defend sovereignty. Others, most said, try to cut the deficit, try to help create jobs and defend the interests of Quebec. So what's happening here today is that Quebecers who voted for the Bloc are in favor of the principle of sovereignty. They realize, as Bouchard told them, that it wouldn't be done in Ottawa. They realize also that there's a kind of three-step plan afoot to bring them to sovereignty. They know this first step here today is not irreversible, but they know it makes the second step more likely because those 53 Bloc MPs will help the PQ in the next provincial election, and they know that the second step, the PQ going to power, will make the third step more likely, the referendum. But basically what I think today is that even though Quebecers have not made the decision in their mind, they are willing accomplices with the Bloc in making a step towards sovereignty.
Okay, I want to hear what Denis Dawson thinks of all that. Would you see it the same way as Jean-François does?
Well, basically, I think the challenge for the Liberal Party now will be to do exactly the opposite. We needed a majority to be able to face the Bloc challenge. We needed a strong Quebec presence. I think with 20-odd MPs coming out of Quebec, and very strong MPs like Paul Martin, André Ouellet, Cliff Lincoln, Dupuis, Marcel Massé, we'll have the team to be able to challenge exactly the next steps. And the relationship between the federal Liberals and the provincial Liberals will be very important. I think things have improved a lot during the last 3 or 4 months. We saw during the end of the campaigns that a lot of provincial Liberals were starting to support the Liberals. The disappearance of the Conservative Party as a political force in Quebec will, I think, bring on the alliance that exists provincially of centre federalist forces in Quebec will now have to understand that they have to get together and work against the Bloc and work against the PQ, because that's what they're going to be doing against us. That's so much for the next challenge as far as the provincial election is concerned, but also the impending referendum, whether there is or not a crisis in the Constitution.
Okay, I want a quick last comment out of Jean-François Lisée. When we are watching these numbers tonight and we are seeing the race for second place, we were pretty sure the Bloc had it. They may still end up getting it. Obviously, a lot of Westerners, especially tonight, would like to see reform, but perhaps a lot of people in Ontario as well would like to see reform in second place. Does it make any difference, you think, to Bloc Québécois members whether they're the opposition party or not in Ottawa?
Well, it was not an objective for them. It came as the cherry on the sundae, and in fact, it's true that Lucien Bouchard was not sure if he wanted the cherry. There were advantages. He would have met all foreign leaders coming into Ottawa. That would have been a great asset for a separatist leader, but it would have been also a problem in dealing with the rest of English Canada. Now, of course, if Preston Manning is the leader of the opposition, what are the Quebec taxpayers to say of this man who's supposed to represent the whole country and who did not carry a single or did not even show up in Quebec during the campaign?
But did Quebecers realize that's the same thing being said in the reverse way from outside of Quebec?
Exactly. So the questions will be asked of him. How can he do that? But basically, I think Lucien Bouchard is half relieved if it turns out that he won't be the leader of the opposition. He was not betting the house on that.
All right. Quick last word from you, Denis Dawson, on the same point.
Well, I would hope that he's not the official opposition, basically, because I think that would just create more of a polarization. I think the Liberal Party will have a lot of things to confront during the next few months, and having to confront the polarization vis-a-vis the opposition being the Bloc, I think would be an added complication. But that being said, I think that with a strong presence, they can deal with all those problems now that they've got a good caucus, a good leader, and a good position as far as having a majority government.
All right, Denis Dawson, Jean-François Lézier, thanks very much for joining us tonight from Montreal.
Thank you.
So the overall numbers, Liberals leading are elected in 176, but that key race, the race for second place right now, it's a dead heat between Reform and the Bloc Québécois, but remember, the Bloc seats are already there. They have them. They've already been elected, all 53. Reform still in a lot of tight races. That's why you've seen that 53 number bounce up and down to 54, back to 52. Still one seat to be heard from. We're watching closely, too, the other races, the races for Conservative leader, Prime Minister Kim Campbell in Vancouver Centre. She is trailing now, trailing by 400 or 500 votes. The race hasn't been declared yet, but she is clearly in serious trouble in her own riding, very much the same way as all of her cabinet colleagues, with the exception of one, Jean Charest, ironically, the only Tory cabinet minister to hold his seat tonight in the Quebec riding of Sherbrooke. He's won that seat, and Elsie Wayne was the other Tory who won in New Brunswick. In St. John, New Brunswick, the former mayor of New Brunswick winning her seat. At the moment, the only two Tories destined for the House of Commons, the NDP at 9 and one independent in Quebec. Audrey McLaughlin, last word we have is still that she is leading in Yukon.
Still some questions there. So we head into these final crucial hours with the second biggest question of the night still unknown. We do know that there's a massive Liberal majority government. We do know that Jean Chrétien won his seat tonight, and a lot of people thought that was in question, but he is there. Preston Manning has won his seat. Lucien Bouchard has won his. So questions about Audrey McLaughlin and also about Kim Campbell and about the future of two political parties in this country, about the future of the NDP and the Progressive Conservatives. What do they do now? Do they start that rebuilding process or not? The NDP still gathering some momentum at this point, or some seats and support in the province of British Columbia, some traditional turf there for them, but the PCs aren't going to make any more movement tonight. So there they sit without official party status after two consecutive majority governments. It's quite stunning.
Yeah, as you say, not possible for the Tories, still possible, but a long shot for the NDP. They got to turn a couple of those seats where Reform is leading in British Columbia to reach the 12 figure. Doesn't look likely at the moment. Let's go back to Shawinigan as we wait now. Obviously, everything's on hold as we wait to see for this battle of second place before the different leaders come out to speak. When Jean Chrétien speaks, he'll be speaking in Shawinigan. He isn't out yet, but Keith Bogue is there. Keith.
Peter, I'm standing here with Jean Chrétien's brother, Dr. Michel Chrétien. Doctor, you're, I believe you said, a medical scientist. Could you just briefly tell me what that
Well, I work on brain chemistry, so medical scientist is okay.
Okay, now you're a little younger than Jean, I think about 2 years younger, but you grew up in a large family where you were probably closest to his age. How do you feel now that your brother is going to be the Prime Minister of Canada?
Well, we all feel very great because Jean has a lot of courage to go on, and I think he merits everything that, and he deserves everything that is coming along with him tonight.
What do you think is the strongest quality that he has from a personal point of view that he brings to the job?
Perseverance, and also not changing often his mind, and a lot of courage and a lot of brain power, I would say.
When we were talking earlier, I think you also mentioned a capacity that you believe he has for sharing, being generous with people, and we were talking about how he has allowed Paul Martin and Haviva Hozek, for instance, to take a lot of credit. Is that right?
Yeah, Jean is a rassembleur. He's a man who is a real leader who can bring together a good team, and I think he seems to have a great team. And with that, I believe that he will run the country with a great success.
All right, well, thank you very much for joining us tonight, and enjoy the evening. Thank you, Doctor. Peter?
All right, Keith, thanks very much. We can tell you now, Audrey McLaughlin has held her seat in Yukon, the leader of the NDP winning in Yukon tonight. 8 other NDP members. Cheering you here is Stephen Lewis, not far from me here. Audrey McLaughlin leading, and Hugh Segal, leading tonight, and as you can see, shaping up now as a convincing victory in Yukon. There was some question about whether or not Audrey McLaughlin would win her seat. She has, just like there were questions about Jean Chrétien winning his seat, Preston Manning winning his seat. They all have, along with Lucien Bouchard, the only leader trailing right now as her party is humbled from coast to coast to coast, is Conservative leader Kim Campbell, trailing in Vancouver Centre. No final word yet on that, because a lot of close races in British Columbia. Don Newman is following them. Don?
Thank you, Peter, and it is a bit of a magical mystery tour because some of them are swinging back and forth, so let's just go to the boards and take a look and see where they stand now. This is New Westminster Burnaby. Dawn Black was the sitting MP, the New Democrat, but she is now running in 3rd place. As you see, Reform has a lead of 82 votes, but it's not over Dawn Black, it is over the Liberal, and so that is obviously not going to be an NDP seat. Esquimalt Wanda Fuca, that is Dave Barrett. He is the former NDP Premier of British Columbia, came 2nd in the leadership race. He is, well, he's still in the game there, but as you can see, Reform also pulling ahead. Esquimalt Wanda Fuca, that is the suburbs of Victoria. North Vancouver, that is a riding that Chuck Cook held. He was the only Conservative, the late Chuck Cook, to vote against the referendum question in the House of Commons. That looks as though it is going to be a Reform seat too, but the Liberals are in 2nd place, the Conservatives falling off the board. Vancouver South, that is the riding of House of Commons Speaker John Fraser, retiring. You can see there, it is the Liberals that have the lead, but it is only 52 votes, and that is over the Reform. Again, the Tories running very slowly there as well. And there we have Defence Minister Tom Siddon. He is out of the picture as well, as you can see in British Columbia. It is the Liberals that have the lead there, but it is Reform who are giving them the race. 365 seats, though, for the moment. Mission Coquitlam, that is a riding that also Reform now has gotten in front of. That was Joy Langan's seat in the last Parliament, another riding, one of the 19 the New Democrats held in the last Parliament. But again, it is the Liberals who are giving the Reform the contest. And so what we're seeing, as we saw in Alberta, we're seeing even more so in British Columbia, it is the Liberals and it is Reform that are fighting for the seats. The NDP, who held 19, remember, 19 of the 32 seats in the last Parliament, they are really not in the game in British Columbia at all, and that is why they're not going to keep their official party status in the House of Commons. Peter? All right, Don, thanks very much. If you wanted a close finish in British Columbia, you're getting it tonight. Not for the big story, the Liberals' big majority, but who is going to be number 2, Reform or the Bloc Québécois? Still unclear yet, and as Don said, a lot of close races yet to be determined. CBC's Election 93 coverage continues in just a moment. So, dead heat. Well, no, here we go. The Bloc Québécois now at 53, as they'll stay at 53 all night. They have reached their ceiling. They can't do any better. Reform, those tight races that Don was describing now, they've bumped down to 52. And that one race, one of the close ones between Liberal and Reform, has showed that the Liberals are leading in that seat now. It's not finalized. 53 Bloc, 52 Reform. This is the scene in the Calgary Convention Centre, where Preston Manning is just minutes away from arriving in the convention room. Still unclear which position he'll hold by the end of the evening, but certainly not unclear about how well he's done, especially in Alberta and British Columbia. A clean sweep almost in Alberta and doing extremely well as well in British Columbia. So for Preston Manning, a moment coming up soon
where he'll be speaking not only to his supporters but to the rest of the country tonight on his performance.
Now, he's probably been working the phones, as have everyone else, trying to figure out what happens if there actually is a tie for second place. And of course, as we've said before, there's no constitutional precedent, but there are ways to deal with this.
Yeah, and the way is the Speaker of the House of Commons has got to cast the deciding vote on this if it's a tie. But first of all, before you can do that,
we have an elected speaker in our system of parliament these days, so that whole system has changed. So you can imagine, we're speculating here, of course, if we really do see a tie for the rest of the evening between the Bloc Québécois and the Reform for who would form the official opposition, Parliament would have to convene. Then all the MPs would have to let their names stand or not to become Speaker of the House of Commons. We might have a race of 7 or 8 people running for that particular job. They're elected by their colleagues. Then that race would be very much influenced by where they stood on this issue of who should be the opposition.
Right, and the other factor that comes into play here, because you heard a lot of talk about it in the dying days, is whether any elected Tories would join Reform and join Preston Manning here as we see him enter the hall in Calgary. Unlikely, considering who they are. Jean Charest, can't see him going to Reform. Elsie Wayne in St. John, New Brunswick, also unlikely.
Unlikely the Reformers would ask, because they don't want to be seen to be doing deals. Their whole notion is to be different than the other traditional parties.
So Preston Manning, Kevin Tibble's there beside him. Kevin, can you get a word in there?
I'm in here.
A lot of cheering going on there tonight.
The question, Mr. Manning, is I'm wondering if A, you're disappointed with what happened in Ontario, and B, are you happy with the rest of the country in the West?
We're pretty pleased with how it happened tonight. We're pretty pleased.
Well, he says he's very, very pleased, Peter. That's about it for now, I believe.
Okay, Kevin, thanks very much. Good work in there. It's awfully loud in the Calgary Convention Centre tonight, not surprisingly, as Preston Manning hugged and screamed at by supporters in Calgary. Big numbers for him in Alberta tonight, also in BC, still in contention for the #2 spot overall on the night, but as you can see, behind the Bloc Québécois at the moment.
It's a pretty dramatic rise for this party. They were sitting with 1 seat, 1 in a by-election, and they've gone upwards of 50 at this point. He's a very happy man tonight.
Well, the numbers show them now tied once again with the Bloc Québécois. No seats yet to be heard from, but many of the Reform seats still not declared victories yet. They're just leading. Or the Bloc, we keep reminding you, they have hit their ceiling, all elected 53 seats. So we'll see what happens. Preston Manning up at the microphones with his wife, getting ready to address his supporters, and through the magic of television, viewers across the country fascinated, interested.
Maybe he's figured out a way to challenge Lucien Bouchard that none of the experts have thought of. So we'll see what he has to say on the topic of who should be and who will be the opposition if those numbers are very close. But as Peter's been saying, there's the Bloc numbers are real, 53, that's elected. The Reform numbers, they've only elected 30 plus, and they're just leading in the other 20 seats there, which gives them the overall figure of 53.
But for Preston Manning, he's been a giant killer in this campaign. Nobody was talking about him running as a potential opposition leader at the beginning of the campaign, but he's done extremely well here tonight. And the introduction about to happen now of Preston Manning.
What did we say yesterday in the Saddle Dome? I said Calgary Southwest is going to send a leader to Ottawa. And so Calgary Southwest has done that, and Preston and I are just incredibly grateful to all of the workers in Calgary Southwest. Your support is absolutely phenomenal, folks. There is a massive, massive job ahead of all the reformers. I'm going to let Preston take it from there.
Well, I want to thank you And I want to congratulate you all on the breakthrough for reform which has been achieved this evening. Thank you. I want to congratulate all the reform candidates, those that were successful and those that were not this evening. And I want to pay tribute to them for the enormous effort which they put into making this evening possible. Let's salute these reform candidates. I also want to take this opportunity to congratulate Mr. Chrétien and the Liberals on their formation of a majority government. But I think I can safely say that tonight the political landscape of Canada has been significantly altered. And a different political era has begun in our country. The old Federalist parties, the Liberals and Conservatives, have been beaten by the separatist BQ in Quebec almost 2-1. This illustrates dramatically the need to develop a new federalism capable of competing more effectively with both the PQ and the BQ. And reformers elected to the 35th Parliament are committed to developing that new federalism. Right. Now, the influence of the New Democratic Party has been drastically reduced in this Parliament. And so the task of representing real grassroots democracy will be taken up in the next Parliament by reform members of Parliament. The Progressive Conservative Party, which governed Canada for 9 years, has now been reduced to a virtual shadow of its former self. And the task, therefore, of representing fiscal responsibility in the federal parliament will also be taken up by reform members of parliament. And while we wish the new Liberal government well, we also say that if the new Liberal government, like its predecessor, fails to meet the test of developing a new federalism or bringing federal spending under control, then it too may go the same way as the Progressive Conservatives did in the next election. Now, tonight is not the time, however, for political confrontation. Now is the time. He still wants to fight. Now is the time for all the members elected to make a new commitment to making the new Parliament work for all Canadians. And I hereby make that commitment on behalf of reformers going to the next Parliament. We do not intend to conduct ourselves as a traditional opposition party. We intend to conduct ourselves as constructive, not destructive critics of government policy. When we consider a government policy or proposal to be in the interests of our constituents and all of Canada, we will support it, even if it comes from the government. When we consider a government policy or proposal ill-advised, we will counter it not with just a welter of negative criticism, but with a constructive alternative and a constructive federalist alternative. Whenever the government proposes to spend money, your money, and we have a feeling the Liberals may propose to spend money, major public policy initiative. We will also act as the democratic conscience of Parliament, asking, were the people truly consulted? What do the people think? Do the people approve or disapprove of this course of action? The democratic conscience of the next Parliament. So by these actions, we propose to make our contribution to making the next Parliament work for you and for Canadians. Reformers, we are on our way to a new Canada. Thank you. To express some very deep thank yous this evening, and I'm almost afraid to get into this because there are so many people that we have to thank. I'm going to take probably the next month to write almost 10,000 thank you letters to people right across the country without whose help this evening would not be possible. But let me start here right in Calgary and Calgary Southwest. First of all, I would like to ask my family to come up here. They put up with a lot of... So we have the family up here. I'd also like to ask Harry Robinson and Ruth, my campaign manager, to come up here. Come on up here, Harry. Where's Harry? Come on, Harry. Come on, Harry. Don't be shy.
All right, Preston Manning, bring everybody up on stage now. After speaking to supporters and Canadians alike about his performance tonight, as you've been watching those numbers reflected, the Bloc has edged up a seat. One of the close ridings in Quebec, it seems to have turned around a bit with the Bloc and the Liberals, and the Bloc is now ahead in 54, Reform settling in at 52, but a lot of close races in BC still to be determined.
Yes, and we should mention the Reform did get themselves a seat in the province of Ontario. It looked for a while as if the Liberals had taken all 99. In fact, they took 98. Reform took one seat in a riding where Jean Chrétien had parachuted in one of his star candidates. So in fact, they made the tiny breakthrough in the province of Ontario.
All right, Audrey McLaughlin is speaking in Yukon right now. Let's join her speech to her supporters in Whitehorse.
And I especially want to thank all of you who are here tonight, all of those supporters and campaign workers across the territory who worked so hard on my behalf. I know it was tough with a candidate who was traveling across the country from sea to sea to sea and had a little less time to spend at this sea, but I do appreciate the work that you did, the time that you put in on my behalf. Your dedication and your support and your hard work have meant so much to me. And tonight, we share this victory. Thank you.
Audrey McLaughlin has won her own seat, but obviously a difficult night as the NDP dropped from 43 seats to 9 tonight.
Those who supported me and my electoral team here in the Yukon. It's not very easy to conduct a campaign for a candidate who crosses the country for her party. Your commitment, your support, and your work have counted a great deal for me this evening. It's our victory. Thank you.
I'd like to also just quote something. Robert Service wrote these words about the Yukon. It's the great, big, broad land way up yonder. It's the forest where silence has lease. It's the beauty that thrills me with wonder. It's the stillness that fills me with peace. My friends, the Yukon is a place of enormous beauty, strong and vibrant communities, and remarkable people, and I am proud to call the Yukon my home.
And from Audrey McLaughlin to Kim Campbell, who is now speaking to her supporters in Vancouver Centre. She is trailing by more than 1,000 votes in Vancouver Centre tonight. Her party decimated across the land, only 2 seats left. They had a majority government to 2. They won't even have official party status. For Kim Campbell,
thank you very much. Thank you.
A disastrous
Thank
day
you. You
for her
always have
party.
great taste, Bill.
Here are her remarks.
Gee, I'm glad I didn't sell my car. My dear friends, Canadian democracy has spoken loudly and clearly today, and I accept the judgment of the Canadian people with disappointment, but without reservation. My first words are to thank all my friends and supporters in Vancouver Centre who've worked so hard on my behalf, both during this election and over the last 5 years. It has been a privilege to serve you in Ottawa and to represent your interests in the House of Commons. I share the disappointment, however, of all of my colleagues who were unsuccessful tonight, and I offer to them my thanks and my congratulations for their contribution to Canadian democracy. The clear winners of today's election are Mr. Chrétien and his party, and I congratulate them. I also offer Mr. Chrétien and his wife Aline my best wishes for the future. I know, as few do, the dramatic changes that will occur in their lives and how much they will need the support and goodwill of all Canadians. I have conveyed to Mr. Chrétien that I will do everything to ensure that the transition from our government to the one that he will be forming is orderly, efficient, and rapid. I also offer congratulations to all the candidates from all parties who were elected or re-elected tonight. In particular, I wish to offer congratulations to the leaders of the Reform Party, the New Democratic Party, and the Bloc Québécois for their personal success. I want to address a special message to all members and supporters of the Progressive Conservative Party. Our party has a proud heritage in Canada. For 126 years, from the days of Sir John A. Macdonald and Georges Etienne Cartier, we have brought a broad national vision, a national vision of tolerance, compassion, and respect for the diversity of our country. This national vision remains as relevant and needed in Canada today as at any other time in our history. I believe profoundly in the purpose, principles, and future of our party. Now is the time for all of us to come together and begin the process of renewal and rebuilding. I will be meeting in the days and weeks ahead with the Cabinet, caucus, candidates, and members of the National Executive to determine this process. Success was not ours tonight, but success can be ours tomorrow. When we look at the popular vote tonight, we see that as many Canadians voted for the Progressive Conservative Party as voted for the Bloc Québécois or voted for the Reform Party. That was not reflected in seats, and we accept the reality of the electoral process in Canada. But it should remind us that there are many Canadians who look to us to represent them, to articulate their vision of this country. We must tonight, as Progressive Conservatives, dedicate ourselves anew to the national goals for which our party has always stood.
I would like to thank particularly the men and women of Quebec who supported us. In the last 10 years, our party has deepened its roots in Quebec. Its roots are still alive. I would like to greet the candidates who share the ideal of a united Canada, which respects diversity. I'd like to thank them for their loyalty and their dedication. I remain convinced that the men and women of Quebec cannot fully achieve their aspirations unless they stay within the country that they help to build and then that they enrich with their own distinct personality. Canada is not only an idea or a political system. It's not simply the result of history or geography. Canada is the expression of our values, of our hopes and our pride. And my greatest honor would have been to have expressed those values, those hopes, and that pride as Prime Minister of Canada.
This election has allowed new members and new parties to bring a strong message to Ottawa. As Canadian citizens, let us resolve that no member of Parliament, no political party, will ever be permitted to forget the most fundamental message of all, a message that comes to us from the early days of our history and that we have the responsibility of carrying on to future generations. That simple but strong message is that we are, above all, proud Canadian citizens. I want to say to you very deeply from the bottom of my heart how grateful I am to you for your support and affection over the years. And I know there is deep disappointment in this room tonight, but I want to remind you of the importance of taking the broad perspective, the historical perspective. Many fine leaders, many fine parties, and many fine movements in history have had their setbacks, have had their periods in the wilderness. The most important thing is that we know we had a message and a vision that we believe in deeply. And many Canadians went to the polls today to share that belief. And we have a responsibility to bind our wounds, to perhaps have a good snurf into a Kleenex, and to come back to continue to work together as we always have, with love and dedication, a good sense of humor, a sense of joy, and a sense of purpose. That's what I think of when I think of my life as a member of Parliament, and when I think of the honor that I have had to be the leader of your party.
Incredible moment here as Kim Campbell wraps her up her remarks. Tragic story for her in Vancouver Centre losing her own seat and her party losing power, while in Shawinigan, Jean Chrétien, the 20th Prime Minister of Canada, he will be heading towards the front of his stage to give his speech.
Meeting our candidates and our supporters. And I want to tell you that this party is strong. It is a strong organization, peopled with people of vision and enthusiasm and deep love of country. Tonight has been a setback, but October the 26th changes nothing in terms of the strength of our organization or the dedication of our people. The Conservative Party is an important force in Canadian society, and our day in the sun will come again. That I promise you. Thank you again for your hard work, for your devotion, and for your affection. You know that I return them. Thank you very much, and consider yourselves hugged. Thank you.
Kim Campbell, for the past 123 days, the country's 19th Prime Minister. First woman Prime Minister in the country's history. But only a few more days before she will have to hand over power to the man on the left, Jean Chrétien, the incoming Prime Minister of Canada.
No indication, Peter, from Ms. Campbell as to what she intends to do personally.
That's right, no indication on that yet. That story and that issue to wait for other days. To Shawinigan, Quebec now, where Jean Chrétien enters the room, mobbed as he has been. You've been watching for the last few minutes. Mobbed by his supporters. From his own riding, his wife Aileen beside him there as they head up to the front of their room.
He's had to wait, of course, because Ms. Campbell had to make her concession speech. It's proper political etiquette at this point. He would have to wait for that speech, and because of the time zones in this country and the voting on different hours, it was later for him, almost 1 o'clock in the morning in Shawinigan as he finally makes his way to the stage.
Final vote shaking down across the country now with the Bloc Québécois appearing that they will capture the opposition party, Reform missing by a couple of seats, still a number of close races yet to be determined, and because of that, Reform may still be hoping that they can catch up to the Bloc. They moved up the Bloc 53 to 54 after a recount, late recount by our people in one riding, as the Bloc moved up to 54 seats in Quebec.
Amazing night for Jean Chrétien. A lot of people, both inside his party and outside his party, said he would never make it here. This is a job he would never hold, and he was not the right man for the job. And he has overcome a whole lot of obstacles and opposition for this particular night to become Prime Minister of Canada. It must be...
To put together one of the most stunning victories the Liberal Party has ever had, you got to go back to Louis Saint Laurent to see numbers like this.
It's almost the bonus for him. In a way, it's such a personal victory, and to have this huge victory.
Well, Preston Manning's wife introduced him in Calgary tonight as he gave his remarks. after reforms showing across the country. Jean Chrétien now will step right up to the microphone to address his supporters and a nation. You're looking at your next prime minister. Straightens his tie, checks his jacket, waves to the crowd. And here are his remarks.
We'll see if he delivers this, Peter, straight from the heart. In the last few days, I've been taking a look at his book, written by Jean Chrétien. That's how he's always described his own words.
Straight from the heart.
Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Les Canadiens et les Canadiennes ont décidé.
The men and women of Canada have decided
Le temps est venu
the time has
de
come
travailler ensemble
to work together
pour remettre le pays sur la bonne voie.
to put the country back on the right track.
The people of Canada have spoken, and the time has come to bring the nation together. Je remercie la population
I would like to
canadienne
thank the Canadian people
pour ce mandat énorme qu'ils m'ont
for this
confié.
enormous mandate that they have entrusted to me.
I accept with humility the challenge to prepare Canada for the 21st century. Mes chers amis de Saint-Maurice,
My dear friends in Saint
vous
Maurice,
vous rappelez, il y a
you remember
quelques mois,
a
dans
few
cette
months
même
ago
salle,
in the same room,
j'avais dit que
I said
c'était mal
that
connaître Jean Chrétien que de prétendre que je
you
ne
would know
ne
Jean
reviendrai
Chrétien
pas dans Saint-Maurice.
if you thought that I wouldn't come back to Saint Maurice. And you don't know the people of Saint Maurice if you think that we're not going to win this victory.
Vous le savez, j'ai toujours été
You know,
un fier Mauricien,
I've always been a
un fier
proud
francophone,
Mauricien, a proud
un fier
Francophone,
Québécois,
a proud
un fier
Quebecer,
Canadien.
and a proud Canadian.
Et je voulais représenter au
And
Parlement du Canada
I wanted to represent within the Canadian Parliament the people of the Saint Maurice riding.
Je vous remercie énormément
And
pour tout le travail
I'd like to
que
greatly
vous avez
thank you
accompli.
for all the work
Je
that you have
remercie
done.
l'équipe qui a travaillé
I'd like to thank the
pendant des
team
mois, dans des
that
circonstances
worked for months
parfois très difficiles.
in sometimes very difficult
Mais vous avez
circumstances,
été récompensés
but you were
de
rewarded
façon fantastique pour votre bon travail.
in a fantastic way for your good work.
I know what it's like to win, and I know what it's like to lose. A few minutes ago, I talked with Prime Minister Campbell, and I told her that she had led a very proud national party under very difficult circumstances, with very little time to prepare for the election, and she has conducted herself with dignity, and I offer my congratulations and best wishes for the future.
I would like to take advantage of this opportunity to congratulate Mr. Lucien Bouchard for his election in Lac-Saint-Jean and for the people who were elected with him. I hope that we can work together in order to solve the economic problems of our voters. I think that we have a very clear mandate to work on job creation and to restore the economy, and we should put constitutional quarrels on the shelf.
I don't know who will be the leader of the opposition, but, you know, for the last 10 days, it was kind of pleasant to see the fight for number 2 and not for number 1. But I'd like to congratulate Mr. Manning for his election in Calgary, and I'm looking forward to work with him in the House of Commons, because we're all elected to bring about some progress in our land, and we will need the collaboration of all the Canadians, and I'm looking forward to work with him and his members. I'd like to congratulate very much Audrey McLaughlin. We shared a lot of the same values. I've worked with her in the House of Commons. She's been extremely good. And under extremely difficult circumstances, she has shown a lot of courage and a lot of class. And I would like to congratulate all the candidates elected in my party across the land, in every province and territories but one. And I would like to say to those who ran for my party who did not win, je suis désolé que vous ayez perdu.
I'm sorry that you have lost,
Vous avez été toutes
but
et tous de fiers combattants.
you've all been proud fighters.
Durant toute la campagne, extrêmement fier
Throughout
de la
the
qualité
campaign,
des
I was very
candidats
proud of the quality of our candidates
ont travaillé avec moi.
who worked with me.
Et vous savez, cette fois,
And you know,
désolé que
this
vous ne
time,
puissiez pas venir
I'm
avec
sorry
moi à Ottawa.
that you can't accompany
Mais
me in
dans la vie,
Ottawa.
il y a toujours une
But
seconde chance.
in life,
Ça
there's
m'est
always
arrivé
a
à moi.
second chance. That happened to me.
Tonight, as a very proud Liberal, I'm happy to accept the challenge of forming a government. I will think of the famous Liberal tradition of building a Canada that will always have in mind social justice and economic prosperity. And tomorrow, I will want to form a government that will be a government for all Canadians, no matter how they voted tonight, because that is the task of a Prime Minister. And a majority government is not a blank check. A majority government is an opportunity. And I will work hard every day to earn your respect and your trust. We will govern this country talking all the time and keeping in mind Canadian values. These great Canadian values of generosity, sharing, tolerance, and understanding. Together we'll restore hope. We'll restore honesty and integrity in public life. But our mandate is very clear. We have to concentrate all our efforts on the economy to create jobs, to have economic growth, to give dignity to the workers who wants to work across this land. I understand the frustration that led the people to vote for the Bloc Québécois and the Reform Party, and we will not ignore these frustrations, but our challenge is to channel it positively. And I would like to say to my fellow Québécois qu'ici au Québec, j'aurais aimé mieux faire,
I would have liked to have had better results, but I'm satisfied with the effort that we've made. We had a very difficult slope to climb. And the challenge that we have right now is to win the trust of the population. And we are going to do it by giving people a good government. A good government which will restore confidence in the population and will bring back to public life honesty and integrity. A government which will concentrate on the economy, on job creation, and our task will be to prove that Canada is still the best solution for Quebecers, for French Canadians, for all Canadians.
Before I conclude, I would like to say thank you to the team of the Liberal Party across the land who have been so good, done a great job for me, and we had a great campaign. I don't want to name anybody because there is too many, but there is one person I would like to say a great thank you. Je voudrais remercier
I would like to thank
le conseiller, le pilier le plus proche de moi,
the closest pillar, the closest advisor to me, Aline, who was with me.
Quelle femme,
what a woman,
quelle conseillère,
what an advisor.
et durant cette très longue carrière
And during this very long political career,
et je dois vous dire que je ne
there were
serais
many
pas ici
sacrifices,
aujourd'hui
and I wouldn't be here
si elle n'avait
today
pas été là.
if she wasn't next to me.
As we approach the beginning of a new century, the world faces great challenges, and Canada has a positive role to play. We will take advantage of our geopolitical position, neighbor to the United States, the greatest democracy in the world, and having a gate on the Atlantic and on the Pacific. Canada is very well placed and will take advantage of that.
I have confidence in the extraordinary resources of this country, and especially in the citizens of this country. I know that the task that awaits us will be very difficult, and that we'll have to work hard in order to solve our problems. But the effort and the work have never frightened Canadians.
I would like to make sure that during my mandate, I will always appeal to the best in every citizen of our land. I will try to bring us together by appealing not to what divides us, but what unites us. We have together to realize the hopes and the dreams of Canadians. We have a lot of work to do. Together, we will work hard, and Canada will enter the 21st century as a proud, united, independent, generous, prosperous nation. Le Canada, mes chers amis, a un avenir fantastique.
Canada, my dear friends, has a fantastic future.
Et bonsoir.
Thank you and good evening.
Jean Chrétien to a thunderous ovation in his hometown of Shawinigan tonight. He's won his seat, and his Liberal Party has won 176 others. A massive majority government for the Liberals tonight. And in his speech tonight, trying to appeal not only to the people in his riding, but to Quebecers and all Canadians, that his government is going to try and pay attention to all their needs and to try and deal with the various tensions that inevitably will come out of tonight with a big bloc representation from Quebec and reforms, big representation, especially from Alberta and BC. They do have ridings elsewhere, but especially in Alberta and BC.
Well, Mr. Chrétien has always been personally very popular in Alberta and British Columbia in his own leadership races, those kinds of things. And I think he was very smart tonight to signal to the reform supporters that he intends to listen to their demands for some changes in the way the House of Commons works. It's not something that he would oppose particularly anyway, although one always fears with majority government that the rules don't ever have to change again once they're in power. So some interesting signals there from Jean Chrétien. And I think we really heard from all of the leaders tonight. Yep. Nice words for their colleagues in the parliamentary process. And you wonder if maybe the message from the public didn't get through, that they're sick and tired of the partisan battling and fighting that they see on television in Parliament. The kinds of things we've heard through our town halls throughout this election campaign. Quit knocking the other guy, just tell us what you're going to do. And it seems all of the leaders have kind of said, okay, we're going to try that for a while and be a little nicer to each other.
Well, we'll see when they all get there, in fact, whether they deliver. And it's for, when I'm listening to Preston Manning talking about delivering new politics to Ottawa, as soon as he gets there, within seconds, he becomes a part of the political establishment in Ottawa. And trying to look like the outsider when you're inside can be awfully difficult.
Yes, it can be very difficult, but he does have a huge chunk of power. Those seats, as we've been saying all night, still undecided, but the Bloc still has an edge now on becoming the official opposition, but very powerful Bloc for the reform.
Still 10 seats yet to be decided from, to be finally decided across the country. They're all in Western Canada now, from Manitoba right to BC, and that may make the difference for reform as to whether or not they end up in the opposition role or not. Joe Schlesinger is with us, the CBC's chief political correspondent. Joe, you listened to all those speeches patiently. Your thoughts?
Well, I thought that Manning's speech was harder than the two of you thought, in the sense that he said, we'll be there asking the questions, we'll be there checking and challenging. He sees himself as coming in as a new force into Ottawa, and he will do that. Bouchard was much more conciliatory. He was more or less saying, we want to end joblessness, we want to bring prosperity to the country, we'll cooperate, which was rather odd when you think of the fact that Bouchard is the man who's a sovereignist.
What did you think of Chrétien, the new Prime Minister, his speech tonight and where he was trying to reach out?
On nights like these, the victor's speech is the easiest. All he has to do is be gracious. And I thought that Kim Campbell's line about being happy that she hadn't traded in her car was a great political line, and it shows her gutsiness, shall we say.
Yeah, well, she certainly did appear gutsy tonight. A terrible night for the Conservative Party, but making the point, as Hugh Segal was making earlier, 2 million Canadians, more than 2 million Canadians, did vote for the Tories tonight. It only translated into 2 seats, humiliating defeat. But her argument is there's still a constituency there to build on to try and bring the party back.
There's a constituency there for conservatism. Conservatism isn't dead. I mean, if you look at the vote and add up the Reform Party and the Conservative Party, there is still there's a new conservatism there, which Reform tried to bring about. I have here this old reminder. It's the Tories had a red book, a blue book, the Liberals had a red book, and this is red, blue, and black, and it comes from...
Right up. Gee, familiar name on the bottom corner of that
Ernest Manning wrote it with his son Preston in 1967. And this is what they had to say then. The Social Credit Party, and Mr. Manning, the elder Manning, who had been Premier of Alberta as head of the Social Credit Party, the Social Credit Party can make its maximum contribution by doing everything in its power to encourage and assist in bringing about an effective reorganization of the Progressive Conservative Party of Canada. Boy, did the son reorganize the Progressive Conservative Party of Canada.
Along the lines that his father thought he might be able to do.
Despite what you were saying, conservatism is still alive in Canada.
All right. Well, listen, we'll get Hugh's comments in a moment. I don't think he didn't say they weren't, but we'll hear them in a few moments. First of all, though, I know the people in British Columbia have been awfully patient in the last hour while the national leaders were speaking. You're waiting for your results. Don Newman has been looking at the ridings and how they're falling, which way they're going in British Columbia tonight, and here he is now. Don.
Well, Peter, still some of the ridings alive in British Columbia. Not all of the results final yet. In fact, how some of them turn out could still affect which party ends up as the official opposition. Take a look. There you have Reform with a total of 24, the Liberals with 6, the NDP just with 2 at the moment, and they are Sven Robinson and Nelson Rees, 2 of the stalwarts in the party. But remember, they had 19 seats in the last Parliament. But here's a riding they held. They're not going to have this time. Reform is in the lead, but it is not finished yet. Only 75 of 210 polls in New Westminster Burnaby. But the Reform candidate with the lead over the Liberal, Dawn Black, the New Democrat, she is in the race, but not really very close. Vancouver East, Margaret Mitchell, one of the stalwarts of the NDP. This is a close race. This may be a pickup yet for the NDP. But as you see, Anna Tirana, the Liberal, now has a lead of 429 votes in Vancouver East, a long-time NDP seat, and Margaret Mitchell, a long-time member of the House of Commons for the NDP. Now, Nanaimo Cowichan on Vancouver Island. This is now, we've given this one, the decision desk has given the Reform Party the lead, or not only the lead, given it the riding. Dave Stupich was the NDP member, but he runs a poor third, and that is one riding that may help yet the Reform Party make it to the official opposition. Vancouver Quadra, who was the last MP from Vancouver Quadra? John Turner, the last man to be in the not a dissimilar situation from Kim Campbell this evening. Ted McQuinney, Ed McQuinney, the constitutional lawyer who became Ted McQuinney, the Liberal candidate. He has held on to that riding for the Liberals, but he will not be the lone Liberal from British Columbia as John Turner was. You see there, the Reform Party running a fairly strong second, but McQuinney holding on to Vancouver Quadra for the Liberals. So that's the way it looks for the moment. There are a couple other ridings still open. Vancouver South is one of them. That is John Fraser. Speaker John Fraser, retiring Speaker of the House of Commons, his riding. The Liberals have been leading that. Reform still has a shot at that. So those are the way it's shaping up for the moment, Peter, in British Columbia.
All right, Don, thank you very much. It was interesting. You're reporting on Ed McQuinney. We used to know him as Ed McQuinney when he was and still is, a constitutional expert. He's now seemed to develop a Ted McQuinney stance in his riding in Vancouver when he's running over the past weeks and a little more than a month of the national election campaign. But it was interesting. He was asked in his constitutional expert's hat a little while ago what he thought of the possibility of a Bloc Québécois, a separatist party's representation in the federal House. He reminded people that the Irish separatists used to have representation in the British House of Commons back in the days before the Irish Republic was set up in Dublin. And he said they had representation for over 30 years, didn't create an overwhelming problem. So we'll see whether his feelings about that are echoed in Ottawa when the Bloc Québécois turns up. Now, we want a quick check-in with a couple of our political reporters who have been covering this campaign. Denise Harrington has been covering Kim Campbell since day one. Keith Bogue has been covering Jean Chrétien since day one. Quick remarks from each of you, Denise and Keith, and let's start with you, Denise. The days ahead, the tough decisions now have to be made by Kim Campbell, not only the obvious one, handing over power and when it happens, but her own future. What are you hearing there tonight?
Well, they're moving very quickly. Ms. Campbell may go back to Ottawa as early as tomorrow with a cabinet meeting later in the week. I've been told by most of her advisors that she will consult widely in the party before she decides her future, but the fact that she's probably lost her seat means that her options may be foreclosed and she will have to step down, as Hugh Segal said, because of that leadership review question. Transition, they're looking at perhaps 10 days now. There have been informal talks with the Liberals. It could be as early as 10 days, no later than 2 weeks, they're telling me tonight.
All right, Denise, thanks. Keith Bogue's in Shawinigan tonight, where he just watched that victory celebration and speech from Jean Chrétien. Keith, the immediate plans for Chrétien in the days ahead?
Well, in the days ahead, things get a lot harder, I think, for them. Tomorrow he'll have a little scrum here with reporters, not a formal press conference, but then he flies back to Ottawa early afternoon and immediately goes into meetings with the people who he's been talking with over the last few months about how the transition is going to be handled. On Wednesday, there will be a formal news conference. At that time, we'll get a better sense of what the agenda will be for the Liberal government. We'll also be told who the transition team will be officially. There will be names put to titles of people who will be handling particular responsibilities. What I'm hearing, Matt, is what Denise is hearing in terms of the time it will take for a transition, probably about 10 days, 2 weeks at the outside. The end of that, the last day of the transition, the cabinet will be named, and again, we'll get a better sense of whether they're going to meet Parliament, for instance, before Christmas. When are they going to have the first ministers' meeting that Mr. Chrétien has promised before Christmas on the subject of taxation? There are a whole host of other things that have to be dealt with very quickly. NAFTA, to name one, the window for renegotiating that, if they're really serious about it, is very, very small. So, as I said, a lot of work to be done. Things only get more difficult from here on in.
All right, so from both of you then, the tough decisions having to be made by both the winner and the loser tonight over the next few days. Keith Bogue, Denise Harrington, thanks for your work throughout the campaign, and from listening to what you've just told us then, your work's not going to get it any easier in the immediate days ahead. One quick note, one of the things we'll be tracking, and we won't have the final figure until tomorrow sometime, is the national turnout. Canada's proud of its turnout rate on days like this, usually around 75%. All the indications, though, so far today is that the turnout is down across the country. It's decreased in every province except Quebec. We don't have an overall rate yet at this, but right now we're looking at somewhere around 71%. Now, that's down 4% from the average of somewhere around 75%. That's not a good sign. Put a look at it the other way, though, we're much better off than many countries, one very close by, the United States, where they have a tough time getting 50% turnout in national elections. But turnout down this time. I think that surprises a lot of people. They expected a big turnout today. The weather was good in most parts of the country, but it didn't happen. Turnout down somewhat. Rex Murphy has been helping us understand the story behind the numbers throughout the day today. Rex, your final thoughts.
Okay, Peter, thanks very much. I will be unwontedly terse. There was more in this election tonight of rejection than there was of embrace. Not to diminish Mr. Chrétien's triumph, but it's the number two and the devastation of a great political institution that is the basic line of this convention. Ms. Campbell inherited more grief than momentum, and the establishment of the Bloc in Quebec means that however much we may wish it, you cannot eliminate constitutional debate from the Canadian agenda. That's my twist on it, at least.
Thank you, Rex, for your contributions just then and throughout the evening. Pamela, final thoughts from the political panel.
Well, lots of thoughts from this group gathered here tonight, and some of them will be involved in transition and the change, and some of them will be involved in figuring out what to do next inside their own particular parties. Let me reintroduce quickly Hugh Segal, Stephen Lewis, Heather Reisman, Tom Flanagan is also with us. We'll keep going down the list, and we hope Daniel Turp will join us from Quebec as well. But Heather, let's go to you. As we heard from Denise and Keith, some of the problems now are the road ahead. 170 odd seats here. Mr. Chrétien has to put together a cabinet. It's got to reflect some direction for the Liberal Party, some signals. What would be your advice?
Sweet problems, I must say, the kind we all want to have. He'll have some challenges, but I think the key is that he needs to put together a cabinet which really will reflect the way ahead. People who were deeply involved in the development of the platform, and there are several who did get elected tonight.
But is he leaning more toward the Paul Martins of the world, if we can say that, the new, more pragmatic Liberals, rather than the old left wing of the party?
Well, I think there's no question that Mr. Martin will have a very major role to play. No matter what cabinet post he gets, he will have a very major role to play. But I think Mr. Chrétien is a man who takes loyalty very seriously, and you can well expect to see some people with whom he has been working for his entire political career.
Let me bring Daniel Turp in, if we can, from Montreal. Are you there, Mr. Turp?
Yes.
Can you just, as we heard from one of our commentators, Rex, just a few moments ago, he was basically saying you can't get out of it in this country. Every time you turn around, the constitutional issue is back on the table. Is that what you intend to do, is make sure that issue is front and center about Quebec's role and how its departure, if that in fact happens, will be conducted?
I think Mr. Bouchard said that His aim is to explain to Canadians and to people in Parliament that sovereignty is the best thing that should be achieved for both Quebec and Canada. I don't think he'll want to engage in constitutional negotiations, and I don't think he has in front of him people that want to do that. Monsieur Chrétien has repeatedly said during the campaign that he doesn't want to talk about Constitution, and Monsieur Bouchard suggests that the issue of Quebec's place or future is at next Quebec election and the next referendum in Quebec. So if Canada wants to start a new process of constitutional negotiation, well, that belongs to the parties that will be represented in Parliament. But Monsieur Bouchard certainly does not want to discuss Constitution. He wants that issue to be discussed in a Quebec election and referendum where other Canadians could take part in those processes in Quebec.
Mr. Flanagan, Tom, is this part of the importance of your party's presence tonight? The final numbers, of course, yet to be decided, but as Canadians face that question of, in a sense, negotiations with Quebec, that you have somehow been given a mandate on that issue?
Well, I don't think we should jump ahead of ourselves there. I think we have to go through the steps. There will be a provincial election in Quebec, and it's quite possible that the Liberals will be returned to power, and there may not be any referendum on sovereignty in the foreseeable future. I don't think we should prejudge that. I think the immediate agenda for the Reform Party is actually rather different. They don't control the agenda because of the majority government. I think the #1 priority for the Reform Party must be to deliver on Preston Manning's promise of a new style of representation. I think this, more than anything else, has put the party over the top in so many ridings. And so I think the party now has to work very hard, developing in concrete terms what it means to be a representative in closer touch with constituents.
A final few words from Stephen and from Hugh. And Hugh, let me start with you, because all the conflicting signals that we're hearing tonight, will there be, in some senses, if not a constitutional debate, a redefining of Confederation and a redefining of the rules by which we play this game?
I think what voters did tonight, Pamela, was to say that they are not happy with the old brokerage political parties where issues about how you distribute the wealth, how decisions are made on an allocation basis are made within parties and caucuses. And they want to see those decisions argued out in the open on the floor of the House of Commons by parties whose biases are openly stated. And I don't think that is necessarily a destructive thing for the country. And I think it's a message not about doing things, not about changing what we do, but doing them differently so that there is transparency, so the voters can see what decisions are being made.
I'd like to give the final word to Stephen tonight in our discussion.
That is good of you, but I point out, Pamela, that you have been observing scrupulously the way in which the parties are standing. Therefore, you must hereafter ask the question of me before you ask it of Hugh, in order that the gradation be.
Precedence.
I do, however, agree with the way in which Hugh has phrased things. I don't think there is anything wrong with the Quebec issue being front and center in the House of Commons and in Quebec in another year or year and a half. Look, this country has to deal with this reality at some point. We can't go on forever without getting a resolution.
But are we headed for real change, or with another majority government, are we going to be able to?
No. We're headed for change. There is a new tone. There is a new nuance. Maybe it's my Pavlovian combative sense, but I want to point out that the only old-style political rhetoric tonight was that of Mr. Manning, curiously enough, in the speech that he made.
All right, to Hugh Siegel, Stephen Lewis, Heather Reisman, Tom Flanagan, and in Montreal, Daniel Turp, thank you very much for your insight and your comments and helping us through this complicated and exciting evening, our political pundits and their words, their wit and their wisdom. Thanks again. Peter?
All right, Pamela, thanks very much. Well, we go from the pundits and the pollsters and the media, the leaders, to the people. They started this day with their votes, and they're going to end it on our broadcast tonight with their thoughts about their expectations of the new government that has formed, the Liberal government, the way the House of Commons is going to look. We've gathered Canadians in Halifax, in Montreal, in Toronto here, and in Vancouver as well, and we want to end our program with some thoughts from them. I'm going to start in Vancouver, where, Michael, your sense tonight of the kind of expectation you have of the government that's being formed tonight.
Well, we sent a clear message, I think, about national unity. I think a lot of us in Western Canada felt held hostage by the strength of the Bloc. I think we wanted a majority government. We needed to see one. We felt threatened, I think, by the Bloc's and its strength. And we sent a clear message of unity in the country. And this is a new group of Liberals. They're going to have a fiscal conscience with a strong vote for the reform. And I think that's what we expect. We expect a new Liberal Party that's not going to spend. It's going to have a fiscal conscience. And it's going to put the Bloc, I think, in its place, because we voted for Canadian unity in the rest of Canada.
Okay, let's go over to Montreal for a moment. Philippe.
Yes?
Your expectations of this new government?
I don't have very high expectations. I mean, throughout the campaign, Mr. Chrétien has been very vague about what he would do. I mean, aside from all the fluff that he gave about dignity and all that, which is all very good, but he didn't really put any meat behind what he would do. That's one thing. The other thing is, as far as national unity, I think from tonight's votes you get a very clear message is being sent by the province here about what it wants to do, and as well from the West, the reform also sends a very good message, very clear message. And I think having those two regional currents doesn't really fit into Mr. Chrétien's vision of the country.
So do you think he'll have any choice but to hear those messages coming from both Quebec and the West?
I think he won't have a choice. I mean, as I guess Mr. Harrison and Mr. Lewis said before we came on the air, the constitutional issue, although we may wish it to go away, has not been put to rest just yet, because you get still a province that's not satisfied with the current situation.
Okay, I want to go back over to Vancouver, trying to get a word from everybody here before we leave tonight. Lois in Vancouver, your thoughts?
Well, I'm really quite concerned about the very strong majority of the Liberals and what that means for the deficit. I think that we will need a strong voice to deal with issues of fiscal responsibility. That was a message that I heard, and that, in fact, I thought that the Progressive Conservatives would have been able to deliver on. I'm quite disappointed, but I really do believe that we need to hear a very strong message from Mr. Chrétien about fiscal responsibility to ensure that our children and our grandchildren will have a country to worry about in the future.
All right. Diane here in Toronto, your expectations of the new government and the new parliament?
I expect Chrétien to live up to his promises in doing something about the Aboriginal needs and helping our communities to implement self-government, because if we don't implement self-government, we're going to continue to live in a crisis that we have been for the past years and years, and there hasn't been a government in place that has been able to address that problem.
Okay, it's interesting to note tonight there were a number of Aboriginal candidates running in the country. Only 3 of them, we're told at the moment, have won their seats. Okay, back to Vancouver. Tomiko, your thoughts on the new parliament, your expectations of what it'll be like?
Well, it does appear that the Canadian people have given the Liberals a clear mandate to go ahead with their plan. I just really hope that the Liberal government will exercise forms of fiscal restraint and control over how much they actually borrow to implement their plan. Being a young Canadian, it does worry me, because I believe it is fundamentally wrong to mortgage the future incomes of the next generation in order to pay for the programs of today. It just erodes their ability to pay for a social safety net in the future for their own.
Okay, Montreal once again. Suraj, your thoughts, your expectations tonight?
Yes, I think in principle Jean Chrétien has said, but the point is that he has not said how he is going to do this, because people are very fearful and they felt alienated. That's why from the Conservative Party the Bloc emerged and the Reform emerged. And I think we have to make it very inclusive of the grassroots people and have the regional committees that are met, and the concerns of these committees are heard on a monthly basis in Ottawa, so that it becomes all inclusive, and they have to reduce the government fat. I think we should reduce it to, Kim Campbell tried to reduce the number of ministries, but I think Jean Chrétien should reduce more fat in the government, should try to do something to reduce the expenses of the Senate, and try to make it very inclusive regardless of what party people come from, because I think we have to be more worried about the reform rather than Bloc Québécois, because the policies that reform is talking about, it is very damaging to Canadian unity as compared to Bloc Québécois.
Okay, well, it'll be interesting to see whether he listens to your advice on reducing.
People in Canada that are not part of this Liberal love-in tonight. I'm a nurse who works with the homeless, and there are hundreds of thousands of Canadians who have lost their job due to free trade, who are homeless, who have children relying on food banks. And my question to the Liberal government is, what are you going to do about the GST? What are you going to do about NAFTA? What are you going to do about transfer payments to the provinces?
What do you expect they're going to do?
I'm very skeptical, in fact. I think they are going to repeat what we've seen in history. So voters are going to have to speak out again.
A couple of final quick comments here.
Peter, this is precisely the thing. I believe that the mandate was given for jobs, for creating opportunity. And Canadians should be vigilant and make sure they lobby their members of parliament to stick to those promises. That's what they were elected on, and that's why the Tories were defeated.
Okay, so the people's job doesn't end today with just voting. They got to keep pushing. Your thoughts?
Well, I think that the country's going to be feeling in a year just about the way they felt about the Tories over the last little while. I think they're not going to get the kind of attention they're looking at. Chrétien just doesn't have the money to spend $6 billion on jobs right away, and we can see by the fallout of the seats tonight that someone else might have a hold of their agenda.
Okay, Vancouver. Sigmund, is it? Have you got a thought there? Your expectations of what to expect from this Parliament?
I certainly do. I'm quite concerned for the future of Canada. Here we have a Bloc Québécois elected now to become an official opposition, it looks. While culturally it enhances the country of Canada, they're now and have always been a thorn in the side of the political arena. And I'm concerned that at the federal level, we're going to get bogged down in this obsession with Quebec versus Canada again. And it may be convenient for Mr. Chrétien to buy into that while he has difficulty creating all these jobs he's promised. Here in the West, we're tired of being held hostage by the East, and the last round of constitutional talks have been politically driven. The people of Canada have clearly stated that the politicians were not interested in that. Even the people in Quebec have stated that. I don't want to see in this next 4 or 5 years us get bogged down again in all these constitutional wranglings. We need to repair the state of the economy. We need to protect our social programs, and I'm really glad to see the NDP hang on to some of their seats in this country so that there is a voice for some of those social programs in the House of Commons.
All right, Sigmund, thanks very much for your comments. All of the people who've gathered tonight in Vancouver, also in Montreal, and here in Toronto, we do appreciate your time tonight. It's been a long night for everyone, and especially for you watching the results coming in and trying to analyze them as well as to what they mean to you. Now, before we leave tonight, we do want to take a quick run across the country, the latest standings, the way we see them, province by province across the country. Let's start on the East Coast. In Atlantic Canada, the first ridings in tonight were from Newfoundland. Clean sweep. All 7 ridings went Liberal in Newfoundland tonight. 7 of 7. You can't get better than that, as the Liberals signaled very quickly that they were going to win big time. They did the same thing in Nova Scotia, winning 11 of the 11 ridings there. Another clean sweep in Nova Scotia. In New Brunswick, well, gee, they lost 1 seat in Nova Scotia tonight to the Tories, but they won the other 9. And in Prince Edward Island, final Atlantic Canadian province to report, they held all 4 they held before. So out of Atlantic Canada, they get 31 of the 32 seats. Now, as we move, excuse me, into Central Canada, starting to lose the old voice there.
It's been a long night.
It has been in Quebec, which will be next up as our cross-Canada tour of the provinces in Quebec. Here's the way it looks now at the end of the evening. The Bloc Québécois winning 54 of the 75 seats. The Liberal Party 19. The Tories 1. That's it. Jean Charest, he wins his riding in Sherbrooke, Quebec. 1 independent, former Tory. And I should correct myself from earlier on in the evening. I had suggested that Mr. Bernier, is it, who's the independent riding in Beauce, had been convicted of some illegalities. I'm wrong on that. He has been charged, and I apologize for the misstatement earlier. In Ontario, 98 Liberal seats, 1 Reform. No Tories, first time in the history of the Tory party wiped out in Ontario. In fact, the Tories don't have a seat west of the Quebec-Ontario border. And could you ever imagine that happening
and
before?
First time for the New Democrats that they do not have a seat in the province of Ontario either since its formation in 1961.
That's right. So in Ontario, that's where we declared a majority government for the Liberals tonight. They build up big-time seats in Ontario. In Manitoba, and still 1 undecided yet, and that's where the NDP is leading in 1 Manitoba seat. But the Liberals have 112, the Reform is 1 and 1, and the NDP is leading in Bill Blakey's riding, veteran NDP member, but he is leading at the moment. That one has not been decided, still a close race. Saskatchewan, 14 ridings, here we go, Liberals 5, NDP 5. A good showing by the Liberals. They've been shut out in Saskatchewan for years. They won 5 seats, the NDP holding on to 5, and that's the major chunk of their 9-member caucus at the moment. Reform winning 4 seats.
And a good 3-way race in that province that we're not seeing in some of the other areas, and so legitimately a 3-way race.
That's right, and in Alberta, used to be Tory turf, blue, blue, blue Alberta, gone. This time the Reform Party, 23 seats, still 1 undecided at the moment, Edmonton Northwest, where the Reform candidate Richard Kaler is leading the Liberal, but it's too close to call as we end the evening. Well, we just called it. There you go, 23, 3 and 3. 23 and 3. British Columbia, still 1 riding, yet to be decided. New Westminster, Burnaby, where the Reform candidate is leading the Liberal, but it's close. Hasn't been declared yet. But Reform, big time in BC. 23 ridings, leading in that other one for 24. The Liberals at 6, and the NDP at 2. The Tories, once again.
Many long-time New Democrats wiped out in British Columbia as well, home turf for them.
So let's look at, when you add all that up, what it means in the House of Commons. That's the color of the national map now. The only blue seat, a big one in Quebec, but it's only 1. Liberals are winning 176 seats tonight. The Bloc Québécois out of Quebec, 54 seats. Reform at 53. That's why those 2 ridings that are too close to call yet, they're both Reform leads, so it's unlikely that they can do better than 53. NDP at 9, the Tories at 2. And
we should just give a wrap-up of where the leaders stand at this particular point. All the leaders have been elected with the exception of Kim Campbell, the Prime Minister of Canada. Lucien Bouchard elected. Jean Chrétien elected in the riding of Saint Maurice, and a lot of people said he was in trouble there. Preston Manning taking out a Tory cabinet minister in Alberta, and Audrey McLaughlin holding on to her seat in Yukon, of course, and Kim Campbell going down to defeat in Vancouver Centre. Very interesting riding. She only won it by less than 300 votes the last time around, and it's always been one of those things. But no word from the Prime Minister, from Kim Campbell tonight as we wrapped up as to what her political future would be, and no word from Audrey McLaughlin at this point either. Okay, we do want to make sure that we check in with the Northern Canadian ridings. You just mentioned one of them, the Yukon. That's the NDP elected. Both ridings in the Northwest Territories have gone Liberal tonight. They're both holds for the Liberals. So there's still some outstanding questions as we finish this evening up. We, of course, were able to tell you early on in the evening that we were headed for a Liberal majority government, and that has indeed happened. But here we sit. It's almost 2 o'clock in the morning here in central Canada, well, 20 to 2 in the morning, and we still don't know who the opposition party is. Of course, the Bloc Québécois have a very, very good chance of it. If something happens overnight, recounts and ridings, we wouldn't want to be swear on a stack of books that this is the way it will end, because there are some question marks. But it looks as if the Bloc Québécois will in fact be the official opposition in this country. Well, one of the computer animations that we've been using throughout the evening has been that one that gives you a sense of what the House of Commons may look like in terms of a computer generated graphic, what it'll look like in terms of colors. Here we go, sliding in, looking from the top down at all those seats, 295 of them in the House of Commons. It's going to be very crowded, that's for sure. The Liberals have spilled over onto the other side, onto the opposition side of the House of Commons, because they just have so many seats tonight. You can see that with the red color there, 176. 176, 8 NDP. These are just the elected. So we said there are 3 ridings still up for grabs, where the NDP is leading in 1, Reform in 2 others.
So Reform is elected, guaranteed 51 seats in the House of Commons. The Bloc Québécois at 54. One independent, a former Tory running in Quebec. 2 Tories. You count them, that's all there are. Just 2 Tories in the next House of Commons. That's what the seats will look like. Here's another chamber in Parliament. It's the Senate, where the Tories have the majority. That's the unelected Senate, the appointed Senate. The Tories have a lead there. So that's your look overall at the numbers and what the next House of Commons may look like. Throughout the evening, obviously, we've been following one story, and one story only, that's the election. While we've been watching the story of this stunning election, some other stories have been happening. Here's a quick look at those. Starting in the Middle East with another important step on the road to peace. Israel released hundreds of Palestinian prisoners today, and more are expected to follow in coming weeks. It's a move designed to help cement the Israeli-PLO accord. But for many Palestinians, the number of prisoners released today was not enough. And for some Israeli politicians, it was too many. The CBC's Anna Maria Tremonti reports.
He had been in jail 10 months, and today Halal Hasuva was among the few from this West Bank town given his freedom. His mother was overcome. In this initial release of prisoners, the Israelis gave women, the sick, and the young and the old their freedom. But men between the ages of 18 and 50 were not included. Families waited anxiously at checkpoints in the occupied territories, many of them in vain. Women marched to a prison in Gaza demanding the release of all of the thousands of Palestinian prisoners in Israeli jails. Their message that everyone must walk free echoed around the territories. But this was also the day 2 Israeli soldiers were buried. They were ambushed yesterday by members of Hamas, the extremist group opposed to peace between Israel and the Palestinians. In response, Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin refused to allow the release of prisoners connected to Hamas. Israeli opposition leader Benjamin Netanyahu wanted Rabin to call off the entire prisoner release.
This release will do more to exacerbate terrorism, to accelerate terrorism, than any other step that I can think of.